The following is a free-for-download audiobook available on krishnapath.org. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 3. Yadicher avasam vraja bhuvi saragam pratijanur. Yuva dvandvam tachchet paricharitam arad abhilase. Sarupam Sri Rupam Saganam Iha Tasya Grajamapi Spurtam Premna Nityam Smaranam Tadatvam Śrī Manaḥ. Listen, O mind, if you desire, in every birth, to reside in the land of Vraja with loving attachment and to serve the youthful couple Shri Radha Krishna in close proximity, then clearly remember and offer obeisances to Sri Sarup and to Sri Rupa and his associates in Vrindavan, and to Sri Rupa's elder brother Sri Sanatan. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. This process of worship taught in verse 1 is Ratim Apurvam Atitaram, or unprecedented great love. The unique nature of this love is that it is practiced by the inhabitants of Vrindavan. It's not practiced in any other place, not in Vaikuntha, nor in any other quarter of Goloka, such as Dwarka, Mathura, or Gokul. Only the inhabitants of Vraja have this extraordinary type of devotional service. They are also called Ragatmika Bhaktas. So verse 3 dealt with a question which was implied in verse 1, of whether someone taking Diksha and Shiksha outside of the Gaudiya Sampradaya can actually achieve Rati, or Ragatmika Bhakti. In order to answer that question, the definition of Ragatmika Bhakti must be understood. It is specifically achieved by Raganuga Bhakti or Raganuga Sadhana, which is one of the two processes of Sadhana Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti are divisions or elements of Sadhana Bhakti. The general method by which practitioners in Krishna consciousness achieve the perfectional platform is to practice Vaidhi Bhakti under the direction of elevated Vaishnavas. One will then enter into the platform of Raga, spontaneous devotional service, by which one is able to approach or enter into the realm of Ragatmika. So this process, although very rare and difficult to achieve, is very easily attained by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sarupam Sri Rupam Sagana Iha Tasyagrajam Api, by the mercy of Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, and Saganam, by all their associates. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. In my simple language, I call this verse, quote, the flower pot verse, end quote. A culture of nourishment is needed if you wish to develop something. Look at a flower. What would be the future of a flower without appropriate soil? There are minerals just suited to the needs of each particular flower. It is very important if we want to develop something very special, then we must provide the right nourishment. We must learn to put a living culture around our lives so that we will nourish what we want to attain. The information, the habits, the way of dealing with each other, eating styles, everything should be conducive to what we want to reach. Otherwise, talking just a little bit of Hare Krishna, this medicine for Kali Yuga, may not work so much. I have a doctor called Naram. Dr. Naram told me that the greatest challenge in his profession as an Ayurvedic Kaviraj didn't come from the direct victims of 9/11, but the firefighters who had breathed all the poisonous vapor. He treated them without charge and made them healthy. As a result, he received much benefit and became very famous. He could cure almost anyone until he came across a boy from slums of Mumbai who had bronchitis. Despite treatment, the child was wasting away more and more. One day, the doctor went to the boy's home in an attempt to find out why the boy was becoming increasingly sicker, although he was being treated. Finally, Dr. Naram found out the cause. This boy worked 3 hours a day in a chemical factory where they had a pool of chemicals. to mix them, they had this little boy swimming in it, and by his frog-like swimming movements, he stirred up the chemicals to produce the proper mix. This is Indian technology. Then Dr. Naram understood, quote, I can give him medicine, but if the culture around him is not supportive to his growth, he will waste away and won't survive, end quote. So, yes, you can chant Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, but if you don't have the proper culture, the proper examples, and the proper role models in your life, Vraja Bhakti may not come to you. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami very clearly says that if we are eager to reside in Vrajadam and execute the service on the platform of bhakti with love, if we yearn for the direct service of Shri Radha and Krishna, then we must have the right examples. We must learn from the right people. Quote, clearly, remember and offer obeisances to Sri Sarup, to Sri Rupa and his associates in Vrindavan, and to Sri Rupa's elder brother, Sri Sanatan, end quote. We have to have an alliance to a spiritual school. We have to stay with that school and dig deeper and deeper. If we drill for water, after a half an hour, we may think, quote, water has not come, let me drill somewhere else, end quote. Then again, we go 3 meters deep in another place and find no water. Quote, now let me go to the camp of Rasika Bhakti times 1,000,000 at Radhakund and drill there, end quote. 4 meters, still no water. Quote, okay, let me drill somewhere else. Let me drill now at the Rasa Bhakti times 10. We drill at this other institution and still no water. We will end up drilling for the rest of our life. If we would have stayed at one bona fide place and drilled there, we would have gone very deep and found an abundance of water. Stay with the line of Gauranga Mahaprabhu and drill deep. That way we will find a proper environment, proper minerals, and receive the flower of bhakti. Commentary by Bhaktivedanta Goswami. The Mana Shiksha is a methodology by which a person can overcome their internal obstacles and gradually develop love for Krishna. This is our goal, and Raghunath Das Goswami has written these verses for us. These prayers are addressed to his mind, but actually they are more relevant to our minds than to his. If we follow these recommendations step by step and try to apply them in our lives, success is guaranteed. We may think that there are more important things to think about, like our marriages. At the end of the day, however, the most important thing will be the extent to which we have managed to develop attachment for Krishna. At the end of our lives, everything else will be unimportant and devoid of meaning, and what will stay with us is our attachment to Krishna. We will see how everything else slips through our fingers. Our health, happiness, wealth, beloved ones, relatives, and friends, they will all be gone. But this wealth of attachment to Krishna will remain with us. No matter what position we are in, it is important to know how to develop this attachment to Krishna. Otherwise, when faced with the last test, we may prove bankrupt when we no longer have anything material, and neither do we have any spiritual wealth. Raghunath Das Goswami specifically says here that if you have 2 desires, to live with love in Braja, life after life, and directly serve the eternally young couple, then you should Sarupam Shri Rupam Saganam Iha Tasya Grajam Api Spurtam Premna Nityam Smara Nada Tada Tvam Śrī Manaḥ. Then, Tada, you should remember Smara. Sputam Prema Nityam. Nityam means incessantly, all the time. Premna means with love. Sputam means very clearly. He says that if you have these 2 desires, you have to constantly, with love and very clearly, remember Sarupam Shri Rupam Sahagana Iha Tasyagrajam Api. We need to remember Sarup Damodar Goswami and Srila Rupa Goswami, Ganamiha, Saganan, all their associates, all their followers, Tasyagrajam, the elder brother of Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami. It is them that we should always think about with love. Several important questions arise, which we will try to answer. First, why does Raghunath Das Goswami say pratijanu for many, many lifetimes? The first thing we have been promised is that this will be our last life, and now it turns out that we have to live for many lifetimes in Vraja. But the first word of this verse means, quote, if you want to, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami says the goal is bhakti, which does not require liberation from birth. Real devotees do not think that they deserve to be born anywhere in particular. Such devotees say that they are ready to be born here again and again, that they have no merits to be in the spiritual world. If we have raga, attachment to the Lord, then life in Vrindavan, even here on earth, is amazingly beautiful. His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, despite his severe pain, shows us a great example of the beautiful picture of life in Vrindavan. One of his last pastimes is perhaps the most amazing one. Just before his departure from his body, he was in terrible pain. The pain was so agonizing that no drugs could suppress it. Sometimes he would be placed in a bathtub to relax, but the pain would be burning his entire body from within. During one such attack, Raghunath Maharaj was next to him. As Bhaktitirtha Maharaj was writhing in pain, tears streaming from his eyes, Raghunath Maharaj began telling him about Vrindavan, where everyone loves Krishna and where Krishna loves everyone, where there was nothing but love. This went on for a long time, with Raghunath Maharaj whispering in his ear and Bhaktitirtha Maharaj listening. Suddenly, he smiled and said, quote, I have never felt so good in my life, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami is drawing this picture because he is ready to take birth and die, to be sick and suffer here on earth as long as it is in Vrindavan. In this way, he glorifies Vrindavan and Prema itself, which makes a person willing to take birth again and again because the happiness of Prema is so intense, it overshadows any material pain. This picture of life in the earthly Vrindavan is presented by Srinivasacharya in a song glorifying the six Goswamis, Sad Goswami Astika, verse 8. Hey Radhe Vrajadevi Ke Chataladite, Hey Nanda Suno Kuta, Si Govardhana Kapapada Tale, Kalindi Vanne Kuta, Gosantaviti Sarvato Vajepore, Kander Mahavivalo, Vande Rupa Sanatano Raguyego, Shijiva Gopalako. Let us imagine this scene for a moment. The Goswamis of Vrindavan are clad in nothing but loincloths and shawls, nothing but patches, living there in the land of Vraja, crying, Hey Radhe Vrajadevi Ke Chaladita, Hey Nanda Suna Kuta. Where are you? Where are you, Radharani? Where are you, Lalita? Where are you, the son of the king of Vraja? Where are all of you? Have you gone to Vrindavan or the banks of the Kalindi? They are running there, filling Vrindavan with their cries. Are we willing to live like that in Vrindavan, life after life? Raghunath Das Goswami says, Pratijanu, that he is ready to take birth again and again because he has experienced happiness in Vrindavan. We can also experience this happiness. Such is the answer to the first question. The second and most important question is answered by Bhaktivinoda Thakur's explanation of this verse. Why does Raghunath Das Goswami mention Sarupam Srirupam Sagana Iha Tasragajam Api with all their associates? The Sanskrit means Sarup Damodar Goswami, Sri Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Tasyagrajam, and all their associates as being the persons we should remember clearly with love. Why doesn't he say instead, quote, remember Nityananda, end quote? Rupa and Sanatan discovered Vrindavan, but that was by the mercy of Nityananda. Raghunath Das Goswami received the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by first receiving the mercy of Nityananda. By the mercy of Nityananda, he received Mahaprabhu's mercy. By the mercy of Mahaprabhu, he received the mercy of Radha and Krishna. But he did not say Nityananda. He described that we should always clearly remember Srupam Sirupam Sahaganam Iha Tasya Gajamapi. It is this difficult question that I will try to answer. We know this famous verse, Srila Rupa Goswami's Pranam Mantra, Sri Chaitanya Vistam Stapitami Nebutale, Shrayam Rupa Kadamayanda Dati Swaparajikam. We know that it was Sri Rupa Goswami who is our Sampradaya Acharya, or the Acharya founder of the entire Gaudiya Sampradaya. The Chaitanya Charitamrita begins with Panchatattvamakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Sarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakti Shaktikam. This verse, written by Swarup Damodar Goswami, describes Lord Chaitanya, Nityananda, Advaita Acharya, Gadadhar Pandit, and Srivasa Acharya. However, none of them are mentioned in Raghunath Das Goswami's third verse. On the one hand, these are the 5 tattvas who came to give us love of God, yet Raghunath Das Goswami does not tell his mind to remember them. We know that in Chaitanya Charitamrita, again, in the words of Swarup Damodar, who states the nature of this most merciful avatar, Madhya Lila 1953, Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Padayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gorti She Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who came to give prema to everyone, had 2 missions: to give prema to everyone and to enjoy prema himself. The Panchatattva helped him primarily with the first mission. The Panchatattva gave him the opportunity to spread this prema. We know Lord Nityananda, Advaita Acharya, Gadadhar Pandit, and Srivas Thakur all preached the holy name. But here, Raghunath Das Goswami teaches us the inner bhajan, the inner culture of bhajan, the culture of emotions, or raga, that was taught by Srupam Srupam Tasyagarjam. The most important thing they did was to explain spiritual experience, allowing us to join the spiritual experience of the great devotees of the past. We want to obtain the same feelings and the same emotions that they did. After all, we want the same love to be burning in our hearts in such a way that nothing else will be burning there. At present, what is burning there is a soup of kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, and matsarya. Rupa Goswami, above all, gave a roadmap or guidebook to these feelings, explaining how spiritual emotions can be attained, how one emotion leads to another, and what causes the emotions in the first place. This is what Nityananda Prabhu did not do, but not because he had a mission of his own. For instance, in Lochandas Thakur's song, Akrodha Paramananda, he sings that Nityananda Prabhu goes from house to house, knocking at every door, and still holding a straw in his mouth, says, quote, "Do you want to buy me? Chant the holy name," end quote. Having said this, he then falls in the dust and starts crying and rolling about in it, his hair standing on end. This is what he did. He let people see and feel a spiritual experience, and he gave the main method to attain that experience. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. He gave people the holy name. He did not explain what we should feel or how the holy name should work in our hearts. At a certain level, we can just chant the holy name without thinking about anything, without knowing what it stands for, without understanding all the science, without realizing who Krishna is. But sooner or later, we may get lost. Even if we start feeling something, we may not understand what it is or what the next step is. We can get lost in this spiritual experience. For our advancement, we very much depend on how clearly we understand where we are going. Sometimes, even in ISKCON, we have various points of view. One perspective is that there is no need of much ado to attain Vraja. Chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. There's no need to do anything else. We must just dedicate ourselves to the holy name. We must just knock on every door and shout to them, holding a straw in our mouth and a book in our hand, quote, "You rogues, chant the holy name, otherwise you'll go to hell," end quote. And sometimes we dance ecstatically, and then we get up and go on and knock on a door again. This is the method, and we should have absolute faith in it. But we also need to know the spiritual science so that eventually we come to Vraja. Lord Chaitanya infused the holy name with prema, and when we hear the holy name, we feel this love. From the very beginning, our hairs may stand on end and our tears may flow. A good example is when a new product is being released on the market, it often is given away for free. A company I saw once in Sweden had marketers handing out free samples of its new product. People were taking these, and some were repeatedly going up for more. In this way, they were given a taste of this new item. Similarly, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Prema avatar, came and brought prema with him and began distributing it for free. Although prema is free, it is absolutely free only at the beginning. We are given this small bottle of prema, and we are told, quote, drink a little, you'll like it, end quote. And we do like it. But then we're told, quote, now you have to shell out and pay the price, end quote. Now we must work on our anarthas and engage in sadhana. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the most merciful, Mahavaranyaya. He gave prema to everyone, to each and every one who of us has experienced prema. From the very beginning, our path is not based on Vaidya, but on Raga. He gave us this prema, but at the same time, he sent Rupa Goswami to explain to us the obstacles that we will encounter on this path, because like on any spiritual path, we will be besieged by a dark night. The dark night of the soul is when despair brings us down, when it gets tough, and when we're unable to understand what is going on. Why this taste that we felt is now gone? Where has it gone, and why? To guide us, Rupa Goswami wrote an amazing guide to the spiritual emotions, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, explaining how they should evolve in our hearts. Recently, I met a bhakta, a simple-hearted man in his early 60s, who had been practicing Krishna consciousness for a couple of years. He told me, quote, I sometimes chant 16 rounds, and I'm eager to finish quickly these 16 rounds so that I can chant the name properly. Because to chant 16 rounds is a must. I must do that, and I'm eager to quickly finish them so that after that I can chant freely and with love, end quote. He continued, I chant and chant. I chant a lot, and then it starts. I look forward to the moment when I can chant just because the heart wants to do it. And chanting, all of a sudden I feel tears welling in my eyes. Sometimes suddenly a sad melody comes to me that I've never heard before. And when I hear it, tears begin to flow from my eyes, end quote. And then he stopped and he said, quote, this must be a boss. I was told that is what I feel is a boss, end quote. Clearly, he does not know what a boss, a reflection of pure chanting, is, but he said, quote, this abhas comes to me and makes the tears flow from my eyes. And I do not know where that melody comes from. I once sang it, and it was told that it sounds like some Muslim melody, a very poignant one, and no one appreciated it. But I know it comes from there, from Krishna. When I heard it, all of a sudden it comes by itself. I have not invested it. I don't remember anything else. I just remember that Krishna is God and that I'm there next to him, end quote. When I sat there listening to all this, I thought, quote, what a boss? It's not a boss. He's an uninitiated bhakta, but he has bhava in his heart, end quote. In fact, we should not think that bhava is somewhere far away. We all have felt a small sample of bhava, as I said, but Rupa Goswami came to explain to us what it is, because otherwise we can get confused very easily. Tears will flow, and we won't know where they're coming from, whether it's a bhas or true tears. Rupa Goswami has created the amazing book, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which is a guide to the realm of spiritual emotion. This is why we must remember Rupa Goswami with focus. To remember him clearly means to remember what he taught us and understand the way so that we will not get lost again in the forest of material life. Bhakti Nakara is a book on the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism and the final years of Raghunath Das Goswami's life. The account begins by stating that the feelings he was experiencing while living on the banks of Radhakund defy description. He was always feeling the pain of separation from Krishna. A fire was burning him from in the inside. He was swimming in tears and rolling in the dust as he constantly cried, quote, "Where are you? Sri Swarup Damodar, Sri Rupa, and Sri Sanatan," end quote. He was repeating these three names because they are a treasure for all Gaudiya Vaishnavas. In Narottam Das Thakur's Bhajana Lalasamai Pratana from Sri Partana 4, he also sings, "Rupa Raghunath Pade Haibi Akuti," quote, "When will I be so eager to understand the words of Rupa and Raghunath, so that by their virtue, the treasure of love for Radha and Krishna, and the understanding of this love will awaken in me," end quote. In fact, even ordinary love is very difficult to understand. Pushkin, a great authority in mundane love, used to speak about it. Even with ordinary love, it is impossible to understand how it appears and disappears, or what causes and destroys it. What can be said, then, of understanding the love between Radha and Krishna? But at the same time, such an understanding is our goal. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared on earth and has made that love possible and achievable. Of course, sometimes the goal seems very lofty and almost unreachable. Nevertheless, it is achievable. Therefore, this third verse tells us that after we have cleared pride from our mind, we should meditate on Sri Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis, because it is only through them that we can understand the pastimes of Radha and Krishna and truly understand the meaning of the holy name. In itself, the holy name contains a powerful impetus for change. We hear the holy name. We hear that the holy name is God himself, and we realize that we can no longer live as we lived before. There are books, like the Bhagavad Gita, there are teachings and words that carry this impetus in themselves. I must not live like this anymore. I must transform my life. Sometimes people get this feeling of needing to change at the first sound of the holy name, perhaps seeing devotees on Harinam. Sometimes people underestimate the holy name as a form of spiritual practice and preaching because they do not understand what it is. I was once told a story about Harinam on the Arbat in Moscow. A girl came up and stood in the crowd, then suddenly started sobbing after hearing the sound of the holy name. She began clapping her hands, tapping her foot, and singing along. When the Harinam moved on, she followed behind, as if spellbound, sang along with devotees. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. She walked and walked, and she came with them to the temple. In a couple of hours, she was dressed in a sari, with beads in hand. It is Rupa Goswami, along with Swarup Damodar and Sanatana Goswami, who explained this personal spiritual experience to us and gave it a particular form. There is a story about the moment Rupa Goswami became Rupa Goswami. We chant this mantra, Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Shtapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. It says that Sri Rupa Goswami has entered the mind of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and by special mercy, he could understand what was going on in Lord Chaitanya's heart. It was at a Rath Yatra, and year after year during Rath Yatra, the same thing happened over and over again that nobody could understand. When the devotees pulled the chariot of Lord Jagannath, Lord Chaitanya danced in front of that chariot, repeating strange words. Saita Parana Nata Painu Yaha Lagi Madana Dahane Jugigenu. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 155. Over and over he said again, I have gotten the Lord of my life, for whom I was burning in the fire of lusty desires, end quote. Madan Dahani means the fire of passion. The devotees could not understand why he was saying this verse. After that, Lord Chaitanya would repeat a Sanskrit verse from the romantic collection of 100 verses by the poet Sri Amaru. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would repeat this verse over and over again. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 158. Yakomara hara saeva evaras taeva chaitra kshapas te konmilita malati Shurabhaya prodai kama banila sa chaivasmi tapapi tatra sarata vyapada lila beto reva rodasi vitasi tarutale cheta samukantate. He was saying that the same young man who stole my heart in my youth has come back to me, and these are the same moonlit nights in the month of Chaitra. The month of Chaitra is a very hot month, and at night, when the full moon is shining and there's a cool breeze, people become peaceful. In this verse, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was saying that he can smell that same fragrance of malati flowers. He mentions fragrance here deliberately because smell has a special potency. It is able to carry us back to a situation that we have almost forgotten. Suddenly, smelling a particular fragrance, we're transported to where we were once, even if the situation only existed on our mind. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, quote, "It is the same smell that was there once in my youth, and the young man that stole my heart then is back again. The same breeze is blowing, and the same fragrance of malati flowers is wafting from the Kadamba forest. And I am the same too. Nevertheless, I'm unhappy, and I want to go back again to the place of our first meeting on the bank of the Reva, under a Dasi tree." End quote. Everyone honored and respected Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but no one could understand what he was saying, except for Swarup Damodar, who was admitted into the depths of his heart. He was the first to write in his memoirs who Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is. Sometime later, during Rath Yatra, Rupa Goswami was there and heard this verse. When he heard it, he returned home and wrote another verse on a palm leaf, his handwriting as even and beautiful as a string of pearls. He attached the palm leaf to the roof of his hut and then went to bathe in the ocean. Meanwhile, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to see him, but found no one. He went to the hut and saw the verse attached to the roof. When he read it, his hairs stood on end, and a shiver of ecstasy ran over his skin. He wondered, quote, "How does he know what is going on in my heart? Swarup Damodar knows because I have told him. He spends his sleepless nights with me, but Rupa Goswami has just come to Puri, so how does he know everything?" End quote. He grabbed the leaf in ecstasy, embracing Rupa Goswami, who had returned from his bath. Then Mahaprabhu ran to Swarup Damodar, told him the story about the verse, and asked him, quote, "Swarup, how does Rupa know what is going on in my mind?" End quote. Commenting on this story, Srila Prabhupada said that once he had a similar personal story. He had written an offering to his spiritual master in the form of a poem. When Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur read it, he was so pleased that he called his closest companions and servants and had them read this offering again and again, explaining to them that his intention had been understood. Srila Prabhupada asks, quote, "I wonder how I could have understood his intention." End quote. It is the same question that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Swarup Damodar, quote, "I wonder how he could have understood my mind," end quote. Swarup Damodar replied, quote, "He could understand only because he had received your mercy. He could not have understood it in any other way," end quote. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu confirmed this, saying, quote, "I was so pleased with Rupa Goswami that when I embraced him near Siddha Bakula in Jagannath Puri after reading this verse, I invested him with all the Shakti needed for preaching bhakti and revealing the nature of bhakti to everyone else." End quote. We see that Rupa Goswami understood everything by mercy, although certainly he already had Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. The Lord further invested his spiritual Shakti, or energy, into Rupa Goswami so that he could explain it to us. After saying that Rupa Goswami understood his heart, Mahaprabhu instructed, quote, "Now, Swarup Damodar, go and explain everything to him," end quote. He already understood everything. He had written that verse because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had invested him with his Shakti. Nevertheless, even if we have understood everything and our hearts are overflowing with love of God, we should go to our spiritual master and hear him explain to us even what we have already understood. We should do this because the spiritual master will explain what we have learned or felt in our hearts to us on the level of rational understanding. Our intuitive perception can then remain and be established in our hearts. This is a very important point that we must understand. It is the example Rupa Goswami set for all of us. This is the contribution of our sampradaya that we cannot find elsewhere. Rupa Goswami has explained bhakti as rasa. In order to understand what spiritual rasa is, let us first understand what rasa is in the worldly sense. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was repeating a verse from a mundane rasa shastra, a verse that is an example of worldly love. But Mahaprabhu has explained that bhakti in the highest sense must ultimately lead to rasa. There are two fundamental concepts, bhava and rasa. Rasa is the transformation of bhava. Bhava is an emotion. Let us first examine bhava and rasa, not in the spiritual sense, in terms of our philosophy, but in the worldly sense so we can all relate to it. Bhava is the emotion that a person experiences, such as an actor, a poet, or a writer. The actor who is expressing an emotion on the stage, or a writer who is expressing it in the words of his poems, is expressing bhava. This bhava can be expressed even in a gesture. Worldly rasa is the result of transformation of worldly bhava. Bhava is what is expressed. A writer, a poet, or an actor reflects or represents their emotions. Someone has experienced some feeling, and I, as the reader or observer, feel the same, but as a reflection. This reflected feeling has no relation to myself. I have not been in that situation, yet I still feel this emotion. And the aesthetic sense of perception of another's emotion is called rasa. It's very important for us to understand these two terms so that we are able to comprehend in what way spiritual bhava and spiritual rasa correlate with each other. Material rasa is a product of transformation or purification of another person's bhava. Someone is experiencing some emotion or feeling, and we might have also felt them in a more coarse state. Those who listened to the Beatles were just going crazy because of what was going on in their hearts. The Beatles themselves were not going crazy. They just expressed some feelings in their songs. The hair of those who heard them was standing on end. Tears were streaming from their eyes, and they were rolling on the floor. The fans were dying to go and tear their idols to shreds for souvenirs because they were able to awaken in their hearts feelings that no one else could awaken. This is how worldly rasa functions and how powerful it is. In Vedic culture, beginning with Bharat Muni, this theory of rasa was developed. Vedic philosophers possessed an amazing, unique ability to classify every possible condition. Vedic literature and culture describes how feelings arise even on the mundane level, what they consist of, what the stimulus of emotion is, and how all this takes place so that this emotion can be reproduced. This science of rasa is Rupa Goswami's contribution. He has described, demonstrated, and explained that bhakti should turn into the sublime spiritual motion of love for Krishna, not just into service to Krishna. At the first level, we serve Krishna using our senses. We're trying to serve the Lord of the senses using our own senses in order for them to be purified. At a higher level, we serve not with our senses, but with our emotions. In fact, what is embodied in Śrīmad Bhagavatam is the picture of the spiritual world, which cannot be found anywhere else. If someone tries to draw some image, it will be a picture of perceptions or states. Suppose we're shown advertisements of the spiritual world. It would still be a picture of perception. Yes, it is a beautiful sight that you can keep looking at for 40 years, but there is something lacking. It is a static image where a person is describing as a kind of motionless being who is staring at that sight and enjoying it. But the inner experience is missing. Śrīmad Bhagavatam's descriptions of the spiritual world are unique and not found in any other scripture. Srimad Bhagavatam describes a dynamic account of a constantly expanding love experienced by the Bhakta and Bhagavan, and the reciprocation of that love. This love swelling in the heart of the Bhakta is reflected in the heart of God, and because of the happiness he feels from his Bhakta's love, it starts to be reflected in the heart of the devotee and becomes even greater. Is an autocoletical reaction that takes place between them, the reaction of love. This is a spiritual picture that Srimad Bhagavatam describes, and there is no question of time whatsoever, because when it is experienced, time is unnoticed. When someone says that he can look at the same picture for 40 years, it means that he is aware that time is passing by. One thing that distinguishes rasa from the worldly rasa is that there is no question of time. You can love eternally because you are never bored with love. It is ever fresh and always burning in your heart. It is always reflected in a new way and always brings new surprises. Those who enter into these pastimes of Krishna and Vrindavan and due to their sadhana gain access to these pastimes see new pastimes that no one else has described. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur describes pastimes that are not found anywhere else, neither in Srimad Bhagavatam nor in any other Purana. They have been, and they still are, there still are by those who by entering these pastimes can see them. Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami were in these pastimes, or in this rasa. There's another aspect of rasa that we should now understand. The characteristic of worldly rasa is that rasa, or the aesthetic bliss, is pleasing even when the emotion someone feels is so-called negative. It is an amazing law of rasa. In tragedies like Hamlet, for example, the Western scholars try to give some explanation to the emotions felt. They introduced the concept of catharsis when a person going through a tragedy feels purification of the heart. In fact, this understanding of catharsis is the dawn of the understanding of rasa, or the aesthetic sense. So, the characteristic of rasa is that even if the emotion is negative, it still makes us blissful. I feel grief together with the characters of the play or the singer who sings about how his girlfriend left him, but that grief makes me feel bliss. Now, the difference between that material rasa and spiritual bhakti as rasa, Rupa Goswami describes bhakti as rasa, taught by Swarup Damodar Goswami, is that with the spiritual master, we are not talking about a spectacle. We are not the spectators of the relationship between Krishna and his devotee. We enter these relationships and we feel these emotions, and these emotions are called rasa because the object of my emotions is rasa itself. Tatatriya Upanishad 271 defines God as rasosavai, or vaisa. He is rasa, or pure emotion. Krishna is rasa, and rasa is impossible to be translated in any way or by any words. It is not just taste or emotion or anything else. Rasa is rasa. Rasa is a special state that we must clearly understand. Krishna is a fountain of rasa. He is Akila Rasamrita Murti. He is the infinite source of all kinds of rasas and all kinds of relationships. He is constantly inviting us to love, and Krishna becomes the object of our love. The love that we feel at some point turns into rasa. In its early stage, it is called bhava, or simply a feeling, but when the relationship becomes real, when Krishna becomes the real object of our love, it transforms into rasa. Spiritual rasa is always beautiful and always blissful for one simple reason. Even in worldly relationships, when we experience love in the material world, that love is always fraught with either fear or other negative emotions because the object of our love is material and the relationship can hurt. In the material world, love is always defiled. Srila Prabhupada said that the purest manifestation of love in the material world is a mother's love for her child. But in the material world, love is not always blissful because the child is not always blissful. When the child is suffering, the mother suffers even more than her child. Therefore, material love always contains this duality between love and suffering. But when we love Krishna, he feels happiness. Krishna is always happy, even when he is crying and saying, quote, "Why have you abandoned me?" End quote. He is happy all the same. Therefore, when we love him, our love is always blissful. Krishna is always rasa. He himself is rasa. Like the nature of rasa, the nature of the ascetic sense is always bliss. Krishna is rasa, raso vaisa. He is the pure sense of eternal bliss. And when we fall in love with him, our feeling is always blissful. Only love for Krishna can make a person truly happy, and this love is attainable thanks to Rupa Goswami. We must understand literally that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave us prema. For example, if a piece of wood fell into the Ganges, it would end up sooner or later in the ocean, even if for some time it became stranded on the bank thinking, quote, "How nice that it was when I was floating in the Ganges, but for the time being I will take some rest on the bank," end quote. Sometimes people think, quote, "I've had enough of devotional service. That's it for this lifetime," end quote. But Lord Chaitanya has already given prema to all of us, like it or not. And sooner or later, the Ganges will burst the banks and that piece of wood will be carried into the ocean. The piece of wood may shout again, quote, "Enough, enough, I want to get to the shore again and dry out a little bit," end quote. And the Ganga will say, quote, "If you lie down a bit, you can, if you want," end quote. But then it will rise again, and sooner or later that wood will carry that wood to the ocean. From the very beginning, by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we were given that prema. Sooner or later, we will get it in full if we do what Rupa Goswami has explained to us. If we follow this path, we'll eventually reach the ocean of this rasa. Krishna will then appear right before us. At that moment, our emotion or bhava will develop into rasa and will become prema, because rasa is a synonym of prema. The combination of these rasas turns into this feeling and this emotion. It was Rupa Goswami who explained to us how to cultivate emotions. Sadhana bhakti means that we imitate those who have love. They do everything that we do. We do everything that they do. But we do everything that they do in order to become like them, so that ultimately love awakens in our hearts. Rupa Goswami has given us this roadmap to the realm of spiritual emotions, which will turn into pure spiritual rasa, into pure spiritual love. Rupa Goswami made use of the word rasa, made use of the worldly rasa theory, the theory of ascetic bliss or ascetic pleasure that a person experiences contemplating some display of emotions. He made use of this structure to explain the mystical experience of bhakti. He did not give a new definition of bhakti. Bhakti is bhakti, and bhakti always has the same nature as rasa. Krishna is Krishna, and Krishna is always rasa. In Tattattriya Upanishad 271 has declared since time immemorial, Raso Vaisa, Krishna is pure rasa, pure bliss. Rupa Goswami made use of this structure to explain to us in a way that we can approach the pure original rasa, the Adi rasa, that is Krishna, as quickly as possible. Rupa Goswami developed this structure so that we could attain this experience in the right way. There are people who, inspired by Lord Chaitanya's example of extraordinary ecstatic love for Krishna, try to imitate him. Of course, that is one way to experience it, by throwing yourself into some kind of artificial emotional state. Just go and start rolling on the floor and rub your eyes with an onion. But that would be damba, a manifestation of deception or pride, as discussed earlier in reference to the first verse of Mana Shiksha. We need a genuine experience, and Rupa Goswami has given us the structure through which we can attain pure, true experience. Soon after Lord Chaitanya's departure, the tantrics who dressed in Vaishnava attire, the Sahajya sects, were trying to transfer their tantric experience into the sphere of love of God. We have seen how easy it is to stumble in this very delicate, subtle sphere of spiritual experience and misinterpret our emotions. An example of this is the direct associates of Lord Chaitanya. In Orissa, now Odisha, where Lord Chaitanya resided in Puri, there were several devotees who were close to him. They are still the object of worship in Odisha, and are the so-called Panchashakis, are the 5 closest friends. If you go to Odisha, the cult of these Panchashakis is very prominent in Jagannath Puri. From our point of view, these 5 people were sahajas of the lower sort. We do not hold them in high regard, although these people saw Lord Chaitanya and touched him. They saw the tears streaming from his eyes, but they did not understand. They deviated, and their experience turned into a cheap imitation that we, as Orthodox Vaishnavas, see as a pitiful imitation. The difference between them and us consists only of one thing, that we follow in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami described the yoga of emotions as a science. What is very important for us to understand is that although we strive for the manifestation of absolute, spontaneous, unrestrained love, in order to attain it, we must submit to a strict discipline. We follow the path of yoga based on discipline and on a most profound rational philosophy, the philosophy describing the mystic experiences in categories of reason. This is the watershed that runs between the so-called mainstream of our movement of Lord Chaitanya and the various sects which are still appearing nowadays. Do not think that ISKCON will be an exception to the rule that many other religious movements have been sprawling sects, but will remain absolutely united and non-sectarian. Sects are appearing, as they have always have done, along with the charismatic leaders, prophets, and, quote, avatars, end quote. Even in ISKCON, Rupa Goswami has come to prevent us from making this mistake. So, it is imperative that we follow in his footsteps. When Raghunath Das Goswami says, Sarupam Shirupam Sahaganan Ihatasyagrajam Api, Saganam means, quote, all associates or followers of Shrarup and Sri Rupa, end quote. We must remember not only Rupa Goswami, but also any follower of Lord Chaitanya who strictly follows in his footsteps. Saganan iha tasyagrajamapi is about all the devotees who are in one way or other connected with Lord Chaitanya, starting with Swarup Damodar, Srila Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and their close associates. Raghunath Das Goswami emphasizes that remembering them is the condition for attaining love, and there is no other way to obtain love except through them and by remembering them. In the history of our Sampradaya, there was an important event held in Keturi, which was the first Gaur Purnim celebration personally organized by Janava Mata, Lord Nityananda's wife. Narottam Das, Shyamananda Prabhu, Srinivasacharya, who had come from Vrindavan to Bengal with the books written by the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, also attended. The purpose of this festival was, above all, to establish the doctrine developed by Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami in Vrindavan and bring it to Bengal, which at that time was flooded by a huge number of Vaishnavas who followed various practices in various forms. The event took place approximately 40 or 50 years after Lord Chaitanya's departure, and by that time, those who knew him personally had started to leave this world. As it happened, those who were inspired by his personality had become confused and began to speculate. The movement, as a result, began to disintegrate into small sects because there was no single strict doctrine. The Goswamis of Vrindavan created this doctrine, but it also had to be established. This act of establishment took place in Keturi. The exact date of this festival is unknown, but what is known, without doubt, is that during the festival, Lord Chaitanya personally returned and danced with Lord Nityananda. During the kirtan, the devotees suddenly saw that Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda were dancing with them. In this way, they sanctified the festival and approved of everything that took place there. During this celebration, Narottam Das Thakur was the chief kirtanier. The wife of Lord Nityananda herself presided over it. Srinivasacharya, along with his disciples, helped coordinate the event. Narottam Das Thakur's stepbrother, who was the king of Katuri, personally built accommodation for all the visiting Vaishnavas who came from all over Bengal, and he also assisted with the organization. Janava Mata was the Acharya and is credited with the fact that she united the movement of Lord Chaitanya, which had started to fall apart, channeling it again into a single direction. She had previously gone to Vrindavan, where she studied from Jiva Goswami personally the full conclusion of the Gaudiya Vaishnava doctrine. Thanks to Janava Mata's extraordinary energy and influence, she had thousands and thousands of disciples. She gathered all the Vaishnavas in Katuri. Thousands of people came and danced and sang, officially, quote, following in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami, end quote. As a result of the Katari festival, it was recognized that the immediate associates of Lord Chaitanya directly received his mercy, which they then transmitted. In the wake of the festival at Katuri, Narottam Das Thakur wrote a famous song, Gaurangera Sangi Gane Nityasiddha Korimani Shravana Shri Gora Mahima. He says that one must consider all of Lord Chaitanya's associates to be Nityasiddhas, and through these Nityasiddhas, we are given the opportunity to return to the spiritual world. It was then that the tradition of remembering the names of Vaishnavas originated. In another of his songs, Narottam Das Thakur mentions several times that it is the dust of the Vaishnava's feet in which he bathes. He writes, quote, chanting the names of Vaishnavas is a source of my happiness, end quote. He writes that when he hears the names of Vaishnavas, he's overwhelmed with ecstasy. The Vaishnavas' names in our tradition are called pratasmaraniyam, that which must be remembered in the morning. In other words, when we rise early in the morning, we must remember the names of the devotees of the Lord. We must remember Srupam, Srirupam, Sahaganam, Iha, Tasyagrajamapi. We must remember Raghunath Das Goswami, Lokanath Das, Narottam, Shyamananda, and Srinivasacharya. We must remember them all. Imagine having woken up early in the morning and the first thing we think of is not of the terrible dreams we were having, not the stomachache, not anything else, but Vaishnavanam, Sri Rupa. When we wake up each morning, we can say, Swarupam, Sri Rupam, Sahaganam, Iha Tasyagrajamapi. Raghunath Das Goswami says here that remembering the names of Vaishnavas is the condition for attaining love of God. When we remember the devotees, attachment to Krishna appears in us by itself because Vaishnavas are eternally linked with God. Now, let us return to rasa and the theory of rasa and how the mystical experience of rasa comes. Rupa Goswami gives a definition of a sadhaka in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 2.1.276 in terms of the elements of rasa or mystical experience. He says that there are two kinds of rasa, or two kinds of devotees. Siddhas, devotees who have attained perfection, and sadhakas. Upanarataya samyam nirvigyan nyam apagata Krishna sakshat krito yoga sadhaka parikirtita. Sadhaka parikirtita. A person is praised as a sadhaka if utpanarataka samyak. If he has fully awakened his love for Krishna. Samyak means completely. Naivigram anupagata. But there are still some obstacles on his way. Vignyam, they're not yet fully destroyed. Krishna sakshat krito yoga. But still he is yogya. Yoga means worthy. Krishna sakshat krito, to directly see Krishna. Such a person is called a sadhaka. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that the Sarup Lakshana, essential definition, the essence of sadhana is Shravanam Kirtanam. Shravanadi, everything we do is inspired by hearing, and everything that is triggered by our hearing about Krishna is sadhana. Now, he says that tatastha lakshana, secondary characteristic of sadhana, is that it gives prema. Why is the main feature of sadhana Shravana Kirtanam, the secondary characteristic is that it gives prema? It is the main feature because the essence of sadhana is to hear and glorify Krishna. Why prema or attainment of prema is the secondary feature of sadhana is because it sometimes gives prema and sometimes it does not at that stage. Rupa Goswami explains that as we perform sadhana, as we chant the holy names, we hear and preach. When we tell others about Krishna, when we sing the holy names loudly, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, our bhava or attachment to Krishna gradually deepens. The essence of our practice is that the attachment that dawned at the very first moment of our start of devotional service in the form of Shraddha, faith, completely transformed our lives. The word Shraddha in Sanskrit comes from the word Shrad, which means truth. It is said that one of the functions of the intellect, or buddhi, our buddhi, is the ability to recognize truth. In the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam 3.26.30, Kapila Dev says that intelligence has a function called śikṣā. Śikṣā means at a certain point, I recognize the truth, but not by any logical process. I understand. This is truth. Obtaining Shraddha is when suddenly the veil is removed from our eyes. We realize that there is God. We need no evidence whatsoever. We suddenly understand that He exists because it just cannot be otherwise. Faith is precisely this feeling. It is not because there is some logical chain that has led me to this understanding or because somebody has told me something, but because it cannot be otherwise. I can recognize God. I can see His truth inside. I fully recognize God by my intelligence, or buddhi. When we obtain Shraddha, we are overwhelmed by an extraordinary exaltation that sometimes lasts for years. Recently, someone told me, saying, quote, I've been chanting Hare Krishna for 2 years, and it seems that the Utsaha Mayi, the first ecstasy, is not over yet. When will it be over? End quote. If a person tries to avoid offenses and serve the Vaishnavas, this ecstasy or euphoria can last infinitely and will ultimately lead us all the way to prema. The entire path from the very beginning to the end is infused with ecstasy, and we obtain a taste of this experience of ecstasy at the level of Shraddha. As we practice Shravanam and Kirtanam, we must develop this ecstasy, this bhava toward Krishna. I received another letter that said, quote, when I meet the devotees, I become happy. I try to understand why I became happy, end quote. This is the way the mind works. The intellect understands something, and then the mind starts interpreting it and asking why, how, and what is happening. The letter continued, and at a certain point I realized that I have suddenly found the meaning of my existence, that previously everything was pointless. This ecstasy comes because of the fact that God is in our lives. He loves us, that He is a personality that wants our love and nothing else. He's not some evil despot who sends everyone to hell if they do not love Him. This ecstasy can and must last and deepen in the course of our sadhana. Everything we do is only for the purpose of deepening this ecstasy. When this ecstasy reaches the stage of attachment, ashakti, or the stage of bhava, it is called sthāyi bhava, and it becomes permanent. At the level of bhajana kriya, this ecstasy is sporadic. It is like a sinusoid, a curve having the form of a sine wave, and is now here, the next moment is gone. Moreover, most of this sinusoid is below zero. Sometimes the sinusoid, some wave elevates us somewhere, then again, bang. This is called anishta bhajana kriya, or when we have no stability. When we reach stability, our bhakti is somewhere on the zero mark in the form of a flat line. If it is a smooth zero bhakti, and And now and then, small explosions of ecstasy overwhelm us, and again, there is a flat line where we feel good, calm, and pure. At the level of ruchi, the ecstasy gets stronger, and we slightly rise above zero. But at the level of bhava, or emotion, love for Krishna, the ecstasy becomes a permanent sthāyi bhava. Rupa Goswami explains how sthāyi bhava becomes manifest externally. Sthāyi bhava means permanent bhava, or permanent love for Krishna, and is the main component of rasa. At the level of bhava, there is, nevertheless, things to help this ecstasy manifest itself externally. One of the elements of rasa, when sthāyi bhava turns into rasa, is vibhava. Rupa Goswami explains that vibhava consists of three things: Vishaya alambana, Ashraya alambana, and Udipana. It is sometimes said that Krishna is Udipana. Sometimes it is said that Krishna is Vishaya alambana, and sometimes that Krishna is Ashraya alambana. It is also sometimes said that the devotees are Udipana, sometimes Ashraya alambana, and sometimes that the devotees are Vishaya alambana. However, Rupa Goswami means a very simple thing. Ashraya means one with whom love rests. Vishaya means object of love, and Udipana means stimulus of love, something that reminds us of Krishna. When we hear about Krishna or see a picture of him as the object of love, or we hear a description of Krishna as the object of love, as the Vishaya, the one who is loved, then love, or rasa, can awaken in us. When we hear how a devotee loves Ashraya Lambana, the one who carries love within, then rasa can be awakened in us too. When we hear of some things associated with Krishna, they are incentives or udipanas that awaken love or the experience of rasa. When Rupa Goswami says that there are two kinds of love carriers who are capable of generating the experience of rasa in our hearts, he means that a love carrier can be either a siddha or a sadhaka. We can either hear about how Lalita and Vishaka and Rupa Manjari associate with Krishna, or we can listen about how a sadhaka associates with Krishna. By listening about the sadhaka, we begin to experience rasa. When we hear how the sadhaka loves Krishna, rasa is awakened in our hearts. Therefore, Rupa Goswami says that a sadhaka has already reached the level where his love for Krishna has become fully manifest and he is eligible to directly associate with Krishna. However, at the same time, there is some obstacle in his way. When we hear about how he overcomes those obstacles on his way to Krishna, rasa appears in us. Our love for Krishna, our sthāyi bhava, the dormant love for Krishna, starts manifesting itself. When we see what a devotee does out of love for Krishna, a devotee who has reached the highest level of attachment and who is ready to see Krishna, how he or she is overcoming the obstacles standing in his way, ready to sacrifice everything. When we remember this, attachment to Krishna or the experience of rasa comes to us. We thus understand another meaning of this verse when Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "Remember clearly, Rupa Goswami," end quote. Because who is Rupa Goswami? He is a siddha or a sadhaka. He is a siddha playing the role of a sadhaka. He is a sadhaka avesh in the body of a sadhaka. He runs around Vrindavan and cries, "Hey Radhe Vraja Devi ke chalalite, hey Nanda Suno Kuta." Satsad Goswami Astakam verse 8. Where are you? I cannot see you. We think of Sanatana Goswami and we think of the obstacles he had to overcome in order to come to Lord Chaitanya. Of Lord Chaitanya seeing him and his expensive chadar, and the Lord telling him, quote, give away this expensive blanket, end quote, and how he nearly got killed in an inn by the owner, and how Hussain Shah sent him to prison. We read about this and see how love manifests itself in the pure devotees. When Rupa Goswami explains Ashraya Alambana, he explains how a pure devotee loves Krishna and how he responds to him. Srila Prabhupada's love for Krishna manifested in his renunciation of everything, including his wife, and going out to preach. In fact, that he carried out the order of his spiritual master in his heart throughout his life, and that the order of his spiritual master was the thread upon which Srila Prabhupada's entire life was strung. That was the manifestation of his love for Krishna. What should happen in our hearts when this inspires us? Love for Krishna should come. An experience of rasa should appear. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, "O mind, if you want to attain attachment to Krishna, then constantly remember," end quote. He says to remember the sadhaka devotees who have spent all their lives in Vrindavan and who are willing to go there through anything for the quest of God. And remember Sri Rupa, Sarup, and Sanatana Goswami, who have given up everything in order to come to God, and all the other devotees who can generate in our hearts that same attachment and cause tears to come to our eyes. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Raghunath Das Goswami gets even more detailed in verse 3 about whom this book is meant for, namely those who follow Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswamis. In Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 1920, we read about Rupa Goswami. Ya prag eva priya guna ganair gadabadho pi mukto geha dyasad rasa eva paro murta eva pi amurta premalapayar dridhatara parishvanga ragai parage tam shirupam samam upane menanu jagraha deva. From the very beginning, Srila Rupa Goswami was deeply attracted by the transcendental qualities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus, he was permanently relieved from family life. Srila Rupa Goswami and his younger brother Vallabha were blessed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Although the Lord was transcendentally situated in his transcendental eternal form, at Prayag, he told Rupa Goswami about transcendental ecstatic love of Krishna. The Lord then embraced him very fondly and bestowed all his mercy upon him. Swarup Damodar Goswami's mood and position is explained in Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi-lila Chapter 4, text 105 as follows. Swarupa Goswami Prabhura Ati Antaranga. Quote, Swarup Goswami is the most intimate associate of Lord Chaitanya, end quote. In text 109, it is stated, Ratne Pralapa Kare Surupera Kanta Dari Avesha Apana Bhava Kayahe Ugdadhi, indicating that Lord Chaitanya spoke to Swarup Damodar in the evenings about his most ecstatic and esoteric feelings. Then, Yabehi Bhava ute pahura antara se giti soke sukadena Damodar, text 110, he explains that Swarup Damodar would reciprocate by singing songs or verses in the same mood. The fact that only he knows the deep conclusion of rasa, and anyone who says that they also know certainly learned from him, is given here. Atyanga nigoda era sera siddhanta Swarup Goswami matra janena aikanta yabikena keha Anya jane seho tana haita Chaitanya Gosanira teha anyanta marma yate 111 through 112. Our following of Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami is not just theoretical, in terms of intellectually accepting their philosophical conclusions, nor does following them in the context of mana śikṣā imply merely external adherence to the practices of bhakti under scriptural rules. Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. Raghunath Das Goswami's use of sarangam in verse 3 indicates that the intended audience for these verses is a practitioner of bhakti for whom a particular individual emotion of love toward Krishna has awakened. Such a person is on the path of loving attachment as a raganuga sadhaka. Only such a person can fully use mana śikṣā as a guidebook. Moreover, mana śikṣā is not forbidden to others, and it's not a description of intimate leelas. Therefore, those whose inner spiritual discipline has not yet awakened can certainly apply many of the principles Das Goswami gives, as well as gain some understanding of their goal. Among the society of devotees of Krishna, We often find 3 common misconceptions about Raganuga sadhana bhakti. The first is that all persons on this path will share the same specific mood as Rupa Goswami, namely being a Manjari Gopi assistant to Srimati Radharani. The second misconception is that an awakening of one's inner eternal mood can only occur at a state of perfection or complete purity at prema or bhava. The third is regarding the way in which a person comes to understand his or her particular inner mood. Regarding the first misconception, Bhaktivinoda quotes Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.292 in his commentary to verse 3. In Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 22.155, Srila Prabhupada translates this verse as follows. Quote, when an advanced, realized devotee hears about the affairs of the devotees of Vrindavan in the mellows of Shantadasya, Shakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya, he becomes inclined in one of these ways, and his intelligence becomes attracted. Indeed, he begins to covet that particular type of devotion. When such covetousness is awakened, one's intelligence no longer depends on the instructions of Shastra, revealed scripture, or on logic and argument. A practitioner will naturally feel attracted to one of the 5 primary relationships with Krishna: servant, friend, parent, superior, or amorous. Undoubtedly, the instructions in Manashika lean towards those who awaken a desire to serve as Radha's Manjari Gopis, perhaps including those whose mood is as Radha's Shaki Gopis. Readers whose inner mood is different will use Raghunath Das Goswami's instructions as a template for their own mood. Regarding a second misconception, a simple look at Sanskrit should dispel it. The person practicing Raganuga sadhana bhakti must be a sadhaka. These terms directly tell us that the path of Raganuga starts before attaining the sadhya or goals of prema and bhava. In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.292 and 3, both of which Bhaktivinoda Thakur quote in his commentary on the third verse, Raganuga and Vaidhi Bhakti are contrasted. In the former, reliance on scriptural rules for impetus diminishes as soon as a practitioner has general attraction for a particular mood of love. In the latter, reliance on the scriptural rules for impetus continues until the stage of bhava. Clearly, Raganuga sadhana bhakti starts before bhava. Additional evidence is that here in Mana Shiksha, after verse 3 with the word raga, there are 4 verses, 4 through 7, where the practitioner gets free from a number of progressively subtle forms of contamination. Also, those on the path of Raganuga are enjoined to engage in ever-increasing meditation in terms of scope and concentration, as explained in Bhaktivinoda's commentary to verse 11. Someone may argue that particularly Srila Prabhupada and Srila Bhakti Siddhanta warned that the awakening of one's eternal specific position happens only to those who are liberated. It is true that both of these acharyas have made strong statements to that effect, but at the same time, both of them, following Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswamis, persistently present Raganuga as a sadhana done by sadhakas. Therefore, the purity that is almost always is necessary for awakening is not absolute. In this connection, Srila Prabhupada defines a stage for the eligibility of Raganuga sadhana in Nectar of Devotion, Chapter 16, quote, in following the regular principles of devotional service, there is a stage called anartha nivritti, which means the disappearance of all material contamination, end quote. Anartha nivritti is a stage in the middle of practice. It is not a stage of perfection. From the point of view of a gross materialist, such persons are liberated and free from all material desires. From the point of view of the eternally perfected Ragatmika Bhaktas, such persons are in a gradual process of awakening and still harbor some subtle anarthas. Therefore, in the same chapter of Nectar Devotion, Srila Prabhupada writes of the Raganuga sadhakas, quote, by spontaneous nature, they become attracted to some of the eternal devotees, such as Nanda and Yashoda, and they try to follow in their footsteps spontaneously. There is a gradual development of the ambition to become like a particular devotee, and this activity is called Raganuga, end quote. We note the word gradual in Prabhupada's statement. The third misconception concerns how a person comes to know what is is his or her internal inclination. The following verse from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 122 gives an indication. Kriti sadhya bhavet sadhya bhavasa sadhana bida nitya siddhasya bhavasya prakatyam hridi sadhyata. Each of us already has an eternal individual relationship with Krishna and his eternal associates. That relationship is of the nature of desire and emotion much more than intellect. Therefore, it is the desire and emotion that must awaken. That awakening is natural, spontaneous, and due to mercy. It may happen while hearing or reading Krishna's Leela, as Srila Prabhupada explains in his purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Leela 434, quote, special, natural appreciation of the descriptions of a particular pastime of Godhead indicates the constitutional position of the living entity, end quote. It may happen while chanting in kirtan or japa. It may happen while serving the deity. There is no absolute formula, and each individual is different. For everyone, however, an authentic experience will be undeniable and persistent. An authentic awakening is also always within the boundaries of Sadhu Shastra Guru, free from improper mixing of mellows. Furthermore, the person who has an authentic awakening feels unqualified for such realization. The irony is that those who feel qualified are thus disqualified. Regarding inauthentic attempts to awaken one's identity, no one should intellectually deride after reading something in the Shastras or commentaries, quote, oh, I think I would like to be such and such, end quote, and then take such a decision as something serious. No. Nor can one person so-called assign an identity to someone else. Such assignments have no meaning, nor should anyone so-called choose an identity because of thinking a particular service to be higher and lower based on Shastric glorifications. Such apparent distinctions are not material. Everyone's inherent personality is perfect and the highest for that person. In fact, artificially assuming a spiritual identity greatly hinders the authentic identity from revealing itself. According to verses 1 through 3, those who are qualified practitioners have at least a general idea of their inherent particular disposition towards service. Full revelation awaits relinquishing the progressively deeper and more elusive hidden material attachments outlined metaphorically in the next 4 verses. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami, verse 4, with commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Asadvarta Veshya Vishrija Mati Sarvasva Harani Kata Mukti Vyagirya Nashrinu Kila Sarvatma Gilani Api Tyaktva Lakshmi Pati Ratim Ito Vyoma Nayanim Vraje Radha Krishno Swarati Mani Dao Tvam Bhajamana. O mind, abandon the prostitute of mundane talks, who plunders all intelligence. Do not listen to all the stories of the tigress named Mukti, liberation, who devours all souls. Moreover, also give up attachment to the husband of Lakshmi, Sri Narayan, who only leads one to Vaikuntha. Instead, here in Vraja, serve Sri Radha Krishna, who give one the jewel of their own love. Commentary by Shiva Ramswami. The first 3 verses are in a sense the introduction to Manaḥ śikṣā, and the following 5 verses deal with the practical methodology for advancing in spiritual life in Krishna consciousness, rising to the realm of spontaneous devotional service and appreciation of the Lord. Raghunath Das Goswami speaks in these verses about different obstacles which arise in devotional service. These obstacles are of an internal nature in terms of anarthas, external nature in terms of bad habits, and those imposed by the forest of material energy on the living entities. How are these obstacles overcome? That answer is of great importance in our achieving our particular goal and destination. verse 4 specifically relates to the gross obstacles, external obstacles, which impede the cultivation of or practice of sublime, transcendental love for Shri Radha and Krishna. We discussed in the commentary for verse 1 how Raghunath Das Goswami says, Dambam Hitva, to get rid of pride. We've already touched on some different demons and obstacles which were destroyed by Lord Krishna that relate to specific types of pride they represent in the inspiring devotee's progress in devotional service. Other related obstacles are also described by Raghunath Das Goswami. Part of our method for trying to purify these obstacles within our hearts is to remember the particular pastimes of Lord Krishna killing these demons. To read them in Krishna book is a specific means to removing these anarthas. Verse 3 deals with the question of who is eligible to achieve the perfectional stage of worshipping Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. But we may be very far away from that. So the question that arises here in verse 4 is how to achieve that eligibility. Even though we try, we see there are practical obstacles, difficulties. If we don't have guidance from acharyas, then we'll have to find out what the obstacles are by ourselves by trial and error rather than have them pointed out to us. Even if we know what they are, we may not be able to overcome them simply by our own effort. We need guidance and direction. So, Raghunath Das Goswami and Bhaktivinoda Thakur both explain in detail what these obstacles are, what their effects are, and how to remove them. In this particular verse, we will also come across the concept which is not new and should not be clarified specifically as being an anartha, but is a particular path which Gaudiya Vaishnavas do not walk down. That path is Lakshmipati Ratimito Vyomanyayinam, or service and association with Lord Narayan in the Vaikuntha planet. There are many incarnations of Godhead, many forms of the Supreme Lord, and ultimately Vaishnavas have to choose a particular deity, Ishtadev, whom they eternally serve. Raghunath Das Goswami is giving his opinion on what one's direction and aspiration has to be. Therefore, he always repeats the same thing, Vraja Radha Krishna. Throughout the book, we will always see that he mentions these three words, Vraja, Radha, and Krishna. He never simply talks about just Krishna being the goal, nor does he simply say only Radha and Krishna are the goal, but he always qualifies Radha, Krishna, in Vrindavan. So, what are the obstacles being discussed? The first is asatvarta, or living with non-devotees. Varta means living. Sat means truth. So asat means those who are against the truth. Asat means asadhu. Sadhu means pure devotees, or those who are aspiring to know the absolute truth. Asat are those who embody just the opposite. Kata, gramya kata, idle talk is the second one. Mukti, or impersonal liberation, the desire for merging into the Brahman effulgence or into the body of the Supreme Lord, or the other types of liberation, is the third one. Fourth one is Lakshmipati Ratim, love for Lord Narayan. Obviously, the first one, Asadvarta, is an obstacle. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Mahaprabhu explains the essential feature and characteristic of a Vaishnava, how to recognize a Vaishnava as Asat Sangatyaga, a Vaishnavachara. Vaishnavachara, or Vaishnava behavior, is Asat Sangatyaga. A Vaishnava rejects the association of the Asat. Let us examine the nature of this Sangha. The principle of enjoying in this material world is the characteristic of asat. They see this temporary material world as their home, and within it so many different things, which they have many plans to enjoy. When one associates with such people, one will become like them. There is one very nice verse here, which Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes in this connection from Hari Bhakti Sarodaya. Believe it or not, the quote is from Sriman Hiranyakashipu, who says to Prahlad Maharaj, quote, just as a transparent crystal takes on the colors of nearby objects, the association of a person determines one's qualities. Therefore, the intelligence takes shelter in like-minded, similarly practicing groups for the sake of bringing auspiciousness and prosperity to their group, end quote. Of course, he is talking about the high-class materialist atheists like himself, but the point is also applicable in the spiritual way. Like a crystal, whatever you hold near it automatically reflects. So, it's a very nice analogy. Association is like that. If you associate with a thief, you become a thief. If you associate with saints, you become a saint. If we associate with pseudo-spiritualists, materialists, Mayavadis, or enjoyers of sense gratification, we will certainly become influenced by them. Therefore, a devotee does not live with non-devotees, because these people encourage the acquisition of wealth and association of women, and such encouragement will simply destroy our aspiration for spiritual life. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that two things will be lost. It is stated here, Asat Varta Vishaya Vishrija Mata Sarvashva Harini. Sarvashva means treasure, and Mati refers to the heart. So, in our heart, there is a treasure. What is that treasure? It's that little desire there for advancing in spiritual life. We have a little Shraddha. We begin with a little faith, and even from the very beginning of Krishna consciousness, there is some rati, there is some love. We feel some ananda, some pleasure from practicing Krishna consciousness. There is some attachment to deity and devotees. These are very valuable things that have to be protected. But if we don't protect them, then harini, they will be stolen. How will this wealth be lost? Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that it is two things. First, one's knowledge becomes covered, and then one loses one's resolve, or in the advanced stage, one's greed, lobha. Such greed is not for material things, but is greed for achieving one's destination in spiritual life. The example in this verse is asatvarta veshya. Veshya means prostitute. The example is a prostitute apparently shows so much love and affection for some customer. She relieves him of all his money, and then he's finished. His money is gone, and the pleasure is over. It's all finished. Similarly, the association of these people relieves us of the treasure of our hard-earned devotional service. The word treasure implies something very valuable that we want to protect. Even though this treasure is in our hearts, by the wrong association, we will lose it. We should be very careful. The next thing is kata, Gramya kata. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave this instruction to Swarup Damodar. Gramya na sunibe kane, gramya varta na kahibe. The first instruction he gave is, quote, do not talk like people in general or hear what they say, end quote. And in this fourth verse of Mana Śikṣā, it is stated, kata vyagya. Raghunath Das Goswami uses the word kata with mukti, which is very interesting. They're both side by side. Kata mukti vyagrya na shrinu kila vartmana gilani. Vyagya is a tigress. All devotees know how seriously detrimental mukti is, or the desire for impersonal liberation. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Mayavadi Krishna aparadi. The Mayavadis are offenders to Lord Krishna. It is stated in Chaitanya Charitamrita that even a Mahabhagavat will fall down by associating with Mayavadis. So we all know what a horrible thing desire for impersonal liberation is, and we are trained, but we don't have a real appreciation of how serious Gramya Kata is. But here, Raghunath Das Goswami emphasizes by putting the two side by side. Kata Mukti Vyagra. Mukti is like a tigress. Tigress is a very fierce animal because she is desperate to get some food for her cubs. So tigress means a fierce animal, a relentless, ruthless animal. The male tiger is a little more laid back. He just has to feed himself, but the female also has to feed her cubs. Therefore, she doesn't spare anyone. So Mayavadi philosophy is like that. It will destroy one's devotion, even on an advanced level. But this Gramya Kata is in the same category. This talking about frivolous things, about hearing about these things. Ultimately, by this type of hearing and talking, one ends up not only talking about mundane subjects, but begins to talk unnecessarily about Vaishnavas. And the result is that one speaks and hears Vaishnava Aparad. Raghunath Das Goswami says, Na Shrinu, do not hear these things. Both the nartas are committed through the process of hearing, Mayavad philosophy and Gramya Kata. So he says, Na Shrinu Sarvatma. Sarvatma, everyone, give it up, or it will devour you. He uses Sarvatma, meaning every person. We might think, quote, oh, that's all right. It's not so dangerous for me, end quote. But Raghunath Das Goswami is saying, yes, it is. Sarvatma Glani. This tigress will devour. One should be very careful. Otherwise, the effect will be that these talks and desires will destroy our greed for devotional service. The desire for impersonal liberation or mukti is Krishna Aparad. Mayavad philosophy is offensive to Krishna. Every devotee should be familiar with the basic elements of Mayavad philosophy. They are extensively described in practically all of Srila Prabhupada's books and purports. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur emphasizes that its philosophy makes the heart very hard. In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Rupa Goswami talks about the condition of a devotee's heart. He explains that some people have hearts that are very noble, like gold. Others are considered to be soft, like shellac. And others are like honey, which is already molten. So, the condition of the heart, especially of a Vaishnava heart, should be very soft. This is practically one of the first characteristics Srila Prabhupada talks about in Bhagavad Gita, that Arjuna feels compassion because he is soft-hearted, because a Vaishnava is by nature soft-hearted. But even if a soft-hearted Vaishnava hears Mayavad philosophy, then his heart will become hard. Why? Because Mayavad philosophy is offensive, and by aparad, the heart becomes hard. Mayavad philosophy makes one callous, because there is no longer any ability for loving exchanges when everything is all kevala advaita. Everything is one. There is no lover, there's no beloved, it's all one, there is no exchange. So, one becomes very hard-hearted. The result is that a hard heart makes devotional service impossible to blossom. Some seed is there, the Bhakti Lata Bij, but it will be stunted or destroyed. Therefore, glani means devour. This Mayavad philosophy devours, just like a tigress devours some little deer or rabbit, some innocent little thing. For the next obstacle, Raghunath Das Goswami makes another very radical statement and appeal. Tyaktva, meaning you should respect. What should we respect? It is Lakshmi Pati Ratim, love for Lord Narayan. Lakshmi Pati, the husband of Lakshmi, he says that you should reject this love for Lord Narayan, iti here, Vyomanayinim, in Vaikunta. So why does he say to reject it? Is it something bad? Of course, love for Lord Narayan is not bad. However, although Lord Narayan is non-different than Lord Krishna, still, the manifestation of the qualities of the personality of Godhead are only partially revealed through Lord Narayan, only 69%. Specifically, the most important attributes of Lord Krishna, the last 4%, are his extraordinary pastimes, such as the Rasalila, his playing of the flute, his extraordinary beauty, and his unique loving exchanges with devotees. These are not present in Lord Narayan. You never see a picture of Lord Narayan playing a flute. You'll never see Lord Narayan on the lap of his mother. Any relationship with him is a formal relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, intimacy is missing, and there is an absence of the sweetness which is present in Vraja and the relationship of worshipping and serving Radha and Krishna. Those who are followers of Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradayas are generally in the mood that they do not worship Lord Narayan nor any other incarnation, plenary incarnation, or any other expansion of Lord Krishna. Simply Krishna is their goal. They have no other goal or object of their love. There are some counterexamples. For instance, Rupa Goswami's brother Anupam was a worshipper of Lord Ramchandra, and he simply could not divert his mind from Lord Ram, although both Rupa and Sanatan tried to get him to do so. A similar example is Murari Gupta. But these are rare exceptions. Gopal Bhatta Goswami and his uncle, Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, as well as their whole family, were worshippers of Lord Narayan. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu converted them into worshippers of Krishna. So, Svarati is the jewel that we want to have. Why is that? Vraje Radha Krishna Svarati Mani Dotvam Bhajamana. That we should worship Radha and Krishna. Why? Because here it is stated so nicely that there are two philanthropists who give away the jewel of pure love. Radha and Krishna are distributing this jewel. Awe and reverence for Lord Narayan is an obstacle to spontaneous, pure love for Lord Krishna, to Raganuga Bhakti, and ultimately Ragatmika Bhakti, which is the abode of the highest rasa. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains the Brahma Vimohana Leela, where Lord Brahma's bewilderment actually represents the misconception that one should favor Aishwarya or opulence over Madhurya. So by hearing this pastime, one will also become free from such a misconception. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. The mind is a storehouse of so many pollutants, and these contaminations are stirred by prajalpa, or asat varta vaishya, nonsense topics that are like prostitutes. Prostitutes pretend a loving excitement, but they are really after the man's wealth. That is their motive. They want money. They don't want the person. They don't want the relationship. So all of us devotees have a wealth, which is our inclination and determination to engage in devotional service. Then why invite a prostitute in our lives by talking prajalpa? This nonsense talk will steal our inclination and determination to serve Krishna. The type of prajalpa that is the most effective to steal our determination to engage in devotional service is to criticize others. This is the luxury prostitute, the really expensive one, because she steals everything. When we criticize devotees, or when we talk so bitterly or gossip about this one or that one's fall down, after some time we think, quote, oh, Krishna consciousness doesn't work, end quote. We feel less inclined to sit down and chant Hare Krishna. That's the negative energy prajalpa creates. What else is asatvarta or prajalpa? Bhaktivinoda Thakur says it's discussions of temporary things, while Sridhar Swami says it's a village religion. When we have close association with illicit sexual partners, or TV, or radio, films, magazines, newspapers, or mundane songs, they certainly all fill our consciousness so that we forget Krishna. But the worst prajalpa is describing the faults of others. That's the worst, because that is the most determined prostitute. I know a lot of devotees go to the movies or look at magazines and newspapers and so on. This is too much, and it pulls our consciousness down. It is very important to reduce non-devotional literature outside movies and other mundane entertainment. They leave permanent impressions in the consciousness if one is not careful. There are some movies, for example, that do explain a point in a good way, but each person knows exactly when it gets too much and one's consciousness suffers, and there is remembrance of movies instead of Vraja Bhakti. But those who've taken brahmachari vows of celibacy and renunciation should not look at mundane movies at all. But those who are in other directions may want to see if there's something that helps in understanding, and in the spirit of yukta vairagya can be used in service. But be careful. You're playing with fire, and some unfavorable impressions may enter your mind. As a result of this activity, you might remember the wrong things and not the right things. This whole verse 4 is giving a list of the wrong things that will prevent us from developing Vraja Bhakti. We need to provide the proper culture so that our plant of bhakti can grow. Mana śikṣā, or the instructions to the mind, is all about this one point, to provide the proper earth, which has the right elements in it so that our own bhakti plant can grow very nicely. Commentary by Bhaktivedanta Goswami. Attachment through mercy. Raghunath Das Goswami ends verse 4 with a similar instruction so that he has given in other verses. Vajre Radha Krishna Svarati Mani Dao Tvam Bhajamana. O mind, worship Radha and Krishna, end quote. But this time he explains why we should worship Radha and Krishna. He says, quote, Radha and Krishna give us something very important. Svarati Dao, end quote. Dao means give. They give us attachment to themselves. Svarati Dao. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains in great detail that all our problems arise from our indifference, our lack of attachment to God. Jiva Goswami also at the beginning of the Bhakti Sandarbha says, quote, all our problems begin from the fact that a person turns away from God, end quote. The majority of people fall into this category, not caring whether God exists or not. What they care about is what happens to themselves. We turn away from God, often saying, quote, I don't care whether God exists or not, end quote. We may not even be atheists, but sometimes it's better to be militant atheists, like Kamsa, Hiranyakashipu, than be merely indifferent. From reading Srimad Bhagavatam, as well as from our own life experiences, we can understand that our main problem is that we have no attachment to Krishna, and as a result, we are simply wandering unhappily in this material world. So again, in this instruction to his mind, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Raja Radha Krishna Svarati Mani Dao Tvam Bhajamana, quote, O mind, worship Radha and Krishna in Vraja, because they can give money, end quote. Money means a gem, a jewel, treasure. He says, quote, to solve all your problems, you need attachment to Radha and Krishna, end quote. This cannot be obtained by some artificial means or by force, but only bestowed upon us by mercy. Therefore, quote, worship Radha and Krishna in the hope that someday they will give you this attachment, end quote. We must understand that the path of bhakti is one of mercy. It cannot be taken by force or achieved by our own efforts, but bhakti is given to us by Krishna. Bhakti is independent and on the level of God himself. Therefore, bhakti is self-willed. God may either come to us or not. Similarly, bhakti will either come or not, but one way we can receive bhakti is by someone giving it to us. Nevertheless, it does not mean that one should not do something ourselves to get bhakti. As a rule, people have a strange attitude, thinking that either I'm doing something completely myself or this will be given to me completely by mercy. Actually, we like to say that bhakti should come by itself, by mercy, because then we can make the excuse that we don't have to do anything. An example of this attitude is the Catholic Church and its indulgences. When the Catholic Church was building a St. Peter's, it had to raise funds for it. Someone had the brilliant idea to accept donations in return for forgiving sins. It was the most brilliant technique for collecting donations that has ever been created. Accordingly, indulgences appeared. You do not have to do or believe in anything. You just had to give some money to God's work, and you'd be saved. Hence, one of the most popular religions originated in the 16th century as a result of one honest monk called Luther, who resented this trading of indulgences. When Luther saw this hypocrisy and abuse of religion, he was inwardly outraged. He hung a memorandum on the wall of a cathedral saying that a person is saved not by deeds, but by faith alone. His statement was made in an honest way and with good intentions. He wanted to stop the abuse where people were told, quote, just do something and you'll be saved, end quote. As a result, the church declared him a heretic. For the indulgence, you had to at least pay some money. Now, with Luther, you don't have to do anything. Declare, quote, I believe, end quote, and that's it. People have carried this idea of mercy to the point of absurdity. When people are told that everything comes only by God's mercy, that they just have to believe, they immediately say, quote, everything's fine with me. I've already believed and now I just wait for the mercy, end quote. But the point is that a person should wait for the mercy and simultaneously do everything they can. People cannot understand this point because they think that if I wait for mercy and rely on God, then why should I do anything else? If we are on the ocean in a fragile boat and there's a storm raging, should we just pray? We must pray and simultaneously row because God helps those who help themselves. Mercy is the source of everything, but this does not mean that we shouldn't make any effort. Mundane Topics. In this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami explains that we should act so that this precious jewel, the treasure of the attachment to Radha and Krishna, comes to us. The first most important instruction for action that he gives in this verse is Asatvarta Vishya Vishrija Mati Sarvashva Harini. The first thing a person should do is to get rid of Asadvarta Vishya Vishrija Mati Sarvashva Harini. Asat means temporary or unreal. It also means illusory, non-existent, without true substance. Thus, asat is something that does not really exist. And Varta means news. A newspaper in Sanskrit is called Varta Patrika. Patrika means a sheet where the news is shown. Asat Varta means unreal news, some things related to the material world. Vaishya means a prostitute. Asat Varta Vaishya Vishrija. His first instruction then is that in order to attain this precious treasure of attachment to God, Asat Varta Vaishya Vishrija, I must turn away and leave this prostitute or woman of easy virtue who is Asat Varta Vaishya because she steals, Harini. Such women may rob their customers when they have relaxed and fallen asleep. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, what does the unreal news of the world do to us? It robs us of spiritual intelligence. Mati Sarvasya Harini, end quote. Mati means, quote, mind, end quote. He says, Asadvarta Vishya Vishrija Mati Sarvasya Harini. If you do not give this up, it will deprive you completely of your spiritual intelligence. Actually, we need to understand how this happens, because if we do not understand, then we will sooner or later be deprived of our spiritual intelligence. We know that most prostitutes usually look attractive, and in the same way, the news of this world is also attractive. When you open the newspaper or start watching TV, everything is so attractive. Our minds are drawn to it. But the news of this world is just like a prostitute who must first seduce the person. And how do prostitutes do that? They have special manners, they dress in a particular way, and they put on special makeup. But what is their actual essence? Their intention is to rob and turn their client into a pauper. The story of Akbar and Birbal nicely illustrates this point. Akbar was a great Muslim emperor, and Birbal was his advisor. Akbar once asked him, quote, I have heard from Indian scriptures about apsaras. Apsaras are celestial courtesans, the most beautiful women in the universe. Quote, and it is also mentioned that there are witches, end quote. And Akbar said, quote, you can do anything, Birbal. Bring an apsara and a witch here to the palace. I want to see them, end quote. Birbal thought, and finally he found a way out. He took his wife and went to a prostitute. He then told both of them, quote, cover your face and your bodies entirely tomorrow when we are going to the courtroom where the great Sultan sits, end quote. Next day, Akbar, seated on his throne, asked, quote, well, Birbal, have you brought me an apsara and a witch, end quote. He said, quote, yes, I have, your majesty. Here are two of them, end quote. The Sultan said, quote, show me the apsara first. I want to have a look. It's always nice to see someone beautiful first, end quote. Birbal went up and told his wife to remove her veil. The emperor saw an old, wrinkled woman wearing ordinary clothes. He said, this is an apsara? Who is this ugly old woman, end quote. Birbal said, your majesty, this is an apsara. Believe it or not, she is my wife, and is so chaste, so kind, and so affectionate. My wife takes such nice care of me like no apsara would ever be able to. She is a true apsara, end quote. He said, okay, well, show me the witch now, end quote. He went up to the prostitute, removed her veil, and saw beautiful women, and then said, quote, here is the real apsara. Whom did you show me before, end quote. Birbal said, quote, no, your majesty, this is a witch, because as soon as you are left alone with her, she will get her teeth into you and won't let you go until she's sucked all your blood, end quote. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Asat Varte Vaishya, the news and events of this world, the things of this world, seem very attractive, and we fall easy prey to them all. An aspiring devotee came to me once and begged for forgiveness because he said that a woman had seduced him. At the same time, I could see that he very much liked the fact that he had been seduced. There wasn't a trace of remorse on his face, although he was saying, quote, please forgive me, I couldn't resist, end quote. We are so easily beguiled because we want to be. This desire for fleeting pleasures resides deeply in our hearts. We begin to justify ourselves in various ways. For example, the man who said he had not been seduced, the man who said that he'd been seduced, then hopefully asked me, quote, well, may I continue this relationship or not, end quote. I told him no, to which he said, quote, what if I make her a devotee, end quote. This is how our mind works. We have this deeply hidden desire, or even just a hope, to enjoy in the material world, and this is the main problem. Why does a person so easily fall prey to a prostitute? Asat Varta Vaishya, precisely because a hope lives in his heart that he will be able to be happy. By fair means or foul, we have been struggling to be happy for a very long time, despite all of our experiences to the contrary. When we invite this material happiness, we also invite misery, because material happiness and unhappiness are two sides of the same coin. But so long as the hope for enjoyment and material happiness is hidden deep inside us, temptation remains. The moment we are faced with temptation, this hope for enjoyment immediately pops up in front of us and says, quote, yes, that's it. You've never had that, end quote. Prabhupada made a very nice comparison about the nature of the manifestation of temptation in our lives. He explained what our subconscious mind looks like by using a contemporary example. He says that our subconscious mind is like photographic film. Of course, nowadays such film is practically a thing of the past, but not so long ago there were no digital cameras, but only those that required film. This kind of film had silver crystals, and when the film was exposed to light for some time, these silver crystals underwent a reaction. In areas where the silver was, everything goes black. But what else needs to be done to the film to create the photograph? It first must be developed, and then it must be fixed. At the beginning, there is no image visible, and this situation is like our material life. The whisper of enjoyment of material life is, so to speak, leaves impressions or samskars imprinted in our subconscious mind. These samskars are like the undeveloped image on a film. There is a long film inside us with many, many shots. We have, quote, photographed, end quote, everything that has happened to us for so long. All the images of our enjoyments are there in our own subconscious mind, and it is a very large album. However, the major parts of these images are not yet developed, but the samskars are there in the form of the original imprints. Just like the image develops on film after being immersed into the developer for the film of our subconscious minds is the environment or prajalpa. Words or vibrations serve as the most powerful developer through which memories of sensual pleasures emerge from the subconscious mind. We need to hear about some sense gratification, and immediately the image appears that had been hidden there before. For example, people read novels describing indecent or obscene scenes. Fools write, and complete idiots read them. Readers devour these types of books because as soon as sound comes, it brings along an image. Along with that image, an image of our own sensual pleasure pops up and the samskar becomes activated. This samskar had been sleeping but is nevertheless alive in the subconscious mind for a long time and now emerges. This is the, quote, film developer, end quote, of our subconscious mind. Another example is that when the spiritual master sows the seed of bhakti in our hearts, the seed of faith, it needs watering in order to grow. Hearing and chanting, shravanam, kirtanam, is the water for our seed of faith. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Unfortunately, there are many other seeds in our heart growing alongside with the small seed of bhakti, the bhakti lata bij. We have been planting them for a long time. To grow, these desire seeds also need watering. Hearing and chanting about mundane things is the water that germinates these seeds of material desires. For instance, advertising is often based on sound. In our minds, sound is linked to the image of material enjoyment, and when we hear that vibration, it evokes a desire in us. The sound is in an advertisement for Pepsi, for instance, makes us feel like drinking a Pepsi. Using the same process, shravanam and kirtanam, the seeds of material desires grow rapidly in our heart. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami states, Asatvartya Veshya, we must stop listening to the news of the world, because otherwise these images of material pleasures will be constantly growing in our subconscious mind. Krishna also speaks of the same thing, Bhagavad Gita 2:54. Yada te moha kilanam buddhir vyatitarishyati tata gantasi nirvedam strota vyasya shrutasya cha. When our consciousness and buddhi, or intellect, go beyond the boundaries of this material world, or when we are free of the illusion of this material world, then shrotavyasya shrutasya cha, we remove the desire to hear this gramya kata, material talk. We have to train our minds in accordance with what Raghunath Das Goswami teaches us in the 4th verse, and how he has explained to the mind what we must meditate and focus our mind on. The essence of all these appeals to the mind are, as Raghunath Das Goswami says in the very first verse, sadadambam hitva, quote, to once and for all cast away this pride that is manifest in our lives as the false ego in its various forms and guises, end quote. This damba, or arrogance, the attempt to lie to God and to ourselves, spoils our lives. Therefore, appealing to the mind, where an infinite number of intricate self-deception mechanisms are contained that enhance our pride, Raghunath Das Goswami instructs his mind to eradicate false attachment. In this world, we easily develop affection and become attached to various things. but mostly we grow attached to what gives us pleasure or what we can exploit. A woman may be very attached to her husband, but if he can be exploited. If he can't be exploited, she's not so attached to him. But the meaning of the principle that lies behind this attachment is the desire to dominate or rule over. Therefore, it is in the very first verse, Raghunath Das Goswami advises his mind, quote, "Mind, become attached to that in relation to which even the thought of enjoying will not occur," end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami explains that the result of association with saintly persons, Rati Ankura, appears, which means the seed or germ of spiritual attachment. However, when a person begins hearing or repeating empty and meaningless talk, nothing is left of this spiritual attachment. We are squandering the precious intelligence that we have. Our entire life follows our tongue. What our tongue speaks about, there goes our consciousness. As a result of worldly talks, even without our noticing it, our consciousness focuses on the mundane and the ephemeral. We think it is acceptable to gossip a little and perhaps talk about some devotees' difficulties in following the regulative principles. Srila Jiva Goswami explains that as a result of mundane talk, we first become indifferent to bhakti. In the beginning, we find the practice of bhakti to be like a life preserver. We understand that bhakti is something that can save us from the ocean of material existence, but when we waste our intelligence on worldly talk, we become indifferent. Conversely, the taste for worldly news grows more powerful. We can see that the so-called progress of humanity, especially in Kali Yuga, is the progress in the amount of worldly news. First, people wrote books by hand. Then they invented the printing press. First to print the Bible, but then mainly to print nonsense, because previously people wrote down only what was most valuable. Then the radio was invented, but that wasn't enough. They then invented television. Television is another hotbed of asatvrata. And finally, the most remarkable achievement in Kali Yuga, the internet. The very meaning of the word, quote, net, end quote, means to catch. And it catches our minds and consciousness. There are statistics from 2013 that revealed more than 100 people died from the internet simply because they could not stop. They forgot about eating, sleeping, mating, and defending, just surfing the internet for days on end. Therefore, followers of the spiritual past must remember asat vartya vyeshya vishridya. They need to exercise extreme caution. Srila Jiva Goswami says that when we commit an offense in our practice of devotional service, one of the effects of these offenses is that we become attached to the very things that destroy our bhakti. Many devotees love watching television, but it is a most dangerous invention. Perhaps we should introduce a fifth principle in ISKCON that everyone is receiving initiation should follow. No watching TV. Mati Sarvasha Harini. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami says that spiritual intelligence is completely gone. The most dangerous and despicable form of worldly news that completely destroys our spiritual intelligence or consciousness is when we begin criticizing others. In the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.28.2, is a very important verse. Parasvabhava karmani ya parasham sati nindati sa asho brashyate shraddhad asati abhinevishita. Krishna says, Parasvabhava karmani ya prasam sati nindati. When we start to either glorify or censure the activities or the nature of other people, we very quickly, ashu, fall down and forget our true interest as a result of mundane criticism and offenses. The reason is asati abhinevishita. Krishna says, quote, because his mind is immediately devoured by the ephemeral, end quote. Our consciousness is devoured by this illusion, and we forget what we truly need. This is the meaning of what is happening when we start criticizing others. In this verse, Krishna also says that even glorifying others is bad because both are actually food for the false ego. As soon as I critique or reproach others, especially behind their backs, my false ego is nourished and becomes stronger and stronger. When we praise others, we often do so to receive some benefit for ourselves. Praising someone is also food for the other's false ego, for almost every person can be bought by flattery, no matter how renounced they are. When Abraham Lincoln, one of America's early presidents, was a boy, on the way to school one day he visited a blacksmith's forge. He went to the blacksmith and watched as he worked. So it happened that day that the blacksmith's assistant had not come. Seeing the boy, the blacksmith thought, quote, "Let me make use of him," end quote. So the blacksmith began to praise Abraham, saying, quote, "Oh, what a clever boy. He hasn't gone to school. Instead, he's come here. This is where exciting things happen. What a good boy. Come, give me a hand. Hold this," end quote. Young Abraham Lincoln started helping the blacksmith as the praise went on and on. Quote, "What a boy. Amazing. I've never seen such an obedient boy," end quote. Abraham Lincoln said, quote, "I spent 4 hours in that shop and was constantly praised. I thought I'd never escape from there. Since then, when someone praises me, I know that he needs something from me," end quote. Therefore, Krishna says, asati abhineshveshata. Whether someone criticizes or praises others, his mind begins to be devoured by the ephemeral. Such a person loses his spiritual intelligence, end quote. Both praise and blasphemy are based on the fact that we envy that person. We either want to praise or glorify someone for something material which is not really theirs, or we criticize them because of envy. Chaitanya Charitamrita explains the mechanism of how human consciousness focuses on matter as a result of prajalpa, and especially as a result of this false so-called pleasure we get from doing so. The result of criticizing someone is that our material desires gain strength and our false ego is nourished. Criticism is the best vitamin supplement for the false ego because as soon as we start criticizing, our material desires grow stronger. Srila Prabhupada explains this with the story of Ramchandra Puri narrated by Paramananda Puri to Lord Chaitanya. On his deathbed, Madhavendra Puri was experiencing the ecstasy of separation from Krishna, and he kept repeating the same verse that somehow or other he had not attained his Lord, the Lord of Mathura. He was crying, quote, "Krishna, where are you?" End quote. Ramchandra Puri approached his guru, spiritual master, and said, quote, "Why are you crying? You're supposed to be a pure devotee. Krishna says of pure devotees, Bhagavad Gita 18:54, Brahmabhuta prashanatma nashochati nakangshati. Krishna says that a pure devotee, nashochati nakangshati, neither laments nor desires anything. You must just lie there and be in complete bliss," end quote. Paramananda Puri explained that as soon as Ramchandra Puri uttered those words, he committed an offense to his guru, because one is not supposed to give instructions to his guru. The disciple should not be so stupid as to approach his guru and say, quote, "You do not understand. You're doing something wrong. Instead of rejoicing in life, you're crying," end quote. Srila Prabhupada, commenting on the story, cites Jiva Goswami in his Bhakti Sandarbha, where he says, quote, "Even for one who has attained liberation, as soon as he commits an aparad, offense, his vasanas become stronger." Vasanas are the material desires hidden in our subconscious mind. In material life, the vasanas, or the material desires, have practically full control over us. The vasanas, or samskars that are dormant in our subconscious mind, become weaker as a result of spiritual practice. We chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And what was once a problem no longer exists. Even such terrible habits as heroin addiction can be given up as a result of chanting the Maha Mantra. Srila Jiva Goswami explains that even if a person has reached the stage of liberation and is at the level of Jivan Mukta, as soon as he or she commits an offense, especially against a devotee, and especially against a pure devotee, The strength of that offense is such that immediately, out of nowhere, the demon of material desires becomes overwhelmingly strong. When we commit an offense, our material desires emerge, yet we continue to think that in one way or another we are devotees. We may continue to lead a certain way of life and maintain our reputations as devotees. These material desires, in a perverted way, are then exhibited in the form of a new desire, criticism of others. Our material desires will manifest themselves in that we will be pulling down others again and again. There is nothing more unfortunate than the fate of a person who was following the spiritual path and who made offenses, and who, in order to compensate for the offenses, instead of honestly admitting them, starts criticizing and offending others. Unfortunately, someone who has committed an offense is again victimized by material desires. In an attempt to remove this material desire and just to justify themselves and these material desires, they start offending everyone. Frequently, they start offending even their spiritual master, holding him responsible for the predicament they have found themselves in. When we follow the spiritual path, we feel that our consciousness elevates, and the more it improves, the happier we feel. But we do not want our minds to again degrade to the material level. We should never sell our mind once more to the harlot of mundane talk, and especially material criticism or material praise. Liberation. After Raghunath Das Goswami explains that if you value your spiritual intelligence, stop talking on material topics. He says, Kata mukti vargya nashrino kila sarvatma gilani. The next kata, which is highly dangerous to those following the spiritual path, is mukti kata, or talk of mukti, liberation. He says that these conversations are like a tigress that will devour everything. She can devour your soul, your mind, and your intelligence, because all this is Atma. And he says, Sarvatma, she devours you whole. In a sense, this mukti kata is talk associated with liberation, is even more dangerous than Grami kata, talks of material enjoyment or benefits, worldly religion, or worldly material duty. To explain false topics, the author of Chaitanya Charitamrita refers to the second verse of the Bhagavatam, where Vedavyas says, Dharma projita kaitavotra paramom nirmatsaram satam. In Srimad Bhagavatam, there is no kaitava dharma, no cheating or telling lies. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami begins explaining all this, and he says that false, deceptive dharma, or the false goals pursued by people, which will squander their human form of life, are dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Of these four, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that the greatest deception is liberation, moksha. This is because when a person pursues the goals of artha, kama, and dharma, at least they try to become the ruler of only a limited scope in this material world. When a person starts pursuing the goal of moksha, they are no longer satisfied to rule over a limited scope in this world. They want to rule everything. They want to be God. As Srila Prabhupada says, this is the last trap that the mind can fall into. Our acharyas do not skimp on biting remarks about moksha. For example, Srila Rupa Goswami wrote his famous verse in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Bhukti mukti smrita yavat prishachi hridi vartate. The desire for bhukti and mukti is a witch. Witches seize us and suck out everything from us. Vallabhacharya, the great founder of his sampradaya, came to read the manuscript of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and said, quote, Everything is written so sweetly, but I do not like this verse. How can you call Mukti a witch? So many people want liberation, and the goddess Mukti Devi bestows liberation. Krishna himself is called Mukunda. Mukunda is one who bestows liberation, end quote. Rupa Goswami said, quote, Yes, of course, I will correct that. I will edit this verse and write something else, end quote. Jiva Goswami was standing nearby, fanning Rupa Goswami. Jiva Goswami ran out after Vallabhacharya and said, quote, Dear Acharya, you are wrong, end quote. Vallabhacharya said, quote, how am I wrong, end quote. Srila Jiva Goswami continued, quote, Dear Acharya, what is bad is the desire for liberation, not Mukti Devi herself. Rupa Goswami, my spiritual master, has written Bhukti Mukti Shriha. The desire for mukti is bad because it is a witch, end quote. Why is it a witch? What does it deprive us of? Desire for liberation deprives us of our own nature. When we become obsessed by this desire for liberation, we forget who we are, that we are servants, and that we can be truly happy only in relationships. When that desire to somehow or other eradicate suffering becomes very strong, then we forget Krishna and devotional service. What remains within us is this single false desire. And we think, quote, that's it. I will now become God. I just have to realize that I'm God, end quote. Srila Rupa Goswami explains that a devotee may accept liberation, but only those forms of liberation acceptable to Krishna. Lord Chaitanya says, Mama janmani janmani shri bhagavad bhakti rohita gitoi. śikṣā verse 4. Quote, I'm willing to stay here, life after life, end quote. At the same time, we know that we need to go to the spiritual world because that's where devotees live. In the material world are those who want liberation, who are envious of each other. In this world, it is difficult to practice devotional service. Therefore, we can accept liberation, mukti, in order to get to a place where everyone is engaged in devotional service. Man is a gregarious animal. It's easier for humans to do something everyone else does, and when we are here, we start doing what everyone else is doing. Therefore, our goal is to reach the spiritual world and serve Krishna there. As Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, we accept liberation only to be able to serve Krishna in a better way, not for any other purpose. One devotee, a professional psychologist who often offers consultations to devotees, said that to his greatest surprise, 95% of the devotees actually want liberation rather than bhakti. In fact, he said, quote, they really don't want bhakti. Bhakti is too ephemeral and intangible, whereas mukti is clear. We do not really understand the extent to which this desire for liberation, mukti, is driving us. Often devotees wonder, for example, how can we be aware of the desire for liberation in our consciousness? Here is a simple example. When some devotee has material trouble, he may say, if we say, quote, but he's a devotee, why has misfortune come to him, end quote. This means that we became devotees in order to alleviate suffering and are driven by the motive of mukti. When a person strives for mukti, Raghunath Das Goswami says that this desire devours everything. Sarvatma Galani. This desire, this tigress of desire for mukti or moksha is all-consuming. People lose not only their intelligence, but ultimately they develop the desire to be a, quote, nobody, end quote, to turn into a non-entity. Ultimately, Mayavad often gets reduced to this foolish statement, quote, everything is fine, there's no need to do anything or aspire for anything, end quote. When people read this kind of thing, they take it at face value. They are told that at the end of the day, you have to become God, and there is no goal. We just need to go on and on, progress all the time, and broaden our experiences, acquiring increasingly more until our experiences become so great that we become God. This is the deception. Everything will be spoken with a smile, and we will think that everything is fine. One time I read various Mayavad books. They are all nonsense, but sound so beautiful and poetic. Talk of mukti ultimately deprives us of our true selves in which we can exist eternally. They deprive us of our inner purpose, that we are always an eternal servant of Krishna. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami warns us against this. Vaikuntha. Raghunath Das Goswami further writes, Api tyaktvad lakshmi patim rati ito vyoma nayanim. Give up even the attachment for Narayan, the Lord of Lakshmi. He goes so far as saying that worship of God with awe and reverence is bad, because it will take you to Vaikuntha. Why does he say that worshipping Lakshmipati is bad? What is wrong with Vaikuntha? Krishna in his form of Narayana is there. There is order there. Law reigns there. But when devotees of Krishna find themselves there, they feel ill at ease. In the second part of the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, Sanatana Goswami describes how Gopakumar went to Vaikuntha. On first arriving, there was no end to his happiness. He saw the wealth of Vaikuntha, the palaces of philosophers' stone and gemstones, and everything was of the nature of Satchidananda, eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Gopakumar was walking around and looking, but decided that he did not feel like dressing in such fancy clothes with so many gemstones like other residents. By nature, he was a cowherd boy. He went up to Narayan and shouted, quote, "Hey, Gopal, Gopal, I'm here," end quote. But he was hushed. Several inhabitants of Vaikuntha approached him, took him aside, and corrected him. It is then he described that when he was playing the flute for Narayan, the Lord was looking at Gopakumar and smiling. Gopakumar expressed, quote, "Narayan is seated there on a throne, and I am standing nearby playing the flute. I sometimes fan him. We are next to each other. There is no one happier than me. But when I called him, quote, Gopal, I was taken aside," end quote. Public pressure. The public of Vaikuntha was disturbed. The inhabitants of Vaikuntha took Gopakumar to the side and said, quote, "What you say is wrong. He's God. Being a cowherd boy is just his pastimes. He's playing a role on earth. Yes, we know, Gopal, Gopal. He's pretending to be a cowherd boy. He is God. You must praise him in Sanskrit. Let us teach you the way you should glorify him. Come, we'll tell you how he should be glorified," end quote. Others started saying, quote, No, don't chastise him. This is one of the leelas of our Narayan, too. There is nothing wrong. Let him call him Gopal. We've heard about that," end quote. Still others began saying, quote, "In fact, Narayan is willing to do anything for his devotees, even to become a cowherd boy. He is rightly glorifying our Narayan for saving his devotees from the tyranny of Kamsa," end quote. The Narayan in Vaikuntha guesses Gopakumar's heart. One morning, Narayan woke up and says, quote, "Today we're going to herd the cows," end quote. He jumped off his throne. Lakshmi turned into Radha, Dara into Chandravali, and the other inhabitants, all his courtiers, and the entourage surrounding Narayan turned into cowherd boys. Quote, "If the Lord plays, we are also supposed to play," end quote. They quickly changed dress, decorated themselves with flowers, and ran away in the crowd, Narayan ahead. Gopakumar was delighted. Quote, "At last, that's the real thing," end quote. In an instant, this Leela was over, and again the Lord was sitting on the throne. Gopakumar thought, quote, "I don't understand anything. On one hand, I am happy, and on the other, there is something wrong. In meditation, I go to him and embrace him, but here I cannot approach him because he's sitting on the throne. In my thoughts, I go up to him and kiss him because he's mine. He's my friend. But here you can't do this. They will hush you up, and you will get expelled from Vaikuntha." Narada Muni came to Gopakumar and said, quote, "You look so sad. What's wrong, Gopakumar?" end quote. He replied, "I do not know what's wrong with me. I seem to be fine. I seem to be happy. Narayan is sitting here, the God I worship. I can play with him. However, something is missing," end quote. So Narada Muni told him, quote, "Go. You do not belong here. You belong elsewhere," end quote. Because when intimate devotees see the Lord's greatness, they cannot express their love and be themselves. Fear, awe, and reverence is exactly the opposite of intimate love. Gopakumar cannot be himself in Vaikuntha, and neither can Krishna fully express his love. In the 10th canto of Śrīmad Bhagavatam, there is the pastime of Krishna and Balaram going to Mathura. We know that Kamsa had organized a great celebration on the occasion of their arrival. The best priests and fighters were invited, and there was going to be lots of entertainment for the entire public because all sacrifices are entertainments. At that time, Krishna was only a young cowherd boy. Everyone stared at him. unable to take their eyes away. Wrestlers were looking at him and thinking, quote, our death has come to us, end quote. Kamsa was looking at him, his eyes red with anger. In the end, Krishna pulled Kamsa down from his throne and destroyed him. Devaki and Vasudeva started trembling because God himself had come. They had just seen how he manifested his power and killed Kamsa before their eyes. They started praying, quote, oh, Supreme Personality of Godhead, you have come to save us from Kamsa's wrath, end quote. Krishna listened for a while, but then started crying. He said, quote, my dear parents, what is wrong with you, end quote. In Mathura, the devotees see his greatness, and that greatness carries their minds away from their loving relationships. In Vrindavan, they see his greatness, but think, quote, I must be seeing things. It must be just some kind of hallucination, end quote. Yashoda Mata looked into Krishna's mouth, where she saw the whole universe, all the material elements, all the planets, everything. She was sitting and staring, thinking that she must be sick. Quote, I'm seeing things. My son's mouth is full of amazing wonders, end quote. Krishna did not like her mood either. Yashoda then forgot what she saw, sat him on her lap, and said, quote, you're my Gopal, end quote. She thought, no one is dearer than him, end quote. Sanatana Goswami explains the way Bhagavatamrita comments on this story of Gopakumar. He says that the mood of Vaikuntha kills intimate love. Raghunath Das Goswami says here, quote, the Vaikuntha mood will poison your love within. It will kill the love in you, end quote. That seedling will die, and we will feel like we will just be, and all we will feel will be just respect. Therefore, in the end, Raghunath Das Goswami says, Radha Krishna Svarati Mani Do Tvam Bhajamana, quote, O mind, worship Radha and Krishna, who can give you the greatest treasure, end quote. After all, the only thing we have to understand is that love for Krishna is the greatest treasure. Krishna appears in the form of his devotee wants to see him in. Krishna himself says, Ye tamam papadyante tam sataive bhajamyaham. Bhagavad Gita 4:11. The deeper our love, the more fully God will manifest himself to us. If our love is mixed with reverence, then God will also appear in that way. If we need love and love only, Krishna will appear before us in his most complete form as Swayam Bhagavan. There is a story in this connection, well known in Ranabari, north of Suryakund. The story is also in A.W. Entwistle's book, Vaishnava Tilaks. Sri Krishnadas Babaji lived in a village near Varshana, India. He had gone to Braja as a boy and performed his bhajan in this village for many, many years. He had blessed that village that there would be no hunger or epidemics in the village and that it would prosper. When he was 50 years old, he thought, quote, half my life is over. Who knows how long I'm going to live? Everyone is going on a pilgrimage to the holy places, and I have never been to any other holy places, end quote. There are 4 main holy places in India. In the south is Rameshwaram, in the west is Dwarka, in the east is Puri, and in the north, Bhadarkashram. He decided to tour the whole of India, visiting these 4 sacred places. As Krishnadas was about to leave, Srimati Radharani came to him in a dream and said, quote, why leave? You stay here in Braja. I will give you everything you need. There's nothing you will find in other places, end quote. He woke up and thought, quote, oh, I must have imagined it all. The dream can't be true. After all, I just want to go to a holy place and become purified, end quote. He left and traveled everywhere. Finally, he came to the temple of Dwarkadish in Dwarka. He received a mark on his body as evidence that he'd been there. Krishnadas Babaji finally came back to Vraja. When he fell asleep on his first night back in Vraja, Srimati Radharani came again to him in a dream and said, quote, go away, I do not need you. Satyabhama has taken you into her entourage. You are now her servant. You have left the mark on your shoulders. Get out of here, otherwise you'll just be bothering everyone, poisoning the atmosphere of Vraja." End quote. Krishnadas went to his friends, the other Mahatmas and holy men, and asked them, quote, "What shall I do?" End quote. Listening to him, they all became frightened, saying, quote, "Well, Srimati Radharani does not want to know you. What can we say?" End quote. He said, quote, "Please accept me. I want to be here with you." End quote. They replied, quote, "How can we go against her will? Srimati Radharani herself has rejected you." Then he realized there was no hope. Disheartened, Krishnadas sat in his hut and began to fast. He was fasting and chanting the holy name, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. He was chanting with all his heart. In his heart, he was praying and weeping, repentance burning in him inside. He was appealing to Srimati Radharani, imploring her. He fasted for 3 months, remaining in his hut. After 3 months, he suddenly saw that his body was wrapped in flames. Jagannath Das Babaji was in Vrindavan at that time. He sent his servant to see what was going on with Krishnadas. His servant saw his body literally burning, like that of Sati, while he was sitting and chanting Hare Krishna. All the villagers came running. They crowded around and began peeping into his window, where he saw that their saint, whom they worshipped, was burning. As the flames reached his throat, he raised his hand so that he could chant the Mahamantra, holding his beads out of the flames. Suddenly there was a flash, and there was nothing left of him except for a handful of steaming ashes. Jagannath Das Babaji, who had also gone to see what was happening, began crying out to Krishna, "Vipralamba, Vipralamba." He has burnt in the flames of separation from Krishna. End quote. This Babaji's disappearance day is still celebrated in the springtime in that village. Someone who hears this story may have some doubts. Srimati Radharani is the Hladini Shakti of the Lord and the manifestation of his mercy. Why would she do that? We may think what was so terrible in his going to Dwarka. By way of explanation, the Acharyas say that Radharani even rebuked Krishna himself. For example, when Krishna was at Kurukshetra, Radharani said to Krishna, quote, "What are you doing? Why have you come here? Here, horses are neighing, pounding the ground with their hooves. The elephants are trumpeting. Your wives are here also. Everything is so disturbing. Let's go to Vrindavan, because everything here prevents me from loving you. I am the same, so are you. I love you. You are my beloved. But I cannot love you here, because there are so many obstacles. Only in Vrindavan can I love you." End quote. When an opulent reverential consciousness appears in a devotee's mind, Srimati Radharani will not allow that person into Vrindavan. She is the mistress of Vrindavan. She does not recognize anything other than the ultimate, infinite, absolute intimacy that is based on the ultimate, infinite surrender to Krishna. Nothing else she will accept. Therefore, giving instruction to his mind, Raghunath Das Goswami says, "Api tvakta lakshmi pati ratim ito vyoma nayinim raje radha krishno svarati mani dau tam bhaja mana." Worship Radha and Krishna, and as a result of that, you can attain the greatest treasure in the world. That is your goal. The nature of the soul is to be a servant of God, fully surrendered to him. This ideal of your inner nature can only be realized in Vrindavan. That is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to give us. No one else has ever given that. Thanks to him, we can attain Svarati Mani, the gem of attachment to Radha and Krishna. We must understand that this is the greatest treasure. This is the meaning of the instructions given by Raghunath Das Goswami in this verse. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. In his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Rupa Goswami compared desires for mundane pleasures, bhukti, and liberation, mukti, to two witches in verse 4 of Mana Śikṣā, not only does Raghunath Das Goswami use the analogies of a prostitute and a tigress, respectively, but interestingly, he also writes of each in terms of not exactly of our desires, but of our speech. He is talking about mundane things, which is a prostitute stealing one's wealth with a promise of pleasure. It is talks of liberation, which is a tigress eating our very self. Raghunath Das Goswami's analogies also focus on what is valuable. Both the prostitute and the tigress take what is valuable from us, whereas if we choose to instead serve Radha and Krishna, we receive wealth as their own love in the form of a jewel. Often in Shastras and in the works of the Acharyas, we're told to engage in Krishna's service with body, mind, and words. In this verse, the emphasis is on words, what we hear and what we talk about. At this point in Mana Śikṣā, the reader has already relinquished attachment to ordinary dharma and adharma, being firmly on the path of love and attachment to Guru, Vaishnavas, and Krishna in Vrindavan. Yet here, we see that Das Goswami warns even such a person about what topics are appropriate for hearing and speaking. Rupa Goswami identifies such talk as one of the destroyers of bhakti. In his purport to Nectar of Instruction, verse 2, Prabhupada comments, quote, "Old men, retired from active life, play cards, fish, watch television, and debate about useless socio-political schemes. All these and other frivolous activities are included in the prajalpa category. Intelligent persons interested in Krishna consciousness should never take part in such activities," end quote. Today, we could also add many modern electronic means of prajalpa to Prabhupada's list. The reason talking, hearing, and speaking can have such a devastating effect lies in the nature of sound in general. As Srila Prabhupada writes in his purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 3.26.32, quote, "The entire material manifestation began from sound, and sound can also end material entanglement if it has a particular potency. Our entanglement in material affairs has begun from material sound. Now we must purify that sound in spiritual understanding," end quote. On the grand cosmic scale, we know that it is sound which creates space, then matter in a gaseous form, then radiant energy, then matter in liquid form, and finally matter in solid form. Sound is the basis of everything. As Prabhupada writes in the above referenced third canto Bhagavatam purport, it is also our own individual material situation which has started from sound. Hearing and talking about mundane enjoyment or impersonal liberation are therefore not harmless incidental diversions. Hearing and talking lead to contemplation, to attachment, and then to a life spent in pursuit of those attachments. Ultimately, what we hear about molds our life, a destination after death. Pritri yanan deve yanan sotrach shruta darad vrajet. Bhagavatam 4.29.13. Furthermore, what we hear and talk and hear about reveals the deeper attachments already within. Perhaps it's primarily for that latter reason that this obstacle is first on Raghunath Das Goswami's list, which goes from gross to subtle. The ultimate symptom of what is dear to our heart, our real goals, is revealed in our speech. We may think that we aspire for pure service to the divine couple in Vraja. The evidence is how much time and energy we spend hearing and talking about them and their service. Jesus also spoke about the relationship between treasure and the heart in Matthew 16:21 or 6:19 through 21. "Lay not up for yourselves treasure upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through, nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." To conquer the prajalpa problem, as well as the problem of deep affection for the opulent form of Narayan, we need to do active service for Radha and Krishna. That service has to be done in the servant's mood, which means without pride. The divine couple then share with us the most valuable jewel of their own love. What a beautiful parallel literary ornament Raghunath Das Goswami has written. Be a false enjoyer, lose the treasure you have. Be a real servant, gain the greatest treasure possible. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami. Verse 5. Asat chesta kasta prada vikata pasali biriha prakamam kamadi prakata pata pati vyakitikarai gale badva hanya ham iti baka bid vart mapagane kurutvan kut verfut karan avati sayatatvam mana ita. While here on the revealed path of devotion, I've been attacked by the gang of my own lust, etc., who have bound my neck with the troublesome, dreadful ropes of wicked deeds. I am being killed. Cry out piteously like this to the devotees of Sri Krishna, the destroyer of Baka. O mind, they will save you from these enemies. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. This is a very important verse because in verse 4, gross obstacles were explained, but now more subtle obstacles are being described. Asat chesta kasta prada vikata pasalibir iha prakamam kamadi. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says to Sanatan Goswami, Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sarup Kabinoi, Shravanadi Suti Cheti Kariyodoi. Pure love for Krishna is eternally established in the hearts of the living entities. It is not something to be gained from another source. When the heart is purified by hearing and chanting, this love naturally awakens. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 22.107. Shravanadi means beginning with hearing. Our anartas are purified through hearing and chanting. Everything in bhakti begins with hearing and chanting. The same with kamadi, which means beginning with lust, kama. The word kamadi means the problem doesn't end just with kama, or kama is not the one or principal object, but there are others. So, what are these other obstacles or anartas toward our advancement in Krishna consciousness? Kamadi begins with kama, and the other things headed by kama. Kama is leading the charge. Kama means lust, and what follows lust is anger, greed, illusion, arrogance, and envy. These are the 6 main enemies, or anartas, which are represented by this word kamadi. So they are vyatikarai, likened to highwaymen or thugs. The example is very nice because even a materialist can appreciate it. We are on our path back home, back to Godhead. Then there are highwaymen who are there to stop you, obstacles on the path. They want to steal your wealth. We have already discussed that this wealth is our devotional treasure. Whatever little is there, we want to protect it. But there are these anartas present who are actually trying to steal our wealth. They steal our wealth in very exacting ways, sometimes in very subtle ways, which Bhaktivinoda Thakur illuminates. He says that we become tormented. They torment us. They catch us. How do they catch us? Vakata palasibi. They have ropes. How can we get away from these anartas, kamadi, lust, and their friends? They're in the heart, and even if we say, quote, get rid of them, throw them out, end quote, they're really tied onto us. Even if we get away, they come back again, just like a yo-yo that comes back again. You can't get rid of it. We're very tightly bound. Vikata prasali biriha. How are they tied to us? Gale means around the neck. Badva. We are bound by the neck by asat chesta, the rope of wicked deeds. The kamadi are the cause and result of wicked deeds. They are very difficult to unravel. Where is the beginning? Where is the end? We are bound with ropes around the neck and are being strangled. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says the result of this strangling is we feel great pain. We're put into all kinds of distressing situations and sometimes forced into so many futile endeavors, even against our will. This is Arjuna's question. Atta kena prayuktoyam papam charati purusha achinam apivarshneya balad iva niyojita anchina, against my desire. Quote, why am I being forced to do something? End quote. Very, very strong, these ropes. So, walking along the highway are all these dacoits. They have their ropes of past sinful activities around our neck, strangling us, almost killing us. What will we do? Futkaran means that we have to cry out. Scream. The actual word is scream. Scream very loudly. Whom do we scream very loudly to? Bakabid Vartmani Gane. We call for Bakabid. Baka means Bakasura, and Bakabid is the person who killed Bakasura, Krishna. We must scream for help. These highwaymen of lust and his cohorts have bound me by the neck with painful, horrible, strong ropes of many wicked deeds. We must beseech our mind to scream out to the devotees of Krishna, the killer of Baka, quote, help! I'm being killed, end quote. Not that we simply whisper. Someone has to hear us. So why Baka? Bakasura embodies deceit, and we will see later that this deceit is the most difficult problem to unearth. Kama comes in so many different alluring and attractive forms. Women, children, home, husband, paraphernalia, all kinds of things, and they are very deceiving. All of these things may seem to be so very attractive, but in the 5th canto, Shukadeva Goswami gives the analogy that all the family members are like thieves. Even though we might think, quote, oh, this is my dear husband, or this is my dear wife and children. Actually, they are all thieves, stealing our hard-earned treasure, not money, but actually one's hope for advancement in spiritual life. This is the meaning of baka, duplicity, where a friend is really an enemy. How will we be saved? What should we do? First, we have to be convinced that we are in a dangerous situation. Sometimes we think, quote, it's all right, I will handle it myself. It's not such a big thing to get away with. I may learn later more in Krishna consciousness, end quote. So if we're not aware of the danger, we don't think it's such a bad thing. If we recognize the dangers, then automatically we want to be saved. Then, Futkaran, we scream out, Bakabid Vartmanagane, through the unalloyed devotees of the Lord. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that they're like Krishna's police force, and just as police force guards a certain place, devotees are the guardians of our path of devotion. That is their service. That is a responsibility of a Vaishnava to guard the path of devotion. We saw that nature often with Srila Prabhupada. He was like a policeman. As soon as he saw some deviation in devotees in his society, that they had gone toward Mayavad or Sahajiyism, or most especially philosophical deviation, Prabhupada would immediately be like a policeman, immediately arresting the person, correcting the situation, eradicating and purifying any anomaly he came across. So devotees who are bhaka bidvartmapagane, which indicates that they are free from deceit, can assist us. If they themselves are deceitful, then how can they assist somebody? They protect the path of bhakti from deceit. Otherwise, deceit becomes a very great obstacle, and we'll read later on why it is so. The nature of deceit is not only that one tries to deceive others, but one also deceives oneself. Therefore, one loses sight of which path is the real path. We need real association. By association, one becomes free of this deceitful mentality. This is the method of purification. Bhaktivinoda Thakur summarizes that devotees guard against pretenders and deceit, which prey on innocent Vaishnavas practicing devotional service. The purport is that the heart and consciousness cannot be purified by sacrifices, yoga, or any other activity, only by the association of pure devotees. Narottam Das Thakur says also that not only will these problems go away with the particular demons identified with each anartha, but they will also be engaged or purified. What is the method of purification? Here, he says he will offer his lust in service of Lord Krishna. The examples are given in Srimad Bhagavatam. Anger. What do I do with anger? Prabhupada gives the example of Hanumanji and Arjuna. I am greedy. I'm very greedy. What should I do with this greed? I should become very greedy for the association of Vaishnavas and hear Krishna Katha. Delusion or bewilderment. How to purify both? I should be deluded or completely bewildered if I am in the absence of devotees. In other words, I should feel great separation from Krishna, thinking, quote, where is Krishna? End quote. And pride, how to purify pride. I should be very proud that I have such a wonderful Supreme Person, such a wonderful Master whom I am serving. He is full of wonderful opulences, transcendental glories, so beautiful and wise and kind. I should be proud of these things. This type of dovetailing of these particular qualities will naturally bring them to the pure state. Commentary by Bhaktivedanta Goswami. This is a very important verse for all of us. Achat chesta kashta prada. Chesta means efforts. Asat chesta means false, futile, meaningless efforts. Kasta means suffering. Prada means yielding. Asat chesta kashta prada. Raghunath Das Goswami says that our life consists of futile efforts. In Soviet literature, there's a famous piece by Ilya If and Evgeny Petrov called The Golden Calf. It pictures the fate of a man who has been striving after 1 million rubles all his life. He did get 1 million and then said, quote, the dream of an idiot has become true, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami says the same thing. Ashat chesta kashta prada vikata. Vikata means very severe suffering. The efforts we make and the labor we expend in this world makes us suffer. But both our effort and the fruit are actually asat, something that has no reality or meaning. Pasali or pasha means rope. He says, quote, these ropes have tied me, end quote. The karma we create has tied us hand and foot, causing us excruciating pain. We may think, quote, now I just need a little money. I'll first earn 1 million and then I'll peacefully perform bhajan, end quote. Thus we start work saying, quote, I need some money, just a little. I just have to reach my financial goal, end quote. 30 years pass by, and we have still made little or no spiritual progress. These meaningless efforts bind us hand and foot, and we create more karmic debts. Decades later, instead of millions, we have only increased these debts. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami says that by these ropes here, iha, I am tied up. Prakaman kamadi prakata patapati vyaktikara. There is a gang of thugs, vyatikarai, and that it is they who have tied us. Lust. Prakaram kamadi, the chief of that gang is kama, lust. Kama has 5 underlings, krodha, lobha, mada, moh, moha, and matsarya. In fact, there's a whole clan, a family succession of thugs working together. Raghunath Das Goswami says that a gang has attacked me. I was walking along the spiritual path, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Kama, Krodha, Lobha jumped out. Crying out and circling me, they started tying me up. Here in this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami gives us highly practical advice on how to defeat our lust, anger, greed, illusion, pride, and envy. He says that these highwaymen are not just robbing us, but killing us. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Mada, Moha, and Matsarya strangle us. What gives rise to lust or kama? We must know from which lair kama leaps out at us. Everything can appear to be so perfect. The sun is shining, the air is clear. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, kama appears and drags us somewhere, forcing us to act. And we say, quote, yes, I need to do that, end quote. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains the origin of kama. He says, Sankalpa prabhavan kaman, end quote. Material desire, or kama, lust, comes from sankalpa. Sankalpa is something more subtle than lust itself. Lust is already the specific desires that stifle us. Sankalpa means determination. Desire arises from the determination to enjoy. Before the specific desire, we have this focus on enjoyment in this world. Sankalpa prabhavan kaman. Śrī Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila 4.166 says that if we simply want to gratify our senses, we have a deeply rooted purpose. Kamera tatparya nija samboga kevala, Krishna shukta tatparya matra premata prabala. Kamera tatparya. The interpretation or explanation of kama is that it is nija samboga, the desire to please our own self, and for ourself only, kevala. The root of lust is ultimately the desire for our own satisfaction, which in its turn is derived from the fact that we have left Krishna and turned away. The main problem is that lust is the most difficult to be rid of, and the strongest manifestation of lust is sexual desire. As long as a person has a body and a mind, lust will more or less be there. We have received a body and mind to enjoy, if not grossly, then in a subtle way. At the bottom of it all lies our original sin, that we have turned away from Krishna. We do not want to look at him. Even when we are trying to look at him, we constantly turn back to ourselves. We love ourselves, and we want to satisfy our own senses. Therefore, any spiritual discipline, a person must somehow or other solve this problem. Different spiritual disciplines offer different solutions. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gives us very interesting advice in verse 24. This is the same verse to which I have already referred. Sankalpa prabhavan kamam, that lust is simply the personification of all our material desires, subtle and gross. Se nishayena yoktavyo yoga nir vina chetasa sankalpa prabhavan kaman tyaktva sarvan asheshata manasa vendriyan driyagaramam vina yamya samantata. This is the advice that Krishna gives. He says, Sankalpa prabhavan kaman. When a person sees some sense object and wants to enjoy it, this gives rise to all kinds of material desires, and the advice he gives is to give up all sense objects. In essence, we must simply close our eyes to all sense objects. If we stop listening, we stop gratifying our tongue, our nose, tvakta sarvan aseshita. Stop all the endless desires. Asheshita means without end, all these arising desires. Manasavendriya gamam. With the help of the mind, we must master our senses. Vinamaya samantata. With the help of the intelligence, we must master our mind. Krishna is describing the meditative stage of dharana in yoga. He says that to get rid of kama, we have to give up all sense objects along with the vasanas. all the imprints of pleasure. In my mind, I have endless memories of all the pleasures that I carefully store there. I can look in my memory and see all the things I've enjoyed. Therefore, Baladev Vibhava, explaining verse 624, says that we have to give up all these vasanas with the help of the mind. He explains that we should begin to mentally analyze material enjoyments and think, quote, well, what good are they, end quote. Thus, gradually we force our intelligence to meditate on the Atma, the pure soul, which is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, and taking it away from the meditation on sense objects. In his purport on verse 624, Ramanujacharya explains this point in a very interesting way. He says that there are two kinds of desires, those generated by the mind and those arising from contact between the senses and the sense objects. Desires generated by the mind can be easy to give up by using the mind. For example, our desire for mundane relationships, because we enjoy through these relationships, is one of the first things we should give up, understanding that they're temporary and ultimately unbeneficial. When death is upon us, no one from among our many relationships can help at that point. Even if we have children, they cannot help us. Even if there's a loving wife, still no one can help us. We are face to face with the terrible problems resulting from our karma. At that point, we can cling to the tiny island of Krishna consciousness, and we have to start chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Then we can rise above all material desires. This is the advice that Krishna gives. He says, with the help of your mind, ponder over the futility and uselessness of all these material pleasures, because ultimately you do not need them. They're not going to save you. Further on, Ramanujacharya says that we should give up the enjoyments arising from the contact between the senses and their objects, also by reflecting on the fact that despite all our efforts, we've not got anything in the end. The relationship between the enemies. This gang of thugs has been friends with us for a long time, so much so that generally we have almost become a member of that gang. Raghunath Das Goswami says, Prakamam Kamadi Prakata. They have appeared out of nowhere and are led by Kama. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna calls this enemy of ours Kama Rupam Durashadam. Kamarupa means an enemy in the form of lust, but Kamarupa also means a ghoul. Kamarupa means one who can take any form he wishes. Kama means desire. Rupa means form. So, this Kamarupa is the main enemy of the living being, especially the living being who is trying to attain a spiritual nature and who is taken to the spiritual path. So, sometimes lust comes to us in undisguised forms, but it may also come to us as a Vaishnava with tilak and beads saying, quote, let's chant, end quote, because sometimes a person engages in spiritual practice for the sake of some mundane fruits. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Nadanam najanam nasunadem kavitam vajagadishakame, end quote. I do not want money or followers, nor beautiful women, kaitavam. Neither do I want respect. I want nothing, end quote. Kama generates 4 types of anarthas, those created by sinful activities, pious activities, by offenses, and those generated by bhakti. All these things represent obstacles to our bhajan. The anarthas generated by pious or sinful activities are classified in various ways: ignorance, false ego, attachment to something, aversion to something, fear of death. Avidya, ignorance, is the original problem of the living being. When the living being, which is spiritual in nature, identifies itself with this bag of flesh and blood. All of this is the result of our past actions, whether sinful or pious. Offenses generate the most horrible anarthas. Ultimately, it is precisely our independent, capricious desire to do only what I want that is the heart of committing offenses. If I am driven by this desire, I begin committing offenses to the Guru or the Vaishnavas because they are an obstacle to the realization of my independent desires, my kama, lust. As a result, I start considering them to be ordinary people. Finally, the anarthas generated by bhakti are the desire for gain and the desires for honor and respect. These are also the result of kama. Sometimes people, being unaware of this problem of kama, try to overcome it by applying additional efforts in practicing renunciation, vairagya. They may fast a lot or perform some extreme form of austerity, but actually vairagya is not our practice. Those who practice vairagya as a means of achieving something in the spiritual life are just torturing themselves, getting nothing but suffering. Rupa Goswami was a renounced man, but did he practice vairagya? No, he did not. For him, vairagya was not an end in itself. For him, it was the natural state of his heart. The principle of renunciation, vairagya, begins with austerity. Austerity does not mean that a person is standing on one leg or fasting. Let us consider our attachment to food. Everyone, even modern scholars who study this human psychology or physiology, agree that the average person eats more than needed from a physiological point of view. Why are we so attached to food? For enjoyment or greed? To get strength? No. As soon as we are born, we start eating milk. Since very childhood, even those who have been raised on artificial milk, an inner psychological association with food and love takes place in a person. Mother's milk is a manifestation of her love, and the baby sucks and sucks. Actually, a baby wants to suck beyond the need for food. The baby sucks for love. So, whenever we lack love, we start eating. There is a strong emotional or psychological association inside us that food means love. What we are looking for in life is not food. What we are looking for is love. When we have that love, we do not need much food or sleep, what to speak of other things, to satisfy our lusts. Thus, vairagya appears in a natural way, and we do not need anything else because our needs are satisfied. Raghunath Das Goswami would drink a glass of buttermilk every other day and was in perfect health because he was getting energy from another source, from love. Therefore, when we artificially try to protect ourselves from the sense objects, from the stimuli, then Krishna says, Karmanindriyani samyamya yaaste manasa smaram indriyartan vimudhatma mitya chara sauchite. If we are restraining our senses, but all the while thinking of sense objects, we are a hopeless fool, because we are cheating ourselves. Bhagavad Gita 3:6. In his purport to verse 5 of the Manasiksha, Bhaktivinoda Thakur refers to a series of verses from chapter 2 of the Bhagavad Gita, verses 62 and 63. They describe how degradation takes place in 8 steps. There is an 8-step yoga that has 8 ascending steps, and there are also 8 descending steps. Everything is symmetrical. 8 steps up and 8 steps down. Dhyayato vishya pumsam sangasteshu pajayate. Sangat sanjayate kama kama kroda pijayate krodad bhavati samoha samohat shmiti vibrama shmiti brahm sad buddhinaso buddhinasat pranasite. The 8 steps leading down start when we begin to meditate on something material. By nature, we are meditators, and if someone doubts it, pay attention to what we do. We contemplate, we reflect, we begin to look. We are painfully trying to find an object that will make us happy as we scan the world. This is something only a human being is capable of. This is because other entities do not have a choice. All the other species see only what they need to see. For example, a frog's vision is created in such a way that it does not see slow-moving objects, but only fast-moving objects like flies. If you slowly touch a frog, it will not see you. The mosquito perceives only warm objects emitting carbon dioxide. Everyone has their own vision, and each species sees only what it needs. But mankind sees everything. Therefore, a person can develop any desires. A person sees something, starts meditating on that object, and thinks, Quote, maybe that is what I've been missing, end quote. A person focuses on something and gains more and more confidence that, quote, yes, this is the thing that I need, end quote. The nature of meditation is that the more we meditate on something or someone, the greater our sangha or attachment becomes to that object or person. Those who practice vairagya may say that if you take some sense object, someone of the opposite sex, for example, and try to see them through a large magnifying glass, they will not look so beautiful. Such persons ignore the way they are created. Sangastesu pajayate sangat sanjaya kama. A person first meditates and then develops attachment, sangha. When attachment is developed, then comes kama. Kama means our intelligence is set to work. It means desire, and desire means that the scheme of getting that object has already appeared in our mind. Very powerful mechanisms are set to work. I go into the supermarket, for instance, and see something I want. If I do not have the money, I start thinking about how to get the money. When I start making plans of how to get it, lust enters my intelligence. After that, a number of various psychological mechanisms turn on because intelligence sets to work on our senses, and that's the end. Kama, lust, has devoured the mind. First, there is a desire that appears simply in the mind, sangha, and then that desire appears in the intelligence, and then it appears in our senses, and that's it. Kama is also a huge burst of energy. Have you noticed that what a surge of energy we feel when kama appears? The days have been dragging slowly, and you've been feeling bored with no desire for anything, and then you've been feeling depressed, but kama appears, and you spring to life. Then we get fed up with that particular sense object, and again the days are dragging and boring, and then there's a new object again. There's a new kama and a new life. Now, when we're trying to achieve that sense object, and when we are trying to get what we need, we inevitably encounter obstacles. We destroy these obstacles. To destroy these obstacles, we need anger. It is a special energy that destroys obstacles. If something stands between me and the object of my desire, I'm ready to destroy it all. Quote, who has dared to prevent me? Who has dared to come between me and what I want, what I love? End quote. In my anger, I'm prepared to do anything. This gang of highwaymen that Raghunath Das Goswami speaks of consists of kama, krodha, anger, labha, moha, mada, and matsarya. First is lust, the most respected progenitor of the clan. Kama gives rise to krodha. Another name for krodha is kama anuja. Kama anuja means kama's younger brother. Krodha means anger. The river of anger begins to surge. We start screaming, we start destroying, we clench fists, and our eyes turn red. This energy can sweep anything on its way. Another result of kama is when we satisfy kama, then lobha, greed, appears. If kama is not satisfied, then there is krodha. One is outraged and ready to kill everyone. And if we satisfy kama, then there is greed. Greed is another kinsman, the fat guy in the gang. When this gang comes to you, you should know them by their looks. The kama that has grown fat is lobha, greed. The Hitopadesh says that due to lobha, we lose all shame. When this greed of satisfied desires develops, we cannot stop it. And there is a third result that is not mentioned among these 6 sins or 6 vices. If the obstacles are too strong for our anger to remove, then fear comes. Sometimes Krishna speaks about it. He says, Vitaraga bhaya krodha. Raga means kama or lust, bhaya means fear, and krodha means anger. These are 3 emotions associated with each other. Accordingly, as a result of fear, greed, and anger, we're seized by illusion, moha, identifying ourselves with our possessions. What is illusion? Moha is when we forget ourselves to such a degree that we are ready to kill someone. Normally, we would never do that. Again, this is a purely psychological reaction, because anger, fear, or greed inside produces an extremely strong drug that obscures consciousness, and we act in a way that is extremely out of character because we forget who we are. Krishna explains that this is how the downfall takes place when we do something we would not otherwise do. Eventually, at the heart of it all is karma. Because of karma, we degrade more and more. We commit a sin we would never imagine being able to commit. Then everything goes like clockwork. Everything is perfect because moha has covered our intelligence and our consciousness. We do not understand who we are or what we are living for. The Vishnu Purana defines illusion, moha. It is said there, quote, "This is my father, and this is my mother, this is my wife, and this is my house," end quote. This is not your dad or your mom, this is not your wife, and this is not your house, and this is not your body. We think that it all belongs to us. Actually, nothing belongs to us. We expand our, quote, I, end quote, and moha makes us expand our ego overall. We are studying the kinship between kama, krodha, lobha, mada, moha, mada, and matsarya. What comes after moha? Mada means pride and madness. We start to be proud. Quote, all of this is mine. This is mine and that is mine. I have so many things. They're all mine, end quote. So we start to expect that all others should respect and honor us because we have become very important. We cannot tolerate even the slightest humiliation. There is a nice example in Srimad Bhagavatam when Daksha was insulted. As a result of disrespecting his son-in-law, Lord Shiva, Daksha was decapitated and his head was burned to ashes. He was later restored to life when he was given a goat's head as a replacement. In this way, moha is transformed into mada, and as a result of this, the ripe fruit, the most beloved youngest son in this family is born. And who this is Matsarya. Matsarya means when we start to envy someone for being better than we are, even in something small. It seems to us that the very fact of their existence is humiliating us. Our dignity suffers. We feel hurt, and we rejoice when another person is suffering. When someone is suffering, and we do not show it, of course, but inside we think, quote, Krishna has punished him, end quote. This is how these enemies are related to each other, and at the bottom of it all is kama, lust. Usually we consider kama to be our friend. There are even special training courses that teach people how to develop kama. There are motivational training courses where people are told to write down all of their desires and then meditate on them. Every evening they go through all of their desires and tick off each one. But kama is a terrible thing that generates all human sins. The most surprising of it all is that kama is impossible to satisfy. Even if one has everything, one will still not be satisfied. Therefore, Krishna calls this enemy, kama, voracious, devouring everything. Maha asana. Baka, the pretender. Raghunath Das Goswami calls the police or the Vaishnavas a team or an army of Bakabid, Krishna who has ripped the hypocritical demon Baka into two halves. The yogis also try to tear their senses from the sense objects, reflecting on the futility and temporality of it all. Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita 3:6, Karmendriyani samyamya yaaste manasa smaran indriyartam vimudatma mityanchara sauchite. Mityachara means pretender, one who seemingly renounces sense objects but constantly thinks about them. The problem of most kinds of yoga is that people are striving by their own efforts, but all the while in their mind there lives the memory, the vasanas, sensations, and enjoyments of material life. This memory is constantly pulling us here and there, even if we are 90 years old. When we get older, it might even be more difficult because in old age, the desires will be strong as ever, but we will have no more strength. Chanakya Pandit says that in old age, the liver ages, the teeth falls out, there is no more strength, but the desires remain as strong as in youth. Externally, we may seem completely renounced. Our eyes are closed to facilitate thinking, and we are sitting in the lotus pose, externally chanting with our tongues, but the mind is enjoying. What happens in this case is most important. The samskars or vasanas, which remain in the mind, grow stronger. Sometimes people think that if I give up something, then gradually the samskar or memory of past pleasures will diminish. So to some extent, that is what happens, but only if we do not meditate on them. If we dwell on them, the samskars grow even stronger. At some point, such persons break down and start trying to enjoy as much as they can. They've been tolerating it, but their samskars have been growing stronger and stronger, and finally, such persons get into trouble. For example, someone who fasts without any real reason at some point loses control and begins eating everything. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada said that instead of fasting, it's better to eat something. He said that rather than fasting on Ekadasi, eating nothing all day long but thinking about food, you'd better eat something and not think about food. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami calls Krishna Bakabid. Baka is Bakasura. Baka means a heron. That heron is figuratively a yogi. It demonstratively stands on one leg, elegantly holding up the second leg. It has no problems whatsoever in keeping balance. On one leg, like a true yogi, it meditates with completely closed eyes. However, as soon as a frog jumps up, the heron eats it up. Again it meditates, and again it looks completely self-absorbed, eyes closed, standing on one leg. That is why Baka means a cheater. In his purport to Bhagavad Gita 3.6, Srila Prabhupada says that it's better to be an honest householder than a cheating meditator. People are trying to meditate to externally withdraw from the sense objects, but if the material desires within remains, they turn into charlatans and nothing good comes out of it. Another example from Srimad Bhagavatam is Shobhari Muni. He was a yogi who submerged himself under the Yamuna River so he would not see the objects of the senses. For many, many years underwater, he held his breath, performing severe austerities. At one point, he saw some fish mating, which completely disturbed his mind. And he thought, quote, "What am I doing here underwater?" And, quote, he rushed to a nearby palace in Mathura and said to King Matada, quote, "I want to marry your daughter," end quote. King had 50 daughters, and he said, quote, "My daughters are princesses, so they must choose their husband by themselves. Go, and if they choose you, I give him my blessing," end quote. Shobhari used some of the power from his penance to turn into a handsome and attractive young man, and all the 50 daughters wanted to marry him. In that way, he became a servant of lust. We have eagerly taken up the spiritual path, but the highwaymen attacked us in the dark and began strangling us. Gale badva hanam ayam. If that has happened to you, you have to cry out, quote, "They're killing me. Help! Save me! Help! Hanya aham! They're strangling me." Gale badva. Raghunath Das Goswami says, Vartmapagane. Vartma means path. Vartmapa means policeman. There are pati, robbers, and there are Vatmapa, the police, Vartmapagani, and we must call them. But it is a special police. The police, like the gang, has its leader, whose name is Bakabid, the one who ripped Bakasur apart. That is Krishna. Kuru tvam farutkaran. Kuru means, "O mind." Farutkaran means, "Shout loudly." Quote, "Help, help," end quote. Avati sa yata tvam mana ita. We will be rescued by Krishna himself when we call for the devotee police officers. Vaishnava police save us. Raghunath Das Goswami that says that when we are overcome by these enemies, we must shout for help, crying, quote, "They're killing me, they're dragging me to hell. I'm in trouble," end quote, and we must call the Vaishnavas who will save us. He says here that what can actually save us is the society of Vaishnavas. There's one devotee friend of mine who used to take very addictive drugs over many years. He became a devotee, and for some time he stood firm, but then he gave in again and he started to deal in drugs because addicts like to get others addicted as well. He was sent to prison for 3 years or so and then released. This devotee came to one of our festivals. When I saw him, I went up to him and started asking how he was doing. He said, quote, "As long as I'm here with the devotees, I do not want anything. I have no desire, and it's nice, but I know as soon as I leave, I will get addicted again," end quote. This is what happens if we meditate on the sense objects. At one point, our desire will grow so strong that we can do nothing but cast prudence to the wind. Therefore, Raghunath Das Goswami says that conquering the enemies headed by lust is not going to work by our own efforts. We have to call to those who can save us from hypocrisy, to those who serve the Bhakabid, the one who can rip the hypocrisy between us in two. We must remain in the association of devotees. When we are with the devotees, all problems are solved. Lust goes away, material desires go away, and the only desire that remains inside is to serve Krishna and his devotees. To be constantly situated at the lotus feet of the Vaishnavas is the only safe place in the world where we can feel fully protected against all enemies. If there are no Vaishnavas near us physically, then another type of sadhusanga is reading books and listening to lectures. Hear their words, read what they have written, and think about the verses they have left to us. Doing this will give us the strength to resist the most frightening and powerful enemies that we have inside. Therefore, thanks to modern advances, we can be with Vaishnavas 24 hours a day. Sadhusanga is life-saving. It can save us from all these problems. All our problems in spiritual life are due to a lack of spiritual taste. If we had a spiritual taste, there would be no need for any seminars or festivals. We would all be running around like crazy, chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. But as long as our anarthas remain in our heart, we cannot go mad with love. Rather, we have gone mad, but in a different way. Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami would run around Vrindavan with hearts overflowing with love. Our hearts are overflowing with love for material objects, lust. What prevents us from relishing this taste are the anarthas. But when we meet a sadhu, they help us develop the taste for sadhana bhakti. The following story about Jivan Thakur is a very enlightening example of this principle. Jivan Thakur was a very pious man who lived his whole life in his village during the time of Sanatana Goswami. He was engaged in some spiritual activities, but he was very poor. When he grew old, Jivan Thakur decided that he would not be able to live in such poverty anymore. He came to Kashi, Benares, to see Vishwanath, a powerful deity who fulfills all the desires of those who come to him. So Jivan Thakur prayed to Lord Shiva in the following way, quote, I've been worshiping you all my life. All my life I remained poor, but now I'm too old to be poor. Make me rich, at least at the end of my life, end quote. He returned to where he was staying overnight. Vishwanath Shiva came to him and said, quote, Go to Vraja. There lives a Babaji, a sadhu, called Sanatana Goswami. Find him, and he will make you rich, end quote. Jivan Thakur happily thought, quote, Wow, it works. Vishwanath has showed mercy to me, end quote. He went to Vraja, where he found Sanatana Goswami and said to him, quote, Sanatana Goswami, Prabhu, help me. Shiva told me that you can make me rich. Please, make me rich, end quote. Sanatana Goswami replied, quote, How can I make you rich if I myself am a beggar? Look at me. All I have is a loincloth, end quote. Quote, Well, Shiva could not be mistaken. Make me rich, end quote. Sanatana Goswami remembered that he has a philosopher's stone. One day, when he was walking along the road, he stumbled over a philosopher's stone. He had picked it up, but thought, quote, Well, it will be of no use to me. It will only be an impediment, end quote. So he hid it in his garbage, thinking, quote, It might come in handy for someone, end quote. So now he remembered and said, quote, Yes, I have something for you over there in my pile of garbage, end quote. He picked up the stone and gave it to him and said, quote, Jivan Thakur, this is for you. Now you can fulfill any desire. If you touch it to iron, the iron will turn into gold. You can get rich. No one has such a stone." End quote. Jivan Thakur was delighted. He walked away holding the stone in his hands and admiring it. He was thinking about what desires it would fulfill and how even kings would envy him. But then, suddenly, he began thinking about why Sanatana Goswami readily gave him this stone without regret. He thought, quote, he must possess something more valuable. Otherwise, why is he giving it to me so easily? End quote. He took the philosopher's stone and threw it far into the Yamuna. He thought, quote, "I do not need it. I will go back to Sanatana Goswami and ask him to teach me what he knows." End quote. So, this is how association with a sadhu works, although not always immediately. Like in the case with Jivan Thakur, he came to the sadhu to get something tangible. Instead, he got an instant of association with the sadhu, and that instant of association impressed him in such a way that he began thinking, quote, "Why is he so happy? He's wearing nothing but a loincloth. Why is he so happy? He does not need that philosopher's stone, the greatest jewel of all. Why had he thrown it into the garbage pail?" End quote. So at some point he felt relieved because kama had gone from his heart. Greed has gone. Lust had gone. Everything else had gone from his heart. That is the effect of sadhu sangha. When Rupa Goswami explains the mechanism of this influence from the devotees, he quotes Hiranyakashipu, who says that our mind is like a crystal, that once something comes close to that mind, it gets reflected there. Rupa Goswami says that when we approach a sadhu, the qualities of the sadhu begin to be reflected on our minds. We begin to feel a pale shadow or shade of what the sadhu feels. So here, Raghunath Das Goswami says that if lust is strangling you, call the Vaishnavas, call the sadhus, and you will immediately feel relief. Lust will go away, and all these thugs will flee in different directions. As soon as they see a sadhu coming, they'll begin to disperse. They run away in fear because Vaishnavas, as Raghunath Das Goswami calls them here, are the police who guard the spiritual path. We may ask why Raghunath Das Goswami does not call, quote, say, quote, "call Krishna," or, quote, "call out the holy name," end quote. Instead, he says, quote, "call the Vaishnavas," end quote. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur explains the principle in his commentary on verse 12288 of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. There, he says that in one sense, the Vaishnavas are stronger than Krishna. He gives a very powerful explanation, quoting a verse from 3rd Canto Srimad Bhagavatam, where Kapila Dev says that there are two forms of unwanted association: association with a woman and association with a man who is attached to a woman. The second type of unwanted association is the most dangerous. When we associate with a woman, we might or might not get attached depending on whether she's beautiful or not. But when we associate with a man who is attached to a woman, we begin to feel his taste. This taste is so strong that we will inevitably get attached. When we associate with those who are attached to sex, to base things, it's very difficult to stand firm because we think, quote, "why am I wasting my time? Others are enjoying," end quote. Similarly, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, therefore, association with Krishna is not so important, for association with Krishna may or may not give you a taste. Association with Vaishnavas, who have a taste, will impart that taste to us, because we will feel their taste reflected in our consciousness. The taste they have will make us contemptuously regard all the temptations of the material world. Those who associated with Srila Prabhupada felt that liberating and cleansing association. They felt how being near him, they were getting free from the passions that used to torment them before. Therefore, the only way to protect ourselves from degradation is to call out to the Vaishnavas. And if there are no great Vaishnavas, we must call the ordinary Vaishnavas. If there are no ordinary Vaishnavas, we must call the lowest Vaishnavas. And even they can teach us their taste. Therefore, when we associate with devotees, we must not, in any case, take them for granted. This is a sangha that will help free us of all vices and purify our hearts. Never, under any circumstances, should we offend the Vaishnavas. The Vaishnavas are our saviors. The Vaishnavas are those who give us freedom from lust, envy, anger, greed, illusion, and pride. They can save us and can free us. Therefore, we must, at every moment of our lives, thank Srila Prabhupada for giving us the opportunity to associate with the Vaishnavas, to come to the festivals, and to engage together in sadhana, being able to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The main lesson of this verse is that Vaishnavas can give us a taste, and there is no other source for that taste. The only source of spiritual taste is the heart of a Vaishnava who has bhakti. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. In the 5th verse, practitioners of bhakti are on the shining path of service to the divine couple of Vraja, but are not progressing very much because they are anchored by strong ropes. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati used to tell the story of a family crossing a river to attend a wedding. Their boat made no headway all night because of failing to pull up the anchor. The oars are moving, everyone is in the boat, but they're standing still. In a similar way, if those on the path of devotion are still slaves to lust, anger, greed, and so forth, those evil masters will bind the devotees with ropes of evil deeds, making their apparent progress on the surface of bhakti either very insignificant or non-existent in the depths. Having conquered the difficulties explained in verse 4, the persons described in verse 5 speak of spiritual things but have actions not in harmony with their words. As Srila Prabhupada writes in his purport to Bhagavad Gita 3.33, quote, there are many so-called spiritualists who outwardly pose as advanced in the science, but inwardly or privately are completely under particular modes of nature which they are unable to surpass, end quote. We find a similar concept in Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya Lila 4.102. Apane acharya keha na kare prachara, prachara kare keha na kare na achara. Quote, some behave very well, but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness, where others preach, but do not behave properly. The problem of preaching nicely, but behaving improperly may be due to weakness, hypocrisy, or some of both. If preachers are honest and humble about failures to live up to what they teach, the situation is not so dangerous. Indeed, even those devotees who both preach and act perfectly generally present themselves as being far less than the ideal they teach. Such a presentation comes from their genuine humility. The greatest danger, however, is the hypocrite who teaches others. Such persons often cheat themselves as well. The cheating hypocrite is struggling with pride. Pride prevents us from admitting our problems, even to ourselves. Who wants to admit being a slave to lust, greed, or envy? No one wants to confess, quote, there's a rope around my neck and Master Envy is dragging me like a pet dog on a leash to one wicked deed after another, end quote. Out of pride, we instead try to cover our real motives with something more socially acceptable. Therefore, we return again to verse 1, where we are told to give up pride and love the devotees of the Lord. As soon as we reject pride, we will notice that along with the robbers on the road are police officers. The police are servants of Krishna, the killer of Baka, personified hypocrisy. Baka takes the form of a crane. The crane appears to meditate peacefully in a yogic pose on one leg. The crane's real meditation, however, is on the eating fish. Quickly it dives for a fish and then returns to its posture. We may think the thick ropes of our attachments, bad habits, and private weakness are insurmountable. But the servants of Baka's killer can cut the ropes of wicked deeds through their own humble and honest mood, which gives us the courage to follow their example. They also cut the ropes through their instructions, including what they have written in their books. These Vaishnavas will not only destroy the robbers and break our bonds if we ask them to. Like Krishna himself, they respect free will. If we want to be a hypocrite and remain tied, they will not force us to change. So we must call to them with desperation and sincerity. Such a call requires an absence of pride, a willingness to admit that we are weak slaves who require the help of those more powerful than we. When we are released from these wicked masters, our love and humility will grow. We will give all the credit to Krishna, as Nanda Maharaj does in chapter 46 of Krishna book, saying, quote, "How wonderful it is that he has killed all the demons like Pralambasura, Dhenukasura, Ristasura, Trinavarta, and Bakasura. They were so strong that even the demigods in the heavenly planets were afraid of them. But Krishna killed them as easily as anything." End quote. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami, Part 3, Commentaries by Contemporary Vaishnavas. Arayacheta prodyat kapata kuntinati barakara. Karshan mutre snatva dahasi katam atmanam apimam. Sadatvam gandharva giridhara pada prema vilasat. Sudham bodhau snatvatvam api nitaram mam chasukaya. O ruffian mind, why do you burn yourself and me, the soul, by bathing in the trickling urine of the great young donkey of full-blown hypocrisy and duplicity? Instead, you should always bathe in the ocean of love emanating from the lotus feet of Shri Gandharvika Giridhari, thereby delighting yourself and me. Commentary by Jayadvaita Swami. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Kamesha Krodesha Rajaguna Samudbhava Mahasano Mahaprapma Vidyenam Ihavadinam. The big enemy of the conditioned soul is lust. But Raghunath Das Goswami says that even if you're done with that, there's still another problem to deal with. Deeply embedded within the human heart are 4 defects, and one of them is the propensity to cheat. Therefore it is said, Dharma projita kaitavotra paramo nirmatsaranam satam. The Bhagavatam kicks out kaitava dharma, quote, cheating religion, end quote. Srila Sridhar Swami says that kaitava dharma means dharma, artha, kama, moksha, material objectives culminating in impersonal oneness. Raghunath Das Goswami has some pungent words for this deceit and hypocrisy. Prodyat kapata kutanati bara karaksharan mutre snatva, quote, bathing in the donkey urine of full-blown hypocrisy and duplicity, end quote. One may ask, quote, why donkey urine, end quote. Well, to begin with, it's not cow urine. Cow urine is purifying. Some people clean their kitchens with it. It's antiseptic. But this verse talks about donkey urine. There's a difference. Donkey urine doesn't seem to be held in high esteem. Srila Prabhupada said that the donkey, the ass, is a symbol of stupidity, as in the expression, quote, work like an ass, end quote. In America, a common insult is to call a person an ass, a stupid ass. Types of deceit. Srila Bhaktivinoda in his commentary says, quote, there are 3 categories of spiritual practitioners, sadhakas. He calls 2 types of householder devotees as Shvanishta sadhakas and Paranishta sadhakas, and the renounced devotees as Nirapeksha sadhakas. He further writes, quote, all 3 types are benefited only when they become thoroughly honest and give up deceit, pretense, and hypocrisy. Otherwise, they are surely vanquished. Each type of sadhaka has distinct ways of exhibiting a deceitful nature, end quote. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes that householders may be deceitful by indulging in sense enjoyment on the pretext of sadhana bhakti. For example, a person might offer opulent food for the pleasure of the Lord, thinking of eating it later. Bhaktivinoda also suggests that a renunciate man may want to train ladies in deity worship so that they can have their association. These are some of the different ways Bhaktivinoda lists to enjoy sense gratification under the pretext of sadhana bhakti. Bhaktivinoda Thakur warns against the deceit of householders, quote, serving rich, influential materialists instead of serving simple, nirapeksha servants of Krishna, end quote. He lists similar pitfalls for the renunciates. For example, the deceit of, quote, staying with materialistic people with the expectation of receiving wealth, end quote, and, quote, being inwardly anxious and worried about collecting more wealth while making a pretense of performing devotional service or chanting, end quote. In a similar vein, Shukadeva Goswami says, quote, aren't the trees giving fruits? Isn't the river giving water? Then why are sannyasis going to the homes of materialists just to flatter them, end quote. Of course, we have seen this behavior to an almost absurd extent in Indian culture, but it happens in the West also. Whether initiated Vaishnavas or, quote, professional, end quote, Vaishnavas, supposedly saintly devotees go around from one rich man's home to another collecting donations, mainly to support their families. Meanwhile, the rich materialists flatter them, saying, quote, oh, Maharaj, end quote, until the preacher starts to believe that he is, quote, Maharaj, end quote. But then it's, quote, by the way, where's my elephant, end quote. This kind of preacher is basically a businessman who is in the Vaishnava business, end quote. Such a mentality can also be institutionalized. If your institution becomes solely interested in courting the wealthy and influential, then you have a problem. An ordinary guy walks in and you size him up. When you see he doesn't have any money, you go on to the next man, neglecting the sincere candidates for devotional service. That's to be avoided. Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about yet another kind of deceit, quote, enthusiasm for meaningless temporary gains, even at the cost of envying and harming others, end quote. We see this in devotees who get enthusiastic about more or less mundane project of no great importance. Often the enterprise is simply self-indulgent. One indulges one's mundane propensities under the banner of devotional service. A common example is becoming a rock star. Again, quote, for Krishna, end quote. The devotee may be very enthusiastic about it, but it really has no value except for self-indulgence. One common form of deceit Bhaktivinoda lists for the Padinista sadhaka is, quote, making an external show of strictly following the rules and prohibitions while inwardly being very attached to material subjects unrelated to Krishna, end quote. From my reading of a book by a friend of mine who is a Christian professor, it seems that the Christians deal with the same tendency, which they call, quote, legalism, end quote. It's quite a good term, legalism. The legalist is punctilious, very attentive to following rules and regulations, but his heart is all junk. He makes an outward show of being a very pakka devotee, but inwardly allows all sorts of anarthas, weeds, to grow. Easier than purifying the heart is to make a show of crossing your T's and dotting your I's. You make sure that you circumambulate the tulsi plant exactly 4 times, and you chant such and such a verse in exactly the right meter, that you bow facing the right direction, all the details you can possibly think of, but without a real connection and purification of the heart. The internal and the external are not mutually exclusive. When the rules and regulations become the point, or when we make a show of rules and regulations, that's what Rupa Goswami calls niyamagraha, missing the point. If we think rules are the most important thing, we're fooling ourselves. Self-deceit. Then again, if others think the rules are the most important things, we may deceive them by making a show of following the rules, but without having the substance. Some sadhakas are deceitful by preferring the association of people who are materially impressive in some way. Bhaktivinoda writes of, quote, preferring the association of non-devotees rather than Krishna-conscious devotees, end quote. Whether it's intellectually sophisticated company or high society types or mode of goodness people, such a sadhaka prefers their association to that of a genuine devotee. That's another type of cheating. Recognizing the various types of deceit help us guard against materially motivated religion and contaminated consciousness. Devotion or profession. Impediments to spiritual progress may also come because we maintain our householder life by what is essentially professional kirtan. That is a subject that deserves careful thought because there are so many statements in our literatures advising against meeting one's family expenses by speaking Srimad Bhagavatam or by becoming a professional preacher. The danger is that it becomes a business. Someone may be a car mechanic, a teacher, or an accountant, and someone is a preacher. Everybody has a way to maintain his family life, and it becomes exactly that, a business. And this may occur in any department. Preaching becomes a way to maintain your family. Being a pujari becomes a way to maintain your family, and devotional service becomes a way to maintain your family. It becomes a profession. Since our interest lies in building up our bank account, we are interested in preaching to the wealthy or preaching to where people give us good money. And we collect money not for a preaching project to distribute books or to spread kirtan, but to pay the rent, to save money for the kids' education, all of that. A devotee may sometimes accept some modest contribution for maintenance, but when our program is meant mainly for maintaining our family by professional Vaishnava service, then the situation needs to be looked at. When we first went to Vrindavan, we saw the deities were being maintained very poorly. Basically, deity worship was a family business. Prabhupada's evaluation was that the pujaris just kept the temples open to collect some money and don't really care about the deity, except as a gimmick or tool for making money. Sometimes we see that people are willing to serve, but everything they do has a price to it. Then we have to ask, is that devotional service, or is it a job? And if it's a job, is this really what Prabhupada wanted? Is this really what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to teach, that devotional service is a means of earning your livelihood? That's not really the idea. Better you earn your livelihood by honest means and do service. You have a career, make money, meet your family expenses so that everything you do for the temple or for preaching is actually devotional service. It's not mixed. You don't have to ask, quote, okay, what's my compensation package, end quote. No, you can say, quote, my family expenses are met and this is what I do for service, end quote. So much of our time is taken up with the responsibilities of family maintenance, but they don't take up all of our time. So the balance of our time we can use for Krishna service. We don't waste it watching television, talking prajalpa, or hanging out. We can invest that balance of our precious time when we're not earning a livelihood in devotional service. There's a strong case to be made for that approach. On the other hand, Prabhupada approved of book distribution. Quote, as a business, it's a good business, end quote, he said. Quote, best business, end quote. A full-time book distributor can keep aside some quota for personal and family maintenance. You can also use your occupation for serving. If you're an accountant, you do temple accounts. If you are a lawyer, help get documents registered. Whatever you are, a cook, cook for the deity. But not with the mentality of, quote, how much will they pay me? How much will I collect if I go to this engagement? How many hours do they want me to serve? Can I make the same amount but do less? Maybe I can get a few more dollars per hour, end quote. None of that comes into consideration when you cover your own family expenses separately. Taking payment for service to maintain your family can also create unhappy relations. For instance, the brahmacharis are giving selflessly of their time, they're bringing in money, and you are spending it to maintain your household. Or the congregational householders are working hard and making money and giving it to the temple, and it goes to you to maintain your family. How good are people going to feel about that? We also need to ask if this is how we want our temples to operate, basically employing people to do service. Kirtan. We are advised not to hear from professional bhajan singers. They are singing for money, not for the pleasure of the Lord. It's their profession, their way of earning a livelihood, and they cultivate a beautiful voice for public gratification. One can say these people are Vaishnavas, but that's not our standard of Vaishnava. Someone who doesn't really follow the principles of devotional service or practice, but is a great singer. Some of the most popular bhajan singers are based in Bombay, and we know about them quite well. So we know that in their private lives, they are drinkers, womanizers, and so on. They don't follow the four regulative principles an ISKCON devotee is expected to follow. So we are advised, Avaishnava mukho girna putra hari katatmritam. Do not hear from a person who is not a Vaishnava. Apart from that, devotees who listen to professional bhajan singers often start to sound like professional bhajan singers themselves. Instead of immersing themselves in the transcendental sound vibrations sung by the pure devotee of the Lord, they immerse themselves in the beautiful music sung by the professional bhajan singers. But although fancy tricks with tunes and notes may turn the public on, that's not what pleases Krishna. There's a passage in Jaiva Dharma about a spiritual aspirant who had training in classical music. When he has been in the association of devotees for a while, he takes the opportunity to sing kirtan in a beautiful classical style. All the devotees get turned off right away. Quote, "What is this?" End quote. Here's a guy with a professional background and technical training, but he doesn't have bhava. He doesn't reflect genuine devotion. His music reflects his cultivation of professional technique. And we see that a lot, unfortunately. Kirtan lacking devotion, but overflowing with technique. I was in some kirtan, and the mridanga player was all beats. If there was a moment of space, it had to be filled with alankars, decorative sound vibrations. There wasn't enough space in the kirtan for all the beats one can play, so the player had to fill in as many as possible. And I noted the difference between that kind of mridanga playing and the expert playing of Srila Prabhupada's godbrother, Krishnadas Babaji Maharaj. When Babaji Maharaj wanted to do something extra, he could do it. But for most of the kirtan, it would be boom, 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 simple, 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 because the thing he wanted to hear was the holy name. The mridanga was only to give a little shape or support to the holy name, not for a mridanga playing exhibition. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, at the time of leaving this world, wanted to hear Sri Rupa Manjaripad sung by someone other than a big kirtaniya who was present. Quote, Sridhar Maharaj is there, let him sing, end quote. Sridhar Maharaj was not only a silver-voiced kirtaniya, but the technique wasn't what was wanted. It was the feeling. Once in Mayapur, the devotees and the managers in 76 or 77 arranged a kirtan mela, a kirtan competition. The idea was to attract more people to Mayapur from surrounding areas. There are kirtan groups that roam around and do kirtans at weddings, birthdays, and festivals and then get paid something. So at this mela, various kirtan groups were invited to come. They would perform to be judged by the panel of judges on their mridanga playing, their dancing, and their dress. These guys could play kartals with their hands behind their backs. They could play mridangas with their elbows. They were fantastic. People was in the Lotus building in his quarters. At that time, he was feeling indisposed. His health was deteriorating. So he sent word down from the Lotus building, quote, turn off the amplifiers, end quote. Prabhupada wasn't interested in hearing them at all. He said, quote, they are simply singing for money, end quote. Our kirtan is different. If what Krishna wants is your feeling. Bhava Griha Janardana, what the Lord accepts is the feeling of the devotee. After Hiranyakashipu was killed, the demigods offered prayers to pacify the Lord, but still the Lord was roaring in fury. Then Brahma pushed Prahlad Maharaj forward, saying, quote, you speak something, end quote. Prahlad Maharaj thought, quote, all the demigods have offered their prayers in beautiful Sanskrit, end quote. Again, so many alankars, quote, and they are all big demigods. What will I say? When all these demigods have failed to satisfy the Lord, what can I do, end quote. Then Prahlad thought, quote, but I can offer my feelings, end quote. That's the thing, not how great a singer you are. Expertise is part of devotion. Now, it's not that we have to be a culture of incompetence. When Achyutananda Prabhu compiled ISKCON's first songbook, Srila Prabhupada appreciatively wrote in a foreword, quote, he has learned to sing, how to sing in Bengali and play mridanga like an expert professional, end quote. But, on the other hand, if externally someone is a great singer or a great speaker or a great pujari or a great yoga performer, but whatever, but internally the heart is all trash, then we have a problem. the one Raghunath Das Goswami is speaking about in this verse. It's a deceit problem. Raghunath Das Goswami balances this verse by saying, on the one side, you give up all this affectation, this urinary interest you have, and on the other side, develop your love for Radha and Krishna. That's the real business of life. In the early days of Jadharani's painting, at one point she was applying techniques from the great masters and trying to become really professional. She wasn't trying to become as good as Rembrandt, but because all the great masters studied anatomy carefully, she painted a very muscular Narada Muni. And Prabhupada said, quote, if you want to go down this path, I will pray to Krishna to save you, quote, unquote. Save her from what? From becoming like a professional artist. Srila Prabhupada sometimes detected a problem with devotees who had learned some Sanskrit. A devotee may have wanted to serve by editing Sanskrit, so he decides to go to a university and take introductory Sanskrit course. Now he knows a little Sanskrit. But Prabhupada said, quote, as soon as he knows a little Sanskrit, he thinks he's better than Guru Maharaj, end quote. You absorb the mundane mentality that these people have. You start to become a rationalist, and you start to think you're hot stuff because you know the rules of Sandhi, and all these incompetent ISKCON brahmacharis are chanting without the correct pronunciation. And then you think you can correct your guru. You become puffed up, and then you're finished. In any category, whether in its academics, art, music, business, or anything, when people start to think they're God's gift to the Vaishnava community, deceit will arise. So, professional training can be a pitfall. There are valuable things we can learn. On the other hand, when you pick up the head, you get the tail also. So, one has to be very careful. Academically, if a product is up to a certain standard, it's good, no matter what rubbish the actual content is. But if something is not up to the standard, then it's rubbish, no matter how exalted it is. Academics with this point of view are fools because their emphasis on it doesn't matter, and they're missing the point. Someone is crying out that there's a fire, and you're analyzing the grammar of their sentence. Prabhupada wrote in regards to his translation and commentary on Srimad Bhagavatam that somehow he had to get his message across in a foreign language, although there would be so many discrepancies. He said that if there's a fire in a house, then the residents will somehow or other make it known to the neighbors, even if they don't speak the same language. Of course, you have to know your level of capability and also be humble. If you approach a big Sanskrit professor, it really doesn't pay to come off like you're the world's greatest Sanskritist. Therefore, it's advised that one be humble, but at the same time clear about one's principles. Academics who are honest will appreciate that you've got something. The Lord and his internal energy. The contamination of deceit and hypocrisy can lodge in the heart of an aspiring devotee. Raghunath Das Goswami says to stop this hypocrisy, this deceit, this cheating. What is the impetus for this deceit? The material energy. We may think, quote, I may not be able to come to the real standard, but I am getting some nourishment from what's within reach. I may not have purified my heart and developed love for Krishna, but I can be a sharp Vaishnava dresser and play spiffy mridanga beats and sing like a professional, and then all the perks come in. Women are looking at me and people are giving me money. And if I'm coming from India to America, the green card is within reach, end quote. One hardly needs a greater impetus for cheating than that. The green card is like the next best thing to an entry ticket to Indraloka. But if we tell the mind to give up deceit, the mind will say, quote, then what am I supposed to do? I have to be active. You're torturing me. You're going to make me stop everything. You don't want me to bathe in donkey urine, but I have to bathe somewhere, end quote. So, Raghunath Das Goswami describes the real business of the mind. He says, Gandharva Giridhara Pada Prema Vilasat Sudham Bodhaus Natva, quote, bathing in the ocean of love, emanating from the lotus feet of Shri Gandharvika Giridhari, end quote. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Gandharva refers to Srimati Radhika, who is the internal energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Giridhari refers to Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses all unlimited, inconceivable potencies, and it thus is known as Shaktiman Purusha. One is advised to bathe in the Visuddha Chitvilas, the ocean of nectar of transcendental spiritual transformation. This nectar arises from love of the shelter of Gandharva Giridhari's lotus feet. End quote. Here, Shakti and Shaktiman indicate energy and the possessor of energy. Parasya Shakti Vividhaiva Shriti. The absolute truth is possessed of energies, Vividhaiva. So many different kinds of energies. Krishna has three principal energies: the material energy, the marginal energy, and the spiritual energy. Without energy, you have impersonalism. With that energy, there's no meaning to, quote, personality of Godhead, end quote. You just have a homogeneous substance. But the Shastras say otherwise. The Absolute Truth has so many different kinds of energies. Vishnu Shakti Paraprokta Kshetra Gyakya Tata Para Avidya Karma Samanyanga Titiya Saktir Isiti. There are three kinds of energies: material, spiritual, and marginal. Ekadesha Stita Syagnir Jyotsna Vistarini Yata Parashya Brahmana Shaktis Tatedam Akilam Jagat. Say you have a fireplace. If there is a fire in that fireplace, then heat and light would spread throughout the room. Although the fire is in one place, the energy is distributed. The heat of the fire wouldn't just be in the fireplace. There must be heat. There must be light. Otherwise, what is the meaning of fire? Can it be cold? No, there must be heat and light. Then it's called fire. Just as, quote, sun, end quote, means there must be sunshine, and, quote, sunshine, end quote, means there must be sun, quote, Krishna, end quote, means Krishna with his energies. Without energies, there's no meaning to Krishna, and without Krishna, how can the energy exist? So now we're hearing of the Shrup Shakti, the internal energy. That energy is Srimati Radharani, the pleasure potency of the personality of Godhead. And Sri Krishna is Shaktiman, the person to whom the energy belongs. Together they are described as Gandharva Giridhari Radhakrishna Yugal. Together they are the complete absolute truth. Their activities are Vishuddha, Chitta Vilas, spiritual activities, and Visuddha, completely pure. Not only Shuddha, but Vishuddha, absolutely pure. So this energy is exactly the opposite of the energies of the material world. In the material world, everything is motivated, contaminated, and unconstitutional because those who are meant to give enjoyment to Krishna are trying to enjoy independently as if they were Krishna. They're trying to do that through the medium of the material energy, which they're trying to exploit while at the same time getting entangled. Mana Shastriyani Prakriti Stani Kashati. Bhagavad Gita 15:7. The soul struggles with the mind and senses, the physical body, the mental subtle body, Prakriti Stani Kashati, struggling and trying to enjoy. But the loving dealings of Radha and Krishna are manifestations of purity. They have nothing to do with the contaminated business of this material world. Therefore, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami advises us, or advises his mind, to turn away from hypocrisy or from deceit and from the false project for enjoyment in the material world and turn toward the service of the Absolute Truth, Krishna, with his spiritual internal energy. That's the plea to the mind, the direction to the mind, the instruction to the mind. Bhaktivinoda, in his commentary, says that Srila Rupa Goswami himself prays in Sri Patana Padati of his Stavamala, Sudha Gangeya Gaurangim Kurangi Lagime Shanam Jita Kodidintu Bimbasyam Abudambara Sambritam. O Shri Radha, offer obeisances to you. You have a complexion of pure golden hue, possess a pair of doe-like restless eyes, have a face that conquers the beauty of millions of full moons, and dress in dark, cloud-like garments. Rupa Goswami gave up all material wealth and opulences. Takta Turnam Eshesha Mandala Patishinam Tada Tuchavat, took up the life of a beggar. Bhutva Dina Ganesh Shako Karunaya Kopina kantastito. Yet, here he is describing the beautiful qualities of a woman. Beautiful limbs, beautiful eyes. That means he's not talking about a woman of this material world. The Goswamis had everything. Raghunath Das Goswami's wife, for example, was a young, aristocratic, beautiful girl, comparable to the goddess of fortune, but he gave her up. The Goswamis had no business going to Vrindavan and then discussing the features of a beautiful young girl. But Rupa Goswami glorifies Srimati Radharani for her because her entire existence is a manifestation of Krishna's spiritual energy. As Krishna is glorious, so his Swarup Shakti is glorious, and their pastimes are glorious. The Goswamis are teaching us this. This material world is the reflection of that reality, a perverted reflection. The mind is attracted to that reflection. Why should you be so captivated by the reflection of reality? Here is the actual reality, but not for enjoyment, for service. Not, quote, this is mine, that is mine, end quote. The energy is Krishna's energy. When Hanuman went to Lanka, he saw beautiful women lying in the palace, half drunk, vulnerable, but he wasn't attracted. He thought, quote, I have come here not to enjoy, but to serve, end quote. And the most beautiful of all the women was Srimati Sita Devi. Hanuman's concern was not to enjoy, but to see Krishna or Sita restored to the side of Lord Ramchandra. That's an example of pure consciousness. In pure consciousness, the devotee has no interest in enjoying. He's interested in serving. Avoid imitation. Rupa Goswami says, O Srimati Radhika, I, a distressed soul, belong to you. Beg you with sweet words while rolling on the banks of the Yamuna, end quote. These are signs of advanced devotional service. Raghunath Das Goswami was situated on that platform of pure Krishna consciousness and is pleased to the Lord, and his energies originate out of pure desire to be engaged in the service of the Lord. The Sajias imitate these things. They cry, they roll on the ground, they express their deep longings for Krishna, and then they go smoke or looking for a mistress, because it's also called prasadam. It's that deceit and hypocrisy that Raghunath Das Goswami condemns in the first part of the verse. They want to be known as advanced devotees. They want to get prestige and fame, so they superficially imitate Raghunath Das Goswami and Haridas Thakur. There's a story that Gaura Das Babaji was chanting Hare Krishna in a secluded place, and some imitator thought, quote, I will get prestige by also chanting Hare Krishna in this sacred place, end quote. So he set up a shop, so to speak. He got himself a little bhajan kutir, not so far away, and he was chanting. But Srila Gaura Das Babaji Maharaj commented that you can't have a child just by going into the maternity room and making noise. The Sahajas want to be seen as great devotees, but they don't want to follow the path of devotional service. The path of devotional service is to be followed step by step, kramanaiva. But Sahajas want to jump from where they are to where they want to be without doing the work, without taking the steps in between. Therefore, they don't have foundation or substance. Srila B.R. Sridhar Maharaj commented one time that if you skip some step, the part you skipped will remain hollow. In India, some buildings sometimes crumble because the cheapskate building contractors don't build according to code. To save a rupee, they use less sand and cement, fewer steel rods, whatever they can skimp on. The building looks really good, and they book it all out, and then one day it crashes. So if we don't follow the step-by-step process, then that's what will happen. One can look really good, but if there's some hollow portion under pressure, everything will come crashing down. Real humility. Bhaktivinoda quotes Rupa Goswami's verse, Krita gaske pi ayoge pi janesmin kumatavapi dasya dana pradanasya lavam api upapadaya. Although I'm unfit, an offender with a crooked mind, please bestow on me a fragment of the gift of service to you. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments that this mood is the necessary qualification for Krishna consciousness, extreme humility. The Goswamis weren't just, quote, being humble, unquote. It wasn't that they knew that they were supposed to be humble, so they said things like, quote, I am the lowest, I am the most fallen, end quote. As Prabhupada said, quote, you're not the most anything, end quote. Kaviraj Goswami wrote, quote, I am lower than the worm in the stool, end quote. Prabhupada says it's not that just he was writing poetry. He genuinely feels that. The Goswamis genuinely feel that they are unqualified when they write this way. It's not just adherence to some traditional formula, quote, you're supposed to say something humble, end quote. They genuinely felt that way. Sanatana Goswami avoided the main path to the Jagannath temple and took the long way around the beach, walking over the hot sand because he thought he might otherwise come in touch with pujaris and contaminate them. Who can imagine the level of Krishna consciousness the Goswamis were speaking and acting from? He writes, quote, I'm an offender, I'm unqualified, I have crooked intelligence, end quote. When he looks at himself, he sees these things. But we see a pure devotee. We see a devotee of the highest caliber, but the devotee of the highest caliber doesn't think, quote, I am a Paramahamsa, I have attained perfection, end quote. Bhaktivinoda also quotes this verse from Rupa Goswami, quote, this unhappy soul is not fit to be neglected by you, for you have a butter-soft heart that melts constantly by the warmth of your compassion. Narottam Das Thakur also says, Patita Pavana Hetu Tavavatar Mosama Patita Prabhu Napai Biara. Quote, I have some qualification that I am fallen, and you are the Dina Bandhu. You are Patita Pavana. So what about me? What about me? End quote. Practical absorption of the mind. Prabhupada pointed out that this is samadhi, to absorb the mind in these pastimes, these topics. And Prabhupada's slogan was, quote, work now, samadhi later, end quote. The purport being is that if we try to go to Vrindavan and imitate Raghunath Das Goswami, it will not turn out right because we're not fit to do that. Quote, now I will get a little cottage and I will meditate day and night on the loving divine pastimes of Radha Madhava, end quote. Srila Rupa Goswami in Upadeshamrita says that one should spend day and night by the side of Radhakund in one's spiritual body serving Radha Krishna. This instruction is for those on the platform of Visuddhasattva. On the platform of pure consciousness, one can be absorbed in this way. But if one is still infected by anarthas, by contamination in the heart, and at the same time wants to imitate this process of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, then the attempt will be a failure because he has not yet reached that platform. Prabhupada gave the example of one devotee who went to Mayapur. Back in the days when Mayapur was all fields, he built himself a hut, and he was out there in the fields in his hut chanting 64 rounds a day. But after 3 or 4 days, he was gone, and no one ever saw him again because he was not on the platform in which he was situated. Guru Das tells the story of the first time he went to Vrindavan. He was traveling from Delhi to Vrindavan in a car with Prabhupada, Krishna's pure devotee, anticipating reaching Vrindavan and wondering what Prabhupada must be thinking about. But Prabhupada wasn't speaking. Finally, after an hour and a half of driving, Prabhupada said, quote, cement. We have to get cement, end quote. Prabhupada was thinking of service. Quote, we have to build the temple. We have to spread Krishna consciousness to Western boys and girls. They need a place to come, end quote, and so on. Whatever Prabhupada's conception was, and to do all that, he needed cement. Practical. In Nectar of Instruction, Prabhupada says, quote, Krishna consciousness is not a matter of imaginative ecstasy, end quote. One wants to catapult himself into Vrindavan by imagining, picturing himself there. You play a role and then you are there. Prabhupada said that's not what it is. Quote, it's not imaginative ecstasy, end quote. What does he say it is? Quote, devotional service is not a matter of sentimental speculation or imaginative ecstasy. Its substance is practical activity, end quote. Practical activities in the service of the Lord. Even in Vrindavan, Yashoda is an ecstasy, but it's not that she's thinking, quote, what do I have to do to be in ecstasy, end quote, or, quote, let me absorb myself in ecstasy, end quote. She is thinking of how to get the butter together and what to cook for Krishna. She is wondering if he's getting into trouble with the monkeys. She's thinking about practical activities for the service of the Lord, and in that mood, she is naturally in ecstasy. But she's not thinking, quote, I would be in ecstasy, but because this is Vrindavan, and after all, Krishna is my son, end quote. In all of Vrindavan, everyone is thinking, quote, what can I do to please Krishna, end quote. Practical activities. They're holding a meeting discussing, quote, too many demons are coming. I think we have to move. It's not safe for the children here, end quote. Practical. That's Krishna consciousness, not imaginative ecstasy, not dry speculation, but serving. We have to serve the order of the spiritual master with dedication. Therefore, Prabhupada said, quote, work now, end quote. The spiritual master wants me to do something. How can I do it? Prabhupada was thinking, I got this order. I have to spread Krishna consciousness in English. How can I do that? How can I do that? It is not that a neophyte thinks, quote, how do I get the practical business done, end quote, whereas the advanced devotee thinks, quote, how can I relish these topics of Leela, end quote. Rather, the advanced devotee thinks, quote, how can I carry out the order of my spiritual master? How do I please Guru and Gauranga by service, by practical activities, end quote. The two songs Prabhupada wrote on the Jaladuta are very instructive. In these songs, he is thinking about the charge that's been given to him. Fake devotees, less advanced devotees, think about how they're going to, quote, get a charge, end quote, how to get ecstasy. But we follow the Goswamis by following the follower of the Goswamis and serving them. In due time, that stage will come in which one becomes absorbed in thoughts of Krishna and qualified to think and appreciate these things, but without material contamination. Otherwise, Prabhupada said, quote, they will think of these things and they will simply think of sex, end quote. So, therefore, Vishaya Chadiya Kabe Sudha Kabamana. When will I give up this spirit of sense gratification so that my mind will become pure? Prabhupada's books. Srila Prabhupada once instructed the editors of Back to Godhead, quote, these topics, Rasa Leela and such things, are not for the public, end quote. He said, quote, when I describe Krishna's life in Krishna book, I cannot avoid these topics. In the course of narration, everything is there, end quote. But Prabhupada takes care to explain or contextualize these pastimes. He presents not just those 5 chapters of the Rasa Leela, but the whole picture of Krishna's life. Prabhupada presents the whole story of Krishna, his killing of demons, his pastimes as a cowherd boy, his pastimes in Dwarka with the Pandavas, everything. And in the course of that, these Leelas with the gopis are also there in the context that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead who performs all these wonderful activities. It's not that we just print these 5 chapters, quote, that's what's really going to attract the public, and besides, this is the essence of everything, end quote. No. Even Bhagavad Gita is too much for most people, quote, you are not the body, end quote. But if they just come in contact with Krishna's subject matter, it will purify their hearts. Prabhupada gave an example. If someone is sleeping, if someone is calling, quote, Mr. John, wake up, end quote. Because he is hearing the vibration again and again, he finally wakes up. Prabhupada therefore said that if people even touched the book, they would be purified. And we see that. People read Krishna book and become devotees. They read teachings of Lord Chaitanya and become devotees. They read Bhagavad Gita and become devotees. How is it possible? Look at the market. Look at what sells. What do people like to read? Prabhupada's books are the furthest thing from what the world wants to read. And yet, we distribute our books and people read them and they have an effect. Mundane books are all alike. After all, you see that they're empty. Despite all the decorations and big names and sex scenes, there's no substance. Prabhupada's writing is not the kind of a professional writer, but he has the substance, and that substance will act. In the end, what the soul wants is that substance. We can see practically that our whole movement has grown on the basis of books, chanting, and prasadam. They act. If you go to the so-called spirituality section of a bookstore, there are so many books about feeling good and getting in touch with your feelings, all this kind of cotton candy stuff. No one is telling the people the real story. Hardly anyone is, quote, letting him have it, end quote. It's all a compromise, what the authors think the readers want to hear. Prabhupada didn't care. In Prabhupada's books you read, quote, you are fools, you are mudhas, you are asses, you are demons. Surrender, end quote. As a preacher, you can tell people, quote, you are a mudha, end quote. You are authorized. You can't say, quote, don't mind, but Krishna says, end quote. They need to hear that they're wasting their lives. This is the message, and it acts. It may be that we don't actually exactly understand how it acts. Rationally, we may have a different plan or some better approach, more tactful approach. In writing or marketing, coach will probably say, quote, oh, Mr. Swami, you might want to tone that part down a little bit. You might lose your reader, end quote. But we see that it acts. This sound has potency, transcendental potency. It acts not exactly by an intellectual process, but by a transcendental process. How do we remain humble while we're telling someone that their intelligence is stolen by illusion? We should remember that we are just messengers. In the Mahabharata, Uluka was sent to the Pandavas with a very unpalatable message. When he spoke, the Pandavas were furious, but not at him. He was just the guy who brought the message. That's our job. We should not think that because we preach to people, we are better than they are. If that's how we think of ourselves, then people will sense that we're just puffing ourselves up by putting everyone else down. But out of genuine concern for people, and as a matter of duty, we have to say these things. It's not humility to compromise and pussyfoot and say that say what people want to hear so that they will think we're nice guys. Sooner or later, we have to tell them the truth. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. Both in this verse and the next are quite interesting in the sense that they deal with the psychology of anarthas or impurities within the heart. We will see how exact a science bhakti is in that it purifies these things from within. In this and the next verse, Raghunath Das Goswami will be using very graphic, strong language. This is called contrast. On one side, you have been burnt by bathing in the tinkling urine of an ass, a donkey, and on the other side is bathing in the nectarian ocean of love for Radha and Krishna. Generally, such strong language is used in order to make a point, and specifically to make a point to people who don't understand a message in more subtle ways. So this contrast is for us, because we are infected by different gross impurities, and the result of these gross impurities is that we become covered by ignorance. In order to penetrate this ignorance, strong language is used. Just like when the child is playing, you tell him, quote, stop playing, end quote. If he won't listen because he's so absorbed, ultimately you will have to raise your voice, and then it pierces through the child's ignorance. In the same way, Raghunath Das Goswami starts to pierce through our ignorance by using some strong and graphic language. It's effective because it's something that we don't forget once we hear it. Quote, why do you burn yourself and me, the soul, by bathing in the trickling urine of a great donkey of full-blown hypocrisy and duplicity, end quote. So, you can just imagine a huge ass, and we take a bath in his trickling urine. Furthermore, he says it burns. That is the nature of urine. It's acidic. So, we'll address these things specifically later. In verse 5, we discussed Kamadi, and Raghunath Das Goswami says, Prakamam Kamadi Prakata Pati Vaktikarai. And along with lust comes a host of other unwanted characteristics. So these things need to be purified. But everyone has experienced what we do try to purify ourselves, of unwanted habits, but it's not so simple to remove them. Like you have some dirt on the floor and you sweep it up and throw it away out and it's gone. But our unwanted habits are not such an easy thing to dispose of. So the question arises in this verse. Let's say I've subdued lust and anger, but what about deceit? It still remains. In other words, we're seemingly unable to get rid of all these characteristics. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that there are two alternatives of this particular point. The first is you become a deceitful devotee. That's one's natural consequence, which means you don't purify the deceit, but you let the disease intermingle with your so-called devotional service. Then, when it's creating havoc to your devotional creeper, you're called a deceitful devotee, and when the damage is finally done, then you will no longer be a devotee. The second alternative is that you purify yourself of this deceit. This deceit is generally being described by Bhaktivinoda Thakur as any desire other than the desire to serve Krishna, which means, practically speaking, it's a carpet, and you can sweep any material thing under this label of deceit. Any desire other than desire to serve Krishna, or having a purpose for serving other than pleasing Krishna, falls under the category of deceitfulness. Two specific characteristics of deceit are being mentioned here, kapata and kutinati. Kapata means deviousness, and kutinati is hypocrisy. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, these things are also described. Hypocrisy manifests in the form of diplomacy, mercilessness, and meeting to gossip with others and criticize. All these forms fall into this realm of hypocrisy. Because hypocrisy means that I pretend that I do one thing, I'm in one way with people, but I think a completely different way about them. In other words, I behave in their face in one way, but behind their back I do something completely different. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that there are different classes of devotees, and these elements infect all different grades of devotees unless they are purified. From the very neophyte or the lowest devotee to the most advanced devotee, deceit affects and influences everyone. Specifically, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur uses names which are not usually used elsewhere, but it's not uncommon for acharyas to coin terminology of their own, to use terminology in their own way. In Rupa Goswami's Ujjwal Nilamani and other books, he also creates some of his own terminology. Similarly, here, Bhaktivinoda Thakur talks about 3 different types of sadhakas, saying that all of these 3 types of sadhakas can become infected by deviousness and hypocrisy. We will examine the 3 different types of devotees and also see what type of deceit manifests in each of them according to the type of work that they do and what the resulting symptoms will be, as they will vary. The first type of sadhaka is called svanishta bhakta. The second type is called parinishta, and the third is called nirapeksha. Svanishta is a householder devotee who is very much devoted to self-realization, to Krishna consciousness, but has a specific characteristic that he or she does not particularly act in the varnashram system. This person's desire is simply to serve and satisfy Lord Hari, which means, for instance, householder devotees who are residents in the temple who are really doing everything that they can. Practically speaking, they're living like brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, having an austere and simple lifestyle. These are svanishta bhaktas. The parinishta bhakta is another type of householder who is also a good devotee. Such persons are dedicated to following the rules and regulations. They live at home and organize their life to conform to the rules of devotional service and make the worship of the deity the center of the home. And the third type, nirapeksha bhakta, is a renunciate, a celibate, a detached sadhaka. These are the brahmacharis, brahmacharinis, sannyasis, and so on. Now let's see what happens to each of these 3 different types of individuals. The svanishtas become contaminated by deceit when they indulge in sense gratification in the name of satisfying the Lord. Indulging in sense gratification means that for the sake of preaching or performing other activities, they use the principles of yukta vairagya as a means of legalizing sense gratification. The result will be that instead of serving devotees, they end up going out to serve the rich and collect money beyond their needs. The symptom of that collection is that they themselves become the enjoyer of that wealth. They enjoy the association of the wealthy. They take personal benefits from the funds they collect from their wealthy associates, and although the wealthy may actually give the funds to such devotees for the institution, the deceitful svanishtas use the funds for themselves. Furthermore, with the excuse of education for the sake of preaching, they become attached to speculation and logic as a means of trying to make a livelihood, and really give up the principles of purity, simplicity, and faith. The third symptom is that such a person may put on the dress of a renunciate, thinking, quote, "Oh, I will leave my household life, end quote, in order to increase prestige amongst the circle to whom he or she is preaching, so the deceitful Swanishtas become speculators. The Paranishta devotees are deceitful when they make a real show of being strict adherent and being dedicated to spiritual life. Externally, they seem to be an ideal and exemplary person in the varnashram system, but internally they are attached to all kinds of material objects and sense gratification. This type of person is described in the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna himself says, Karmendriyani shamyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mityan shara sauchate. One who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. Bhagavad Gita 3:6. Externally, they appear to be exemplary, but internally they're indulging, making plans for so many different material objectives. Their symptom is that in due course of time they become argumentative and always quarrel with the general mass of devotees. Ultimately, they prefer association with worldly-minded people in opposition to devotees. They think, quote, actually, these karmis are not so bad. They have so many good qualities. It's unnecessary to really deride them. We should always call them, why should we always call them demons and so on? Actually, there's so much we can learn from them, end quote. And they think, quote, we should be spending more time learning from them than deriding them, end quote. True that materialists should not be derided, but on the other hand, too much association with worldly people, as Hiranyakashipu pointed out, will simply increase the severity of such a person's plight, and ultimately there will be a fall down. So the deceitful Paranishta becomes very argumentative. The third devotee, the renunciate, when deceitful, thinks, quote, I am a sannyasi, I have my danda, I am celibate, I must be a very elevated devotee, end quote. But because the nature of deceit is, of course, that you deceive others, but the extraordinary nature and very tricky part of this deceit is that you deceive yourself. Therefore, one begins to be extremely proud of one's position. An example of this deceit is being taken to an extreme is that of Pandaraka. He became convinced that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The whole story is told in Krishna book because Pandaraka was a king, and everything was going well in his kingdom. He had nothing to do, and he was bored. His messengers thought, quote, how should we make the king happy, end quote. And they decided, quote, well, why don't we start glorifying him like he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead and bowing down to him and behaving him with him in that way? Certainly then he'll become very happy, end quote. Soon they came to him and said, quote, oh, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Narayan. You have descended into this world, end quote. At first, he thought to himself, quote, what's going on, end quote. But then he started thinking, quote, well, they're my advisors, they're my ministers. Obviously, they must know what they're talking about. So yes, they must be right. And come to think of it, I have some divinity within me, end quote. In due course of time, he deceived himself to the extent that he challenged Krishna, quote, you are the imposter. Let's fight, end quote. So that was the end of him. Nirapeksha, going back to the sannyasi, he considers himself a very elevated devotee simply due to the externals of his so-called renunciation, expecting prestige and honor simply for wearing the dress of a renunciate. He sees other devotees as being very inferior, deriding the position of others. He collects objects and wealth beyond his basic requirements and necessities. In addition, as a result of all his association with wealth and worldly-minded people, as well as committing offenses to other Vaishnavas, he ultimately starts to associate with women in the name of preaching. Quote, yes, honestly, in order to preach, half the population or more are female. Therefore, I also have to preach to them, end quote, he thinks to himself. But he is not simply thinking it like that. He is tending to preach more to women because he's attracted to them. His concentration and meditation becomes fixed on them. Therefore, he becomes overly attached to his dress and position of an renunciate. Ultimately, he becomes very attached to the members of the opposite sex, and in the meantime, he neglects his real attachment to Krishna. Ultimately, he falls down. So, Are Cheta, quote, oh my mind, end quote. Prodyat means rising or expanding. This kapata or kuti nati, deviousness and hypocrisy are still there, fully or expanding. Raghunath Das Goswami says, when you indulge in this thing, it's like bathing in the urine of an ass. He's using such graphic language because who in their right mind will want to bathe in such a thing? We get so carried away with all these externals, with the influence of this deceit and this deviousness, this hypocrisy, that we actually think that what we're doing is spiritual life, the real thing. Raghunath Das Goswami says, no, this is not the real thing. This is just an ass. What are you doing is certainly the wrong thing. This deceit is not what you're meant to be indulging in or bathing in, because bathing means to be clean. He's using the bathing example for both the positive and the negative, as he says, Barakara Ksharan Mutre Snatva and Sudham Bodhau Snatva. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu uses a bathing example when he says, Chaitodarpana Marjanam. We want to cleanse our hearts. It's a bathing process, Sarvatma Snaparam. And it's the same here with Snatva. We want to cleanse our heart, cleanse our body. So if we want to cleanse ourselves, if we want to bathe, are we going to use the donkey urine to bathe with? No matter how much we bathe with that, we simply get dirtier and stinkier, and ultimately no one will come near us. Radha and Krishna are not going to come close to someone who constantly bathes in this type of thing. Such persons are not very clean. They're not very nice to be around. Beyond that obvious point, Raghunath Das Goswami specifically uses this example because the symptom of an ass is that it's a stupid animal. Who associates with a stupid animal and will bathe in a stupid animal's urine? Only another such stupid animal. Therefore, he is trying to wake us up. Why should we put ourselves in this situation? Why be so humiliated? The graphic language here is Sharan. He not only says that it's just urine, but he says it's trickling. Trickling means that it is a persistent drop, 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 drop. It's a disgusting scene, and ultimately only a fool will do such a thing. Raghunath Das Goswami says that we should not be foolish and bathe ourselves in these things, thinking that anything good is going to come out of it. The last point that Raghunath Das Goswami makes about the donkey urine is Dahashi Katam Atmanam. We burn ourselves. Dahashi means to burn. Atma means a soul, which of course cannot be burnt. The, quote, burning, end quote, is that one becomes so disheartened or poisoned by deceit that it more or less destroys any opportunity for one's advancement in spiritual life. It's as if the soul is burning in a fire of deceit and hypocrisy, a very unpalatable and uncomfortable situation, detrimental for spiritual life. But now he gives the other side, which is very nice. Sadatvam Gandharva Gandhira Giridhara Pada Prema Vilasat Sudam Bodhau Snatvatam Apin Nitaram Mam Cha Sukhaya. In contrast to bathing in ass trickling urine, is that we should bathe in, quote, the ocean of love emanating from the lotus feet of Shishi Gandharvika Giridhari, end quote, Prema Ambodau. So, when you hear one and then the other, then certainly the choice is obvious. No one would want to bathe in the urine of a donkey, an ass. No one would want to bathe in urine when there is a beautiful ocean of nectar to be bathed in. What is that particular bathing that we want to do in the ocean of love? In contrast to the deceitful behavior we just learned in regards to these three different types of devotees, these are prayers to Srimati Radharani by Rupa Goswami, and it's from Stavamala. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes these prayers not to give us the contrast to the other undesirable and disgusting situation described in this verse, but also as a solution of how to become free from a deceitful mentality and hypocritical attitude. He says we should pray. We should pray to Krishna in the systematic process of surrendering. While we are praying, we are also meditating on the Supreme Lord, which may be done through the process of chanting the holy name. If such praying, surrendering, meditating, and chanting are done with the right mentality, mainly humility, then deceit will be vanquished from the heart and will never be able to re-enter. Srila Rupa Goswami says, quote, O Shri Radha, offer obeisances to you. You have a complexion of pure golden hue, end quote. When we read this, we are aware of the comparison to Ksharan Mutre Snatva Dahasi. Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes more prayers from Rupa Goswami that we can read in his commentary. These prayers are a meditation to direct our minds from the duplicity of materially contaminated devotional service towards what is really pure devotional service. One then learns how to meditate on Lord Krishna and Srimati Radharani. In Krishna book, Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, Prabhupada has given us so many beautiful pastimes, so many nice prayers and poems. We also have so many nice songs. All these are meant to actually invoke our meditation. These are not just books to keep on and to be just kept on a shelf and occasionally for entertainment gone through, but rather can be a constant source of practice. That's what a sadhaka is doing, constantly practicing. When people ask what our meditation is, we answer, Shmartavya satatam Vishnur Vishmartavyo najatuchit. Always remember Krishna, never forget him. The next point is that we should always surrender with great hope for service. Why should Radharani give us service? Raghunath Das Goswami says that he's guilty of being an offender, a rascal, a useless wretch. It is a fact that we are at least these things and a lot more. But Radharani is prayed to here, quote, you have a butter-soft heart which constantly melts by the warmth of your compassion, end quote. So, whether qualified or unqualified, one can actually make a claim for mercy. That is what mercy means. Mercy means you don't have to be qualified, you simply have to ask for it. And it may come, it may not come, but you can always ask. We don't have to wait until we're highly qualified. When will one think, quote, am I qualified for mercy? End quote. One will never think oneself to be qualified. Therefore, whatever our condition, we may start actually asking and begging for mercy. Asking for mercy is the mood or the process of chanting the holy names of the Lord. This is what chanting Hare Krishna means. We are begging for the mercy of Krishna, Radha, and Krishna. We are hearing the holy names, meditating on the pastimes, hoping against hope that all of these impurities within our heart will become eradicated. And at the same time, if we concentrate, if we absorb ourselves in this activity, then all these impurities will be blocked. Neither will we indulge in them, nor will be able to penetrate our consciousness or have any particular effect. The summary of this particular verse is that one has to learn how to beg for the mercy of Radharani and Krishna. The mood of begging is called humility. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given this instruction. Tunadapi sishana, taradapi sishana, manina manidena kirtanya sadahi. This mood is the only way one will be able to constantly chant the holy name or practice devotional service in a systematic and consistent fashion. Without humility, doing so is not possible. Rather, our practice will always go up and down. I will go to Mangal Arti in the morning program, but as soon as I leave them, I revert to a different consciousness. Sometimes I'm up, and sometimes I'm down. Therefore, humility is extremely important. And humility may be acquired by practicing the symptoms of humility, and specifically by associating with those devotees who are also themselves genuinely humble. By this humility, a devotee's life should be saturated with chanting the holy name, Satatam Kirtayanto Mam. We should always chant, because when we're always chanting in this mood, we will not give the opportunity for something else to come in. Otherwise, as soon as we stop, then immediately so many things will start coming through the mind. So an important point which Bhaktivinoda Thakur makes is that the mind must be engaged in thoughts which are essential for advancement in devotional service, such as, quote, how can I perfect my service? End quote. Thinking about Krishna, thinking about spreading Krishna consciousness, remembering the Lord's pastimes, chanting the holy name loudly are all such essential activities. He says as soon as you don't think about essential activities, we will start thinking about non-essential activities. And these non-essential activities will allow all kinds of other things to come back into the mind. Such consciousness is what yoga is. Yoga means control the mind and the senses. Yoga indriya samyamya. There are 6 senses, including the mind. Externally, to engage our body and gross senses is one thing, but the other thing is to fix our mind and always be absorbed in thinking about Krishna. It is a fact that we may be keeping financial accounts or like Arjuna fighting a battle, and we may not be thinking exactly about a pastime, but at least we can have thoughts which are very essential to the execution of the service, which are facilitating the service. And at times, when we are not so engaged in service, then we can think about Krishna directly, Krishna's pastimes and activities and so on. We can't wait for such things to just sort of happen at some particular point. It's not just going to happen unless we make it happen. That is what Krishna consciousness means, to always practice thinking about Krishna. So, in conclusion, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says of this verse that the heart must be purified by humility in order to drive deceit out, and that the heart must be saturated with humility in order to keep deceit from coming back in. That's a summation. We can see how easily and how in many ways deceit, kapata, and other things can come in as soon as we let our guard down. The conclusion of verse 6 is our minds must be purified by devotional activities, specifically chanting Hare Krishna. Perform them with great humility in order to drive deceit out and keep it out. This is a warning because sometimes we feel that by the execution of devotional service we have gotten somewhere and we immediately sit back and relax. We should be very careful. We should just want to read these particular prayers from Rupa Goswami listed in Bhaktivinoda's commentary again and again because they actually have such a nice mood. And either we should pray like this, or we should read similar traditional prayers, or we can compose our own prayers, but in the mood of these prayers is so very nice. Quote, I beg you with sweet words while rolling in the banks of the Yamuna, end quote. Rolling in the banks of the Yamuna means we must be willing to beg on the ground. Rolling on the ground means asking for mercy. We must know how to pray. Quote, this unhappy soul is not fit to be neglected by you, end quote. This is the nature of the world, that we have hope. Anticipation means I have great faith that Radharani is very merciful. Lord Krishna is very merciful. Somehow or other, if they see how much I want their mercy, sooner or later, they will give it to me. Quote, although I am unfit, an offender with a crooked mind, end quote. We should realize the more we become a little advanced in Krishna consciousness, the more we will feel like this and think like this. Rupa Goswami doesn't just write those humble words thinking, quote, well, yes, this is a nice composition. It will sound good when someone reads it, end quote. No, he's writing what he actually feels. Quote, please bestow upon me a fragment of the gift of service to you, for you have a butter-soft heart which melts constantly by the warmth of your compassion, end quote. Commentary by Bhakti Vigyan Goswami. Let us examine the words of this verse. The Sanskrit word ade approximately means, quote, hey, you, fool, end quote. Ade is a very crude way of address. Cheta is the mind, and it is for good reason that Raghunath Das Goswami addresses his mind in such an abrupt way, because he has reached the limit at this point of his instructions to his mind. Prodyat katpata kuntinati barakara ksharan mutre snatva indicates that he is saying, quote, hey, fool, what are you doing? You are bathing in an ass's urine, and not simply any kind of ass, but a great ass, end quote. Kara means ask, Barakara means a great ass, because only from a great ass there will be enough urine to bathe in. Kapata means deception. Kutinati means hypocrisy. We will look later at the difference between kapata and kutinati. Mutre means urine. You have bathed in that urine. The Ayurveda explains the different properties of various living entities' urine, and that of an ass is extremely burning. But Raghunath Das Goswami is having a dialogue between the soul and the mind, where the soul tells the mind, quote, mind, whom are you cheating? You yourself feel the fire of remorse for having bathed in that filth. I am burning, you are burning, we both are burning. Why are you doing this? End quote. Instead of bathing in the urine of a big ass, we need Sadatvam Gandharva Giridhara Pada Prema Vilasat Sadam Bodhau Snatva. We need to bathe in Ambodhau Sudha, the ocean of nectar. Vilasat, this nectar is shining. Gandharva Giridhari Pada Prema, the nectar of prema, or love, for the lotus feet of the divine couple. quote, if you always bathe in that nectar, end quote, he says to his mind, quote, then both you and I will be happy, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami presents before us an alternative. He says a person will either somehow or other cheat and as a result burn inside from shame, or they will think of Krishna and they and their mind will be joyful. Deception and cheating. To understand exactly what deception is, we can look in Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 190, where Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami provides a definition. Amara tamera nam kahiye kaitava, dharma artha kama moksha vancha adi sabha. Ignorance in our heart takes the form of deception, kaitava. Ignorance is here defined as vancha, desire, for dharma artha kama and moksha. This is a highly radical statement because we know that the entire Vedic culture is built on helping a person achieve dharma artha kama and moksha. But Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that each of them is a deception. All these life's goals, in one way or another, put us in the center. These mundane goals can be pious forms of egocentrism or disgusting, nasty, horrible forms of egocentrism. But they are still egocentrism. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur explains that the living being is by nature a servant of God, and therefore the main duty is to serve. When we forget our true nature, focusing on the body and the interests related to the body, this focus is called cheating. There is cheating in the form of the desire for dharma, the desire to be pious. There is cheating in the form of the desire for moksha, liberation. There is cheating in the form of kama, or lust. And there is cheating in the form of the desire for artha, wealth. The desire for moksha is the worst one. The point is that in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna is defined as Satyam Param, which means the supreme truth. We cannot, preserving our inner propensity to cheat, approach the supreme truth. Truth and lies are the exact opposites of each other. Those who say, quote, I want to serve Krishna, end quote, but instead keep on serving themselves, are cheating. The opportunity that we have to serve Krishna is the most amazing and rare. It can also lead to the heaviest offenses because, having taken up the path of serving Krishna, we can turn into most terrible cheaters. Under the cover of serving Krishna, we serve ourselves, our own interests, our own petty desires, our ambitions. In this sense, cheating is the exact opposite of love. We can only approach Krishna if we completely eradicate our habit of hypocrisy. We must very clearly understand how this tendency of hypocrisy is situated in our hearts, how and in what various forms it reigns. There are many sins, such as murdering a brahmana and committing adultery. There are 5 mahapatakas, 5 or 6 greatest sins in accordance with the Manusmrita. But in the 8th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated that the worst sin is cheating. Bali Maharaj quotes Mother Earth saying, quote, I can bear all kinds of sinners, but I cannot bear someone who is cheating, end quote. The role of the mind in cheating. Hypocrisy inevitably comes to us precisely because we are covered by a mind which is constantly filled with endless desires. Krishna himself compares these desires to a fire. He says, and no matter how much a person attempts to satiate the desires, these desires are never satisfied. Those who have taken up the spiritual path are also faced with these mental desires. Even if such persons do not give the desires an opportunity to manifest themselves outwardly, they may be tearing the mind apart from within. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami compares this state of internal disgrace to a fire and says, quote, what's the point? There is no need to bathe in all this burning urine. Instead, choose to bathe in the ocean of love for Radha and Krishna and feel like you have been born again, end quote. Interestingly enough, in the Manusmrita, in the section, quote, penalties for various crimes, end quote, it is said that in Vedic times, if a person committed treachery or deceit, the punishment for Kshatriyas, the men of honor, was to bathe them in ass's urine. As a result, all their hair would fall out and they would remain bald-headed to the end of their days. Everyone would know of their crime, saying, quote, look at that that's a rascal, that's a cheater. In one way or another, all the disgrace and deception we have inside will sooner or later surface and become visible to everyone. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami is warning us not to cheat, exposing ourselves to ridicule by trying to secretly fulfill foolish desires that haven't made us happy anyway. We can consider what happens to those who allow themselves, without even noticing it, to be cheated by their minds. Raghunath Das Goswami talks about this because on the spiritual path we need to go to the end. Although Krishna says that even small progress on this path can save us from the greatest fear, even eventually we will still want to go to the end. So to do so, we will have to completely destroy the pride within that Raghunath Das Goswami speaks about in the first verse. Pretense. It is pride that makes us pretend. Because we are constantly putting on guises, we cannot understand or see God. We are unable to see Him within the heart of other living beings. We can't see how He manifests Himself outwardly. We can't hear His voice within. We cannot understand how He speaks to us through the mouth of our spiritual master. It's very difficult for us to actually recognize Krishna. Although God is everywhere and there's nothing easier than seeing Him, we cannot, because pride does not allow us to do so. In the Ramayana, there is a remarkable episode when Sugriva sends Hanuman to find out who Ram is. Ram and Lakshmana appeared near Mount Rishamukha, where Sugriva with his retinue were hiding with a handful of monkeys who had remained faithful to him. For fear of his brother Vali, he was hiding there. When Sugriva saw Ram, he was terribly scared, saying, quote, "Who is that? It must be someone sent by Vali to kill me," end quote. He said to Hanuman, quote, "Go and find out who it is. You're smart. Take on a disguise and pretend to be a Brahmana," end quote. Hanuman disguised himself as a Brahmana with mala in hand and appeared before Ram and asked, quote, "Who are you? Why are you here?" end quote. Ram told Lakshman, quote, "A good man has come to us, so please explain to him who we are," end quote. Lakshman explained to Hanuman, quote, "This is Ram, the son of King Dasarath. Due to some misunderstanding, he was exiled to the forest, and I am with him because I am his eternal servant," end quote. Hanuman slapped his forehead with consternation because since early childhood he'd been chanting the name of Ram, Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, end quote. He asked Lord Ramchandra, quote, "Rama, is it you, my lord? I've been worshipping you since childhood, always chanting your holy name. You have appeared before me directly, so please tell me why I did not recognize you," end quote. The Lord replied, quote, "How could you have recognized me? Look at this disguise you have on. Ye taman prapadyante tam sataiva bhajamyaham. You have come to me in a false disguise, pretending to be someone else. So how could you have recognized me?" end quote. That is a very important lesson for us all. As long as we pretend to be someone else, we won't be able to recognize Krishna, even if he's standing in front of us. Accordingly, Raghunath Das Goswami is urging us to give up cheating. He says that if you want to cheat Krishna, then Krishna will necessarily have to cheat you and deprive you of the opportunity to see and recognize him. Giving up cheating is a vital stage in spiritual life, the nature of which must be clearly understood. This stage is called anartha nivritti. Initially, in spiritual life, we are extremely enthusiastic, feeling that this is exactly what we need, especially if we came to Krishna consciousness after having suffered or having been disillusioned in material life. We think that the beginning attraction and ecstasy will last forever. At some point, this ecstasy is over, and we are faced with our gross and subtle anarthas, preventing us from truly seeing or feeling God. Raghunath Das Goswami is urging us to watch our motives in order to eliminate our anarthas. In a number of lectures, Srila Prabhupada very easily defines anartha nivritti. He says, "You've stopped smoking. That is already one anartha less. These cigarettes are definitely an anartha. There's nothing of value in them. You've given up meat eating, another anartha less. You removed the desire for gross sex, and you have given up gambling. 2 more anarthas gone." In the beginning, on the gross level, we are getting purified. Gradually, as the process of cleansing our mind goes on, new anarthas become obvious to us in the form of false motives and deception. The desire for recognition and honor is a most dangerous anartha because we begin seeking satisfaction of this anartha in the society of devotees. As long as we are respected, we think that we do not care whether we are respected or not. But as soon as someone passes by without greeting us, a storm rises in our mind. Quote, who is he anyway? He's a junior devotee. Why didn't he say hello to me? Who does he think he is? He's got nothing but anarthas. He has no respect for the devotees, end quote. This subtle desire for recognition, in essence, is the same as the most subtle desire for sex. We want to be recognized and respected so that in one way or another we are put in the center. Another very important point we must understand is that sometimes the anartha come in very subtle ways. That is what deception is about. Sometimes our material attachments disguise themselves so well that it's impossible to recognize them. They may come in the form of some noble ideas or in the form of austerities in our service. For example, sometimes when we chant the holy name, we get distracted by some great revelation. Before we know it, this revelation has already distracted us from Krishna. Therefore, we must understand that all these anarthas, or material attachments that we face in the process of cleansing the heart, will take very perverted forms. Arjuna's attachments came to him in the form of compassion and love for his spiritual master, which Arjuna thought was very noble. However, Krishna saw this attachment as an anartha. Anarthas came to Yudhishthira in the form of attachment to the fact that he had never lied. In the Puranas, there is this recurring phenomenon that the demigods worry that when someone successfully engages in spiritual practice and some kind of austerity and start sending him various obstacles, Indra in his heavenly kingdom sends some apsara to distract the practitioner from his austerities. Sometimes brahmacharis think, quote, why hasn't Indra sent me an apsara yet? Doesn't he see what progress I've made in the austerities I am performing? End quote. But actually, Indra does send us apsaras. You chant the Maha Mantra, and suddenly an apsara appears in your mind and starts dancing. She is sent by Indra because all the demigods are situated in our body and senses. But when we're performing devotional service, all the distractions we are subject to are sent by the demigods. But we should think about what an apsara is. This is a very important point. Sometimes obstacles can take on a very beautiful shape. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself said, Nadanam najinam na sundarim kavitam. I do not want sundarim or kavitam. I do not want lovely words, lovely ideas and thoughts. When anarthas come in a gross form, they're not as dangerous as when they come in a subtle form. As a result of deception, we lose the ability for introspection. Alexander Pushkin used to say, quote, it's easy to deceive me for myself. I am glad to be deceived. There's no need for anyone to cheat me. I will cheat myself, end quote. People lose their ability for introspection and for self-analysis, so they start reassuring themselves that eventually everything is fine when it is not. Sometimes you can see that people are lying to themselves, but the defense is so dense that it's impossible to give them the opportunity to look at themselves from a different angle. That is the problem with deception. Sometimes it's so deep, a person loses the ability to see their self-deception. That is why it is the duty of devotee to constantly be introspective and to ask, quote, how sincere am I? What are my motives? What drives me? End quote. At first, the tendency to deceive is exhibited in a harmless way. A person has been given extra change and he thinks, quote, a nice way to earn money, end quote. Sometimes a person jokes, and for the sake of being witty, he slightly exaggerates. Sometimes a person argues, and in the heat of the debate, he resorts to lies. Sometimes a person assigns to himself something that does not belong to him, or speaks rudely. The acharyas say that all these actions are based on asat, the path of deceit. Narottam Das Thakur calls such actions asat kriya, or actions based on the false concept of life. A person does such trifles and becomes accustomed to behaving in this way. When we begin rendering devotional service, when we start behaving in the above ways out of habit, then small sins or innocent trifles turn into offenses. Narottam Das Thakur says, Dehe na kariyas ashta. Do not trust your body and your mind because you'll be cheating out of habit. When you project your bodily concept into the spiritual realm, you'll start committing offenses. If we have this tendency to deceive, we will end up deceiving not only ourselves, but we will deceive our spiritual master and the Vaishnavas, and in this way we will be committing offenses. The 6th verse of the Mana Śikṣā is about how dangerous it is to commit offenses on the spiritual path. These offenses burn us from within and deprive us of the opportunity to attain true spiritual experience. The word kapata that Raghunath Das Goswami uses here has numerous meanings. The words that define kapata include deception, cunning, hypocrisy, slyness, fraud, trickery, evasion, self-justification, and eventually godlessness and sin. Srila Jiva Goswami gives a very important definition of deception on the spiritual path. In his Bhakti Sandarbha, he explains that deception on the spiritual path is that outwardly we bow down before our Guru, the Sadhus, the Vaishnavas, and Sri Bhagavan, while internally we do not have faith in them. So, Raghunath Das Goswami says that kapata, the absence of faith in the Vaishnavas, in the Sadhus, in the spiritual master, and ultimately in Krishna, gives rise to kutinati. Kutinati is hypocritical activities, absorption in extraneous matters, spiteful talk, cruelty, and ultimately violence. This all starts with the fact that inside I do not have complete sincerity or absolute unconditional faith, and I justify myself in every possible way. Such a mood manifests itself in the fact that I start focusing on something extraneous, such as watching TV or movies, and start thinking, quote, I need this for my preaching so that I can preach in a more effective way. I'll tell them about this movie in the class, end quote. Then we engage in spiteful talk, then into cruelty, and ultimately into violence. Srila Prabhupada sometimes translates kutinati as spiteful talk. In fact, it is a very sad chain. The Acharyas explained that the first manifestation of deception is that our attitude towards the spiritual master becomes like the one we have toward common people. Deception starts saying, quote, what's so special about the Guru, end quote. Satsarup Maharaj tells an amazing story. In the beginning, when Srila Prabhupada had just started spreading Krishna consciousness in New York and his first disciples joined him, they arranged a program for Srila Prabhupada. Among them was Roy Ram, one of the first disciples of Srila Prabhupada. Roy Ram printed posters that he struck all over the east side in Manhattan, where they had their preaching activities. The poster read, quote, this man has changed the consciousness of the world, end quote. At that time, Srila Prabhupada was away, so when he came back to New York after some time, Roy Ram proudly showed him the poster. Srila Prabhupada made a grimace and said, quote, it is a very poor poster, end quote. At first, Satsarup Maharaj did not understand why Prabhupada did not like it. Then Prabhupada said, quote, Guru should not be called, quote, a man, end quote. First, we pulled down the Guru to a level closer to our own. This is what hypocrisy or deception is about. Then we give our mind the opportunity or license to focus on extraneous things. As a result of this, people start to speak ill of each other. Sometimes people tell me that when they belong to other societies, people did not talk so badly about each other. But here, devotees are always backbiting. This terrible behavior leads to the beginning of cunning in our life and deception. This is a sad situation because sometimes when we are careless in our spiritual practice, instead of purifying our heart on the spiritual practice starts reinforcing the problems found there. In world history, religious people committed so much evil and cruelty for the same reason, because they were not attentive to themselves and they did not catch themselves cheating in time. The sequence of events is very important. We have a slight tendency to deception. It gradually starts growing until it finally turns into a demon. This demon can completely devour us. Therefore, the main quality of devotee is frankness, simplicity, and the absence of hypocrisy. Simplicity and determination. In the Hitopadesh, there is a very interesting verse. Manasi ekam vachasya ekam karmani ekam mahatmanam. Manasi anyat vachasi anyat karmani anyat duratmanam. Manasi ekam vachasi ekam karmani ekam. One who thinks, speaks, and does the same thing is called mahatmanam. Manasi anyat vachasi anyat karmani anyat. One who thinks one thing, says another, does a third thing is called duratmanam, or fool. Or in Russian, durak. That is why it is so important, and the Acharyas emphasize this point, that the main quality of a devotee is simplicity. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that there are 4 essential qualities of a pure devotee. These are simplicity or frankness, being focused on the purpose, determination, or having one goal and determination to attain it, and not depending on the opinions of others. The last quality is very important because we will be able to preserve all these qualities, and especially simplicity, if we do not depend on the opinions of others. We cheat because we always want to appear different from what we really are trying to impress others. In another article in Sajjana Toshini, Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that for the dull people of Kali Yuga who find it difficult to remember 4 things, it's easy enough to remember just 2 things, simplicity and determination. To do bhajan and to worship Krishna, we need these 2 things. However, if we lack even one of them, it will be very difficult for us. If there is no basic simplicity of heart and no determination, we naturally won't be able to make advancement. A dependence on another person's opinion creates a situation where we are inconsistent. When alone, we are one kind of person, but in society, we're different. In some homes, in the hallway, there's a mirror because before going out, we ask, quote, "How do I look? How will people regard me?" End quote. Sometimes even in the homes of devotees, in the living room, everything's nice and clean, but in the bedroom, there's a bed. It hasn't been cleaned for 2 weeks. Sometimes our mind resembles a 2-bedroom apartment consisting of a bedroom where our filthy nest is and a living room where everything is in order, neat and tidy to impress others. Our honesty in desiring to attain Krishna also becomes manifest in our respect towards everything that is somehow or other connected with Krishna. If we really want to achieve success on this path, this respect is a very important quality. Above all, we must feel respect for the devotees. In no case should we offend them or talk ill of them. Hypocrisy is there within our hearts. If we bring this hypocrisy into our society, it turns into an offense and becomes even stronger. Srila Jiva Goswami illustrates this problem in an example from the Mahabharata. When Krishna came to Hastinapur, Duryodhana wanted to serve him. Duryodhana had organized a sumptuous reception for Krishna. All along the roadside, he built banana arches and had women showering Krishna with flower petals as he went by. Dancers were performing to beautiful music, and a sumptuous reception was arranged with all the best food prepared by the top chefs from all over the kingdom. Duryodhana said to Krishna, quote, Janardana Keshava, you are our dear guest, our relative. You are our good friend. Please eat. End quote. Krishna refused. Duryodhana complained how unfair it was that Krishna was more favorably disposed to the Pandavas than to them. Quote, I have prepared this prasadam for you with love. You must accept it. Krishna replied, I'm not obliged to accept anything. End quote. Duryodhana said, quote, but aren't we your relatives? But Krishna's heart didn't budge. He said, quote, you have been hating the Pandavas since your childhood, offending them without any reason, trying to harm them. The Pandavas are non-different from me. You don't love them, which means that you hate me. One can eat only the food is offered to love, or if one has nothing to eat. I have enough to eat, so I do not feel any love. So please do not feed me. I will go to Vidura. I will not get contaminated by your nasty food because there's no love in it. There's only cheating. End quote. Srila Jiva Goswami says that sometimes people appear to be serving Krishna if while doing so they don't respect the Vaishnavas, then they are committing an offense, and Krishna will not accept their so-called service. In the end, the heart may only get farther from Krishna than it should have been. Offenses and cheating. The relationship. Hypocrisy generates offenses. In referring to a verse from the Vishnu Dharmottara Purana, Srila Jiva Goswami says that when a person doesn't stop themselves from committing offenses, then 100 offenses makes a person a hypocrite. Offenses and hypocrisy are thus each related in cause and effect to each other. Therefore, lack of sincerity is the result of having already committed offenses against some Vaishnavas or against the spiritual master. Further on, he says that 1,000 offenses deprive a person of the opportunity to perform austerities in the name of bhakti. If we do not stop there but go on committing further offenses, we lose our power to follow and cannot even follow the basic principles of spiritual life. First, a person offends the Vaishnavas, and for a while everything seems all right. They go on offending them and slandering them as much as possible behind their backs. Sooner or later, after a certain point, they have no power to follow the basic principles. Further, it is said that 10,000 offenses deprive a person of the opportunity to practice bhakti. Of course, all these numerical values shouldn't be taken literally, but the point is that if people do not stop committing offenses, then in the end they'll lose the opportunity to even pronounce the holy name. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said of the Mayavadi sannyasis in Benares that they came to these great pundits, but despite of all their knowledge, their tongue cannot turn to pronounce, quote, Krishna, end quote. They say, quote, Brahman, Brahman, end quote, but their tongue cannot say, quote, Krishna, end quote. Here, Raghunath Das Goswami warns us against this cycle of offenses and deceit. He says that everything starts very innocently with just a slight tendency to small deceptions. Therefore, the two topmost qualities of the devotee are determination and simplicity in order to realize the supreme ideal of devotional service. Simplicity will protect us against offenses and will help us preserve pure, simple faith without obscuring it. Determination will help us overcome all the obstacles that will inevitably arise on our way. If we have these two qualities, we will attain Krishna. If we don't have these two simple qualities, we'll not be able to understand anything. Bhakti is our attempt to enter into a relationship with God Himself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I have already mentioned that in the introduction to Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Vyasadeva calls Krishna Param Satya, the absolute truth. This means that to enter into a relationship with Krishna, we must acquire the same nature of truth. We cannot have a different nature because then a relationship with Krishna would be impossible. Even in the material world, if we consider the science of relations between human beings, astrology recommends selecting those whose nature is as close as possible to ours. Any difference in nature will eventually bring about a conflict. To a much greater degree, this is true in terms of our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We must acquire 100% the same nature. That is, we must become absolutely pure, just as we cannot approach the sun unless we have the body of fire, like the sun. When we take up the path of bhakti, it is like fire, rapidly burning up all our impurities. The holy name can almost immediately cleanse the human heart of all sins. But there is something very significant preventing this, and it is offenses. If we commit them while taking up the path of bhakti, these offenses deprive bhakti of its power. We practice bhakti, but instead of purifying us, bhakti can sometimes contaminate us. This seems paradoxical, but that situation is exactly what Raghunath Das Goswami is writing about here. We are bathing in urine, and therefore are not getting cleaner, but dirtier. If we were bathing in the ocean of nectar, there would be no problems. We'd get clean very soon. The problem is that we start bathing in the donkey urine of our own deception, which is the urine of offenses we are committing. That's the reason our hearts grow hard. Bhakti is supposed to soften our heart, which the acharyas compare to butter. Love makes a person very sympathetic. A loving person will never hurt those they love. Therefore, Prahlad says, Yasitti bhaktir bhagavati kinchana. When a person attains bhakti, immediately all the best qualities emerge. Bhakti itself is what makes a person marvelous and very attractive. But he also says that if people have no bhakti, then their minds are always fixed upon or attached to external things. In 3rd canto, Srimad Bhagavatam, there's another very important verse, 3:19-36. Tam sukaradyam rijubir ananya sharanar nibir kritagnya kona sevata duranadyam asadubi. This verse says that it's very easy to worship Krishna. Aradyam means to worship, and sukham means very easily and joyfully. Those who can easily worship him are called rijubi, those who have a simple heart. Ananya sharanar nibi, they take shelter exclusively of Krishna. Kirtagnya, they have a grateful heart. This is a very important word in this verse. A simple heart means a grateful heart. If the heart is grateful, we will do anything for the one we love. If we're grateful to Krishna, who has given us everything, we'll do anything. But then it is said, Duraradyam asadubhi. But if persons are asadu, and their hearts are defiled, above all by deception, duradayam, then it is very difficult for them to worship Krishna. Obstacles will naturally arise in the process of worshiping Krishna. Since we have taken up the path of bhakti, we have this unfortunate possibility of committing offenses, primarily using bhakti for our own purposes. We forget, and this is the very beginning of the mistake people make at first, we forget that bhakti is a goal in itself. Bhakti is not the means to achieve something else. It is not that we need something else, such as material prosperity or liberation. That is why we practice bhakti. Bhakti is the goal. But when we start using bhakti as a means for our own prosperity, we are deceiving Krishna, and thus we are committing an offense. This is the offense that lives in our hearts. We want something for ourselves. At the same time, in pursuit of transient benefits, we lose our eternal benefit. There are two fundamental principles which help us to keep our bhakti pure. Those are respect and gratitude. In the traditional Vedic system, a person is taught very consistently to respect the elders, to respect all living beings, and to be grateful. When a person has these two simple qualities, it's easier to practice bhakti. Otherwise, obstacles will arise. The mind is programmed to enjoy by feeling its superiority over others. We can say this desire to feel superior over others is the operating system of the mind. When a person takes up the spiritual path, this same program continues to function. We still try to prove our superiority over Vaishnavas and, in due course, over our Guru and eventually over Krishna. In the mind, there is a very clear algorithm for proving its superiority over others. In order to do this, it must see the faults of others. This is how the mind works independently of us. We do not need the force of the mind to look for these faults. It will find them itself. Jiva Goswami explains that as a result of this desire for superiority, a person seems to be outwardly worshipping the Vaishnavas, the spiritual master, the sadhus, and Krishna, while inside disrespect for them is appearing. Such a person starts looking for material qualities in them so that they can feel superior. They look at the Vaishnavas and see them as non-Vaishnavas. They do not see the essential quality of the Vaishnava and how rare they are. How many people really strive for God and are ready to give up something for His sake? But all we see are perceived bad qualities. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu calls the anarthas that grow along with bhakti upashaka. Upa means secondary and shaka means branch. In tropical countries, parasitic species grow on host trees, sucking out the juices of the original tree until it dries out. The same happens to us if we project the material tendencies that are within us onto the sphere of bhakti without trying to hinder them. Then eventually these material tendencies grow stronger and completely destroy our bhakti. How the weeds of deceit grow. In his purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 12.135, Srila Prabhupada explains that these weeds or parasites growing on the body of our bhakti begin with kutinati, nitpicking, or the desire to find faults in others. We have this innate tendency. When we become devotees, this tendency is polished to perfection, because as devotees we can better understand our own psychology. When we can then see in a clearer way the smallest faults in others. Previously, we did not notice how the cheating mind works and how pride manifests itself. Now, our heart rejoices when we see faults in others. Further on, Prabhupada says that what follows next is pratishta asha, or the desire for recognition. Pratishta means recognition, and asha means the desire or hope that we will be recognized. In this regard, he gives an example of a person trying to imitate Haridas Thakur. For example, I adorn the deities, or I make them an outfit. I'm hoping for praise for my efforts or my, quote, talent, end quote. People are decorating the deity, but it may be their own false ego that is standing on the altar and showing their expertise to everyone. If people do not say, quote, how wonderful that you've made that, end quote, we are disappointed and think, quote, this society of devotees is not like what I was promised, end quote. We demand recognition, and the thirst for it grows stronger and stronger. We preach so someone admires how many followers we have, or we distribute books so that we're praised for it. We fast on Ekadasi, but we make sure that we tell everyone what we fast from, the way we fasted, how many rounds we chanted, how we didn't sleep that night. We give a lecture so that someone says afterwards, what, quote, oh, what a lecture, end quote. If the devotees do not say that, we think, quote, everyone is in Maya. No one has appreciated it, end quote. First is Kutinati, second is Pratista Asha, and the next is Jivahimsa. Jivahimsa refers to the pain we cause. After deceit and hypocrisy and the attempt to exalt ourselves comes Agasura, serpent with foul breath, like that of a dead fish. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that this demon is the cruelty in our heart. What did he do to the coward boys? He devoured them. Agasura represents cruelty. In the society of devotees, we also have opportunities for showing cruelty. Again, the same knowledge of psychology allows us to more painfully hurt others when we start pointing out their faults. First, to think ill of others. Then, to start speaking ill of others, being rude to others, cutting their false ego. One woman was complaining to me about her husband. Quote, he comes and says to me, quote, let me see where your false ego is. Now I'm going to cut it, end quote. He has a wife and children and a wife whom he needs in order to cut their false ego. Recently, I happened to come across an article written by a very respected Vaishnava analyzing an article written by another Vaishnava, finding some trifles there and then publishing his condemnations on the internet in order to hurt. This is something that unfortunately happens under the pretext of fighting for purity. He's exposing other Vaishnavas as to a public, quote, flogging, end quote. Again, knowledge of psychology of other people allows us to more easily exploit others. Under the pretext of devotional service, people sometimes simply exploit each other, saying that we should selflessly serve, but at the same time taking advantage of others. This is a manifestation of Jivahimsa. Srila Prabhupada describes the next inevitable step in that purport to the Gundicha Marjana Lila. This is called Nishidachara, when a person loses the ability to follow the principles of bhakti. Why does this happen? Previously, they seemed to have overcome all these bad habits and had been following the principles of bhakti over a long period of time. However, at a certain point, they lose the ability to do this. It is not just because of the anarthas. What happened at this point was that due to the offenses committed, the mind fully focuses on matter and tears itself away from Krishna. Srila Prabhupada had a disciple who used to take LSD. Later on, he achieved a very high position, but returned to LSD. Due to the tendency to deceitfulness, he started justifying his behavior. He said that LSD was the speck dust from the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. He said that when he took drugs, he came closer to God. He wanted to open up a whole training center to teach others how to get closer to Krishna using LSD. There was one other ashram I knew about personally where all the discourses consist in discussing the faults of other Vaishnavas. There are many Vaishnavas and there are many faults too, so there were many topics of discussion. And they all said, quote, we are for Prabhupada, we are for Prabhupada, end quote. They would still go on with Sankirtan. However, since the ashram is located in quite a cold zone before going out on Sankirtan, they drank some vodka to Srila Prabhupada in order to warm up and then go out and distribute. Unfortunately, all this is true, and I'm not exaggerating at all in this particular case. This is what Srila Prabhupada says, Nidishchara Danachara, the next logical step. We lose the ability to follow the principles of pure behavior. And all begins with the fact that in one way or other we focus on the faults of others. The next step, kama, lust, becomes completely uncontrollable and devours us whole. A person in this situation naturally and gradually forms material tendencies in their mind. We have come to the path of bhakti in order to remove these tendencies, but we may be giving vent to the most subtle tendency of all, which is to relish finding faults in others. Step by step, it very soon becomes more and more gross. The problem is that a person in this point may not enjoy just ordinary kama, but may do in a perverted way. Following kama is the demand to be worshipped. Srila Jiva Goswami makes a similar analysis in his Bhakti Sandarbha, where he explains the consequences of aparads, or offenses. He says that at first, kautilya, or hypocrisy, appears in a person, then ashraddha, or faithlessness. After ashraddha, a quality appears that he calls Bhagavan Nishta Chavaka Avastav Antarbini Vesha, or focus on external things that destroy our nishta, or faith in Krishna. Next is Bhakti Staitliyam, where we cannot focus on bhajan because the mind is already completely elsewhere. After that, Swabhakti Adi Krita Manitvam, pridefulness or pride in our own achievements in bhakti appears. We start competing with others. What does competition with other Vaishnavas mean? The very spirit of rivalry or jealousy towards others means that I want respect only for myself. The nature of bhakti is that it makes us willing to cooperate. Bhakti is love, and love means that I love everyone and try to do things together with the others. Srila Prabhupada said that our love for him will be shown by the extent to which we are able to cooperate with each other. Some have misheard him to mean, quote, your love for me will be shown to the extent which you'll be able to compete with each other, end quote. Swabhaktim Kritam Manitva, or puja, the desire for honor or the desire that only I should be respected, is the final stage of Vaishnava aparad that happens to a person. Srila Prabhupada concludes this description by saying, quote, therefore one's heart is again filled with dirt and becomes harder and harder, thus starts to resemble the heart of a materialist, end quote. Commenting on the 6th verse of Manashiksha, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that there are 3 kinds of Vaishnavas, Svanishta, Parinishta, and Nirapeksha. He says that a Svanishta Vaishnava is a householder who performs bhajan without regard for Varnashram Dharma. Their material tendencies begin to appear if, instead of serving a pure Vaishnavas, they start serving some rich people. Parinishta Bhakta is a householder who also follows Varnashram Dharma. When they are deceitful, they outwardly they show everyone how firmly they're following everything, while internally being unable to cope with their attachment to material things. The Nirapeksha Vaishnava is one who has accepted renunciation, but might start collecting money from everyone as much as possible and associating with materialists all the time. In this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami asked why we would bathe in this ass urine. We should bathe in pure nectar, but the mind does not want to. The mind has no attachment to Radha and Krishna. It has no attachment to thinking about them or reading about them. Prahlad Maharaj himself explains that despite hearing about Krishna from others, despite trying to think about Krishna themselves, despite trying to achieve some combination of both, many persons' minds are unable to think of Krishna, and bhakti does not manifest itself in their hearts. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains why a person does not get spiritually attached instead of uncontrolled senses leads to hell. Puna punas charvita charvananam. Again and again, we chew what has already been chewed. Inside we have a subtle concept or ego which we have not given up, even having taken up the path of bhakti. Bhaktivinoda Thakur said that there is only one solution, humility. If we have taken up the path of bhakti, we must surrender with complete humility. Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes in his purport to this verse of the Manashiksha, quote, as soon as the mind allows trifle thoughts to come in, immediately deception, hypocrisy appears. Hypocrisy starts attacking the soul again. When one's heart has been completely cleansed by humility, it will never again open its doors to deception, end quote. Humility and our relationship with Guru. We need one single attribute, complete absolute humility. In this humility, I must fold my palms and say, quote, yes, I'm fallen, but I do not want to be like this anymore, end quote. This attitude constitutes honesty to ourselves. This complete humility begins with my surrendering this most subtle concept, my false ego, to my Guru. Krishna explains this in the Bhagavad Gita 4:34. Tadvidi paripatina pariprashnena sevya upadekshyanti te gyanam gyanas tattvadarshana. In our relationship with Guru, we must practice humility with body, mind, and speech. Guru will give us sambandha, or a connection with Krishna. Through the connection with the spiritual master, I will become aware of my connection with Krishna. When I have a relationship with Krishna, I will develop interest in everything related to Krishna. We must actually understand what the Guru likes and doesn't like, and act for the Guru, not for oneself. The humility that appears in the mind when a person does not act out of self-interest, but rather wants to serve and to do what the other person wants us to do. With no actual relationship with the spiritual master, this attitude is practically impossible, because we will still continue in one way or another to retain our subtle pride. Sooner or later it will grow more and more. The subtle will then become gross. Bhakti means to find this problem in ourselves and to start dealing with it. Therefore, sadhana bhakti starts with Guru Pada Shrayas Tasmat. We must go to the spiritual master and take shelter of his lotus feet. We must give up everything else. Guru Pada Shraya Tasmat. After that comes Krishna Dikshadi Shikshanam. We must take Diksha. People think they have received Diksha and now they're free to go. I've been given my name, my beads, that's it. But after Diksha, we must receive śikṣā. Diksha is given to young boys who start studying the scripture. Diksha is the first step. Śikṣā means I try to do what we are told. If we try to serve not ourselves, but what we are told by the spiritual master. As a result, humility appears. Humility allows us to attain sambandha, or a relationship with Krishna, through our relationship with the spiritual master, because it is the spiritual master alone who gives us this connection. Without connection, there is nothing. The meaning of our relationship with Guru is not that you make yet another cult of personality. Srila Prabhupada warned us against this in a letter to Govinda Dasi. In her letter, Govinda Dasi had written to Srila Prabhupada, saying how she loved him. Srila Prabhupada replied, quote, I like very much these beautiful feelings you have described in your letter. However, you should never forget that all our activities are carried out in accordance with the parampara originating from Lord Krishna. Therefore, your love must be directed not so much toward the physical manifestation of the Guru, but towards the spiritual message he carries. By lovingly serving the teachings of our Guru, we prove our love for his physical manifestation. End quote. Srila Prabhupada said that we must be devoted not to the cult of personality, but devoted to what he teaches and understand what he teaches. We must overcome this most subtle obstacle that envelops our soul, because if we do not remove it, ultimately it will prevent us from truly hearing about Radha and Krishna. If we attain this sambandha, or humility, if we attain love for Krishna, then everything else will come to us. Raghunath Das Goswami is teaching us here to very honestly and frankly see the deceit in ourselves. We must take devotional service very seriously. It's never too late to start. Krishna is infinitely merciful and can give us complete happiness. Therefore, in our bhajan, we must show two qualities: honesty or simplicity, frankness. The second is determination to go to the end by any means. If we have these two qualities, we will certainly be successful on this wonderful path of bhakti. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. The devotee on the path of spontaneous devotion for Krishna in Vrindavan has, by verse 6, relinquished the gross hypocrisy of secretly engaging in wicked deeds as a slave to lust, envy, and so forth. However, the inclination for deceit and hypocrisy may still remain. In verse 5, the evil enemies were blatant robbers along the side of the road with nooses. But here, in verse 6, the problem is harder for the practitioner to discern. The devotees at this stage have received the jewel of Radha Krishna's love. To hold such a jewel, to be the setting for such a jewel, one should be clean and polished. Thinking like this, the fortunate devotee seeks to bathe and become clean. The devotee on the shining path of bhakti will see two possible sources for his bath. One is an ocean of pure delight, śikṣā, coming from the feet of Gandharvika Giritadi. The ending ika indicates affection, and Gandharva is a name for Krishna's internal energy, meaning a woman who sings with great artistic skill. Giritadi is a name for Krishna who lifted Govardhan Hill. This first bathing choice for the holder of the jewel of divine love will fully wash away the tendency for deceit and hypocrisy, which has attracted lust and so forth. The second source for this bath is a trickle of liquid that offers only an appearance of cleanliness. Those who have become free from the obvious cheating of wicked deeds may hesitate to become thoroughly honest. If a person's answer to a question, quote, "Am I willing to face the full truth about the state of my heart and motives," end quote, is, quote, "no," end quote, then cheating and hypocrisy manifest in that person as activities that appear to be bhakti but are not. Just as the trickle of liquid appears to be clean, but it is something else entirely. It burns us. It burns because it comes not from the divine lotus feet, but is the urine from a very large donkey. We know we are bathing in donkey urine when others' greatness creates a burning sensation within us. The jewel we receive becomes covered in this donkey urine and cannot show its brilliance. When we read through Bhaktivinoda's list of the ways 3 categories of sadhakas can be deceitful at this level in progress in bhakti, we find a common thread that they are all activities that often appear like bhakti while being something else. Sekajala pana upa shaka badi yaya sabda hana mula shaka badi te na paya. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 19:160. There are weeds that grow near the bhakti creeper and may look like bhakti to the undiscerning person, just as donkey urine appear to be a welcome shower. If we water the weeds instead of the creeper, we simply burn inside and outside rather than being refreshed. How unfortunate. The jewel on the altar is a garbage heap, smelling and filthy, symptom of deep attachment to Maya in grip of her modes. All is rotten, a large heavy load. Somehow we use this trash to act for you, but it remains garbage through and through. It's mirthy to know it, but please purify. Can't do it alone, though with strength we do try. All and everything we offer so sweet, thinking it's love that we bring to your feet. Oh, we discover with great shocking pain, the pattern of cloth was simply a stain. One possible consequence of cheating disguised as bhakti is that eventually inner hypocrisy may become strong enough to again attract the thieves of lust and his friends. Gradually, the person will again take up hearing and talking about material enjoyment and liberation. Spiritual progress then stops. We may get a sense of how this may be so from Srimad Bhagavatam 4.8.2-4. Another son of Brahma was irreligion, whose wife's name was falsity. From their combination were born 2 demons, named Damba, or bluffing, and Maya, or cheating. These 2 demons were taken by a demon named Nriti, who had no children. Maitreya told Vidura, "O great soul, from Damba and Maya were born greed and Nitriti, or cunning. From their combination came children named Krodha, anger, and Himsa, envy. And from their combination were born Kali and his sister Durukti, harsh speech. O greatest of all good men, by the combination of Kali and harsh speech were born children named Mrityu, death, and Biti, fear. From the combination of Mrityu and Biti came children named Yatana, excessive pain, and Niraya, hell. Another consequence is that the practitioner stops feeling the sweetness of devotional service. What used to be blissful has been replaced with burning. Such persons, refusing to face their inner deceit, may blame others for their lack of ecstasy. They then believe their service is fault-finding and criticism. Others lose faith in the process entirely, yet may cynically continue with the externals in exchange for a life where they get some respect for material facility for being a so-called religious person. How people in this predicament can move out of the donkey urine and into the delightful ocean of love starts again, unsurprisingly, with freedom from pride. It takes great humility to admit that one has been, of one's own free will, bathing in donkey urine in the name of spiritual life. It takes great humility to fall at anyone's feet, even to the feet of God himself. Bhaktivinoda gives us some specific guidance as to what it means to bathe in the delightful ocean of love at the feet of the divine couple. He tells us to meditate on their names, forms, qualities, and eternal pastimes in the 8 parts of the day, Astakaliya Lila. He warns us that we have to be vigilant at this stage, as the root of hypocrisy still remains and can grow back. In the next verse, we learn how that root can be eliminated completely and permanently. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami, commentary by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 7. Pratistasha drishta shrapacha ramani me hridi nantet katam sadhu prema sprisati shuchir etan nanu mana sadatvam sevasya prabhudaita samantam atulam yatatam nishkasya tvaritam ihatam vishayatisa. As long as the unchaste, dog-eating woman of desire for prestige dances in my heart, how can the chaste, pure lady of love for Krishna touch it? Therefore, O mind, you should always serve the incomparable, beloved devotee commander of Krishna's army, who will immediately throw out the unchaste woman and establish the pure lady of love in the heart. Commentary by Shiva Ram Swami. Pratishta means fame, and asha means desire. Our desire for fame is like Drishta Shrapacha Ramani, a bold outcast woman. And what does this outcast woman do? She is Shrapacha, a dog eater. So she is eating dog's flesh in my heart. That is the actual meaning here. And she's dancing at the same time. Hrinatet, having a great party. Dancing around in such a frivolous mood and having a great time, and in one hand is a dog's leg she's chewing on as she's dancing in my heart. But she didn't get in there by accident. I invited her. I opened the door. I said, quote, yes, please come in, end quote. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that this is what happens after repeated attempts to weed out deceit while still hankering for honor and distinction. Such a graphic picture is being painted here of the problem, and the solution is also given. We have to serve the pure devotees of the Lord. This is the only means to drive this problem out. There is a scientific process of how the transcendental Vishuddha Sattva potency in the heart of a pure devotee is able to penetrate our hearts. In other words, we are dependent on mercy. We couldn't do anything on our own. Now, we are very much dependent on mercy from others who will actually illuminate and eradicate this problem from our heart. Desire for pratishtha, distinction, fame, honor, position, especially in spiritual circles, just hangs in there. It's very tenacious, excruciatingly difficult to get out. It is the last of the enemies that we subdue. And why is it the last? Because it is the greatest obstacle. We are allowing this shameless personality to come within our heart. The nature of this obstacle is that it very conveniently overlooks its own evil influence. There is a clear example of this. Not a nice example, but a clear one, and that is Duryodhana. When he was approached by Krishna after the Pandavas ended their exile, Krishna asked him, quote, make a truce, give them 5 villages and finish the whole thing. You cannot persecute your cousins this way, end quote. Duryodhana's response was, quote, I am a Kshatriya. I'm the king of the land. I'm the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, end quote. He said, quote, I've looked in my heart very deeply for any trace of flaw, imperfection, pride, or arrogance to see if I've actually done anything against the Pandavas which was adharmic. And I have come to the conclusion that I am completely flawless in this regard. Therefore, don't push me. Don't ask me to give 5 villages, end quote. Imagine completely overlooking one's own degraded and fallen position. Why? I am now pretending something that I am not. And I am so convinced that I will walk naked on the street. Everyone knows this story of the emperor without any clothes. Ultimately, he becomes so convinced of his position, and his followers were so convinced, that even though he is completely naked. He thinks, quote, I have the best clothes. I am wearing the best of all robes, king's robes, end quote. Fame is like a dog's flesh. And if you run after the flesh of a dog, it means, quote, I want to be famous as a great devotee. There's a nice example from the life of Madhavendra Puri. When Chor Gopinath specifically stole kheer from him and sent it out via his own pujari, the Lord told the pujari, quote, you take this sweet rice out to Madhavendra Puri, end quote. When Madhavendra Puri received that sweet rice and ate it, he thought, quote, as soon as everybody hears of this event, they're going to come after me thinking that I'm a great devotee, end quote. So immediately he ran away. He left town so no one would come and recognize him and try to offer respect and praise him. That is the mentality of a real Vaishnava. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, quote, I am lower than Jagai and Madai. I am like a worm in stool. If somebody even chants my name, that person becomes fallen, end quote. He is thinking like that because that's what it means to be a real Vaishnava. He's not just writing it, but actually thinks and feels it. This image here in this verse is this shameless prostitute, a dog flesh-eating prostitute dancing in the heart. But she isn't alone. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in his song commentary, quote, who does she dance with? She dances with her lover. And what's her lover's name? Kapatya tad upapati. Deceit is her paramour, end quote. After the party, they're all in for the evening. And what is the byproduct? Naturally, they start to beget children, such as himsa, violence, ill will. Violence and ill will become a byproduct of that little party in the heart. Therefore, ultimately, this dance of the prostitute and her lover will destroy all the good virtues in the heart and will fill the heart with cruelty. One will become a cruel-hearted person. One has to be very careful not to allow these things to remain. Therefore, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, quote, better than I am in the association of those who are pointing out my faults and helping me maintain a humble attitude than to be with those who praise me, end quote. Now, we refer once again to these three sadhakas, Nishtasiddha, Pranishta, and Nirapeksha. What will happen to them if they also continue to harbor this deceit within their hearts and this desire for honor and distinction? This is subsequent to what we read in the previous verse. This Shvanishta Bhakta, or the householder who is trying to be fully surrendered, who is fully engaged in preaching activities, starts to yearn for honor and manifests the hope for being seen as being a great religious leader, a very generous personality, and sinless. He wants recognition for his position. The Parinishta, or devotee nicely following the rules of bhakti, worshiping the deity in their home, and working in whatever particular way, they want to become recognized also as great devotees, to be seen as very detached and very knowledgeable. And the Nirapekshas are the same. Everyone should recognize them, that they have become pure devotees, being completely detached, understanding the purport of all the Shastras, and being the masters of all aspects of bhakti. For all types of devotees, the problem is mainly always wanting recognition. An important point is that Bhaktivinoda Thakur says this honor is one of the elements of deceit. He says deceit can be rooted out to the proportion that one is free from this desire for honor. So to the degree that we are actually free from this honor, to that degree the deceit will actually leave the heart. And the heart is like a cup. If you have a cup of ink, and if you just keep pouring milk, then ultimately all the ink will be out. Therefore, what we want to fill the heart cup up with is pure devotional service rendered with real humility. Here, specifically, what is being stated is that one should serve the pure devotees. So he says, Katam sadhu prema sprishati. Sprishati means touch. He says this sadhu prema, love of Godhead, will not even touch us. Not to mention, we will not get it. We won't even be able to touch it. We won't touch it, and it won't touch us as long as our consciousness is contaminated by this desire for honor. What to do? The verse says, Sadatvam sevasva. Always serve Prabhu Daita Samantam, pure devotees of the Lord who are atula, pure. Then, Nikashya Taritam, they will very quickly kick out all these impurities, and Veshayati, they will establish Sadhuprem, that pure love. So, Sadhu Shevasya, we should always serve the devotees because serving Vaishnavas induces humility. Even if you don't have humility now, if you serve devotees, you will become humble. The serving mood, the mood of humility, is the antithesis of pride and desire for honor. It neutralizes and destroys them. Serve those who are very dear to the Lord. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that the heart of pure devotees is saturated with Hladini Shakti, and when we serve them, they become compassionate. The result of that compassion is they bestow their mercy on us. Bestowing mercy means that they transfer Hladini Shakti from their hearts. A ray of that potency becomes transferred to the hearts of others, and the Hladini Shakti purifies all the contaminations present in one's heart. It not only purifies, but also generates love. Sadhu Prema. The verse says this process happens immediately. Tvaritam. It will happen quickly, but we must do it. So, Nishakashya Taritam Ihatam Veshayatisha, the association of devotees in a proper mood, will expel all these unwanted qualities and will simultaneously give us access to love. We can only get love of God from devotees. Maybe we can get it from Krishna, but that is very rare. The conclusion is that one should serve the Vaishnavas. One should serve the dust of their lotus feet, take the remnants of their foodstuff, and take their instructions, because all of these things possess the same Hladini Shakti. Then we'll become free from all these impediments to our spiritual life. We can also remember to read and study pastimes concerning the particular demons which are representative of these disturbing elements, specifically deceit, which is Bakasura. Don't forget to call out, quote, "O servants of the killer of Baka," end quote. Read that story in Krishna book and hear that particular pastime. The other three qualities which we read about happening to the Paranishta, Nirpeksha, and Svanishta devotees, speculation, fault-finding, and argumentation, these anarthas are represented by Trinvarta, Agasura, and Trinvarta again. Also, this quote from the Padma Purana, which everyone should know, Aradhananam Sarvesham Vishnur Aradhanam Param Tasmat Paratanam Devi Tadiyanam Samanchanan. Of all the different kinds of worship, worship of the Supreme Lord Vishnu is the highest. But even greater than this is the worship of his pure devotees. That Tadiya, that is even better. Then from Srimad Bhagavatam 3.7.19, Yat Sevasya Bhagavata Kutashtasya Madhudvisha Ratira Sobhavet Ra Pradayor Vyasanardana. By serving the feet of the spiritual master, one is enabled to develop transcendental ecstasy in the service of the personality of Godhead, who is the unchangeable enemy of the Madhu demon and whose service vanquishes one's material distresses. In this connection, Rupa Goswami makes a very important point in the conclusion of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, where he says, quote, all the different aspects of devotional service which are stated in Nectar of Devotion all pertain to Krishna, end quote. In other words, he's explained how to make advancement by one way or another in relationship to the Lord. Then he also says, quote, all the different aspects of devotional service to the Supreme Lord, which have been discussed in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, also relate to serving the Vaishnavas, end quote. In other words, whatever is described in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu in relationship to Krishna, you can do the exact same thing in relationship to Vaishnavas. He continues, quote, "This is the opinion of the pundits," end quote. To conclude our commentary on this verse, here is a quote from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.241, which Bhaktivinoda quotes at the end of his commentary to verse 7, describing a pure devotee. This is the nature of the real Vaishnava. Ever since that person whose body was washed by tears flowing from his eyes, whose body was decorated with multitudes of hair standing on end due to ecstasy, faltering as he walked, who was experiencing ecstasy within himself, who experienced symptoms of such as great shivering of the body, etc., has entered the path of my vision, I do not know what has happened. My mind simply refuses to take interest anymore in household affairs. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. We find it so difficult to renounce the desire for distinction. Never touch this stool-like desire if you want to develop love for Krishna. It may seem strange that this desire for name, fame, and glory is the root of all problems. We may feel that some self-esteem needs to be there, otherwise we may feel depressed and insecure, and the world will trample on us. But this self-centered desire is a big problem. From the desire, quote, I must be glorified, end quote, and not Krishna, arises envy, an aggressive mentality, an inclination to criticize. The moment we don't surrender to Krishna, having, quote, my way, end quote, style of thought, we will become envious of others, we will be violent, aggressive, and we will criticize. So many anarthas come from this. Raghunath Das Goswami uses the example of an outcast woman who lives by selling her body and devours dog meat. This woman is shamelessly dancing in our hearts. The desire for fame supersedes all other desires. People can be manipulated even out of their money if you flatter them for fame. This desire for fame is allowed to stay in our hearts, and she will not stay alone. She will invite envy. The desire for fame will always be united with envy, and she will mate and produce children of aggressiveness and criticism. When they dance in our hearts, they will start a dance of destruction and destroy all our Vaishnava qualities. We need to be vigilant and alert to quickly recognize this weed of pratishta. If we allow this to stay on, all our chanting and hearing will not serve our spiritual advancement, but it will only help to grow Pratishta and her family. If we do not perform our bhakti for the recognition of others, it is not that we should be recognized, but that Krishna is recognized. Pratishta is like poison. If we swallow it, it will poison us. If fame comes to us, be aware that it is by the mercy of our Guru. What is the cure for this desire for fame? Raghunath Das Goswami says, Shevasra Purbudaita Samatam. Serve the leaders of those who are dear to the Lord. He compares such a devotee to a powerful general. The desire for fame is strong, so we need some force to remove it. A pure devotee. Military action is required for this. If we want this desire to be removed, we need a special squad, a real devotee whom we should serve. He will bring love into our hearts. There are two effects when we meet such devotees. Number one, love will come into our heart. And number two, material attachments, fear of material existence, and other obstacles are destroyed. Please serve a pure devotee, giving your best and forgetting your own concern. Then we will feel, quote, I'm so different, so enlivened, end quote. By this contact with a pure devotee, something wonderful happens. Find such a devotee, then associate and serve such a person. Dullness, fearlessness, or fearfulness and ignorance will be destroyed. The fire of devotees will dispel darkness in your heart. Great devotees are like a sacrificial fire. Darkness will go, and Krishna will appear. But as long as the desire for pratishta is preeminent in the heart, cheating of others and ourselves will not be driven away. We need a transfusion of the Lord's potency, which will come through the pure devotee and empower us. We may say we have heard all about this before, but such exalted association is very rarely attained. What to do if we can't find such an exalted devotee is given in the verse 8 of the Mana śikṣā. Why is the association of exalted devotees so powerful? The Lord is finding rest only in the hearts of his devotees, where he can repose and rest in peace. He cannot rest in the hearts of karmis or yogis because they have selfish desires, but he can do so in the hearts of the devotees because they want to satisfy him. Let us consider the gopis' meditation on Krishna, how they see Krishna and install him in their hearts. Early in the morning, Krishna leaves the village of Vrindavan with the cowherd boys. The gopis stay behind. They feel deep longing for Krishna. In order to soothe their hearts, they assemble in one place and talk about Krishna. As they are just starting to talk about Krishna, the sound of Krishna's flute, carried by his dear servant, the wind, enters into Vrindavan. The gopis hear the sound, their inner eyes open, and through the eyes of the flute, through the Vani of Krishna, they see a scene that is beyond description, rendering them speechless. They sit there, all seeing the same scene, but they cannot talk about it. But Shukadeva Goswami describes it. Krishna is wearing a peacock feather ornament on his head and blue trumpet-shaped karnakara flowers in his ears. His hips are decorated by a yellow garment as brilliant as gold, and a Vaijayanti garland is moving on his chest. Krishna is in the mood of the greatest dancers as he enters the forests of Vrindavan, and he beautifies it with the marks of his footprints. He fills the holes of his flute with the nectar of his lips, and all the cowherd boys sing his glories. Krishna is dressed as a dancer, decorated with different lotus flowers, mango sprouts, and clusters of flowers and buds. The clay of Vrindavan's earth is used to draw designs on his cheeks in red, yellow and reddish colors. He's dressed like a dancer, ready to enter the stage. Even in ordinary life, just before entering a stage, a certain Shakti enters the performer. Similarly, Krishna is full of excitement. The moment he enters the forest with his beautiful dress and mood, Krishna starts to dance. The form that makes every living entity dance also dances. In other avatars, Krishna is not so fond of dancing, but as Krishna, he is, and he makes others dance too. Peacocks dance, swans dance, gopas dance. Even when he kills a demon, at the height of the fight, Krishna dances. Even when he does something as serious as lifting Govardhan Hill, he starts to dance because he is the Lord of Rasa, joy. Seeing him, all the Devatas start to dance. Krishna is Natavar. In contrast, Shiva is Nataraj, who performs the dance of destruction. Krishna never destroys when he dances. He elegantly inundates the world with waves of bliss. He is the Lord of joy and the Lord of dance. When Krishna goes into the forest, he brings it to life with his presence. Once he has entered the forest, the Vrajavasis, with the exception of the cowherd boys and cows, turn back to go to the village. Some of them are carried back because they fainted. The moment Krishna is just with the boys, his feet start to dance in such a way that the art of dancing becomes ashamed. Then his ankle bells start to sound. Krishna wants to really move when he dances, so he takes his chadar and ties it around his waist. Then the garland dances, and Krishna's eyes, more beautiful than the baby deer's, also dance. His eyebrows dance, his makara-shaped earrings dance, everything dances. Even the peacock feather begins to dance. There is not one single part of Krishna's body that is not dancing. In such a way, he makes the whole world dance. Krishna's makara earrings are expert in teaching his eyes how to dance. He pleases all directions with the luster of his golden cloth that sways in the gentle breeze. His luster is emanating in bluish waves. His dance is multidimensional, covering the whole forest of Vrindavan. The luster of his dhoti is like the light-colored Ganga, and the luster of his body is like the dark Yamuna. Together it appears that there is a confluence between the Ganga and the Yamuna. When Radharani hears about Krishna's dancing from Kundalata, she drinks the information as if her ears are cups. She closes her eyes and internally sees Krishna dancing with the gopas. She faints from the effect of two kinds of nectar, kata and internal meditation. As Radha falls down, Krishna knows that she has fainted, and he tells the wind to awaken her. The wind then carries his fragrance to wake Radharani. In summary, in verse 7, we have heard about the main obstacle from which other obstacles grow. It's the desire for fame. In Buddhism, it is called self-indulgence. We are then not absorbed in Krishna, but in our own glories, and we thus try to control our environment to get our glorification. It's very subtle and sometimes difficult to recognize. We need the association of a pure devotee. We'll hear in text 8 how to find such a devotee. We have discussed the greatest devotees, the gopis, and their vision of Krishna, and we have tried to see through their eyes. Hopefully, at least for a fraction of a second while reading the description, we could contact Krishna's beautiful form, his qualities, and his playfulness. We can do this when we read the Shastras, see through the eyes of these great devotees. After some time, we will not be interested anymore in the desires of an unfulfilled heart. Commentary by Bhaktivinoda Goswami. Instructions for love of God. Raghunath Das Goswami is the Prayojana Acharya, teacher of the ultimate goal of our sampradaya. He teaches the highest goal of all our endeavors and aspirations. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his Jivadharma, describes how Raghunath Das Goswami's various works explain what is going on in the spiritual world. It is very difficult to understand such explanations because we have the tendency of projecting our own understanding of the material world onto the spiritual world. Everything that is somehow or other related to eternity is very difficult to comprehend with our limited mind, which is programmed to perceiving the temporary world. For example, when we think about eternity, we may imagine a static picture. To counter these problems, Raghunath Das Goswami succeeded in explaining the way in which love is an eternal dynamic state, and that in the spiritual world there is no boredom. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that especially in Mana śikṣā, Raghunath Das Goswami is teaching us how a person can enter into this kingdom of love, of spiritual rasa. Bhaktivinoda Thakur makes a unique, surprising, and even shocking statement. He says that Rupa Goswami, having described the rasa and the nature of spiritual love, has not fully explained how to enter into it. It is a very strange statement because, first of all, Rupa Goswami is our Abhideya Acharya, teacher of the way, or the method. Secondly, if we study his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, or even Ujjval and Ilamani, we will see that there he explains in great detail the practice of sadhana. Nevertheless, Bhaktivinoda Thakur makes this statement that Rupa Goswami has not explained how to enter rasa, whereas Raghunath Das Goswami has done so in his Mana śikṣā. In my opinion, the reason for this statement is that in these sutras, Raghunath Das Goswami has explained in a succinct and encrypted form the main obstacles that await us on this path. He explains the realm of spiritual affection or love and what is internally preventing us from developing this affection. All those in Krishna consciousness want to experience spiritual love. When it is not achieved, sometimes people start going down to some other level, engaging in psychology or yoga and the like, and think those things are going to help them find love. The uniqueness of the Mana śikṣā is that it explains our own psychology which resists spiritual life and prevents us from attaining the very spiritual experience that has been promised to us. Instructing our mind with love. We are trying to understand this book as instructions to the mind. In accordance with the Sankhya philosophy, the mind is one of the sense organs called antakarana. We have 5 external sense organs that collect information from the outside world. There is one internal sense organ that processes this information. However, this sense organ, antakarana or svanta, as Raghunath Das Goswami calls it in the first verse, has one amazing quality. It does not obey us. All the other senses more or less obey us, but the mind will think what it wants because it has a certain independence. On one hand, this is a, quote, blessing, end quote, because the mind is given so that it can prove everything that even we don't believe in. The mind is constantly proving to us that we are God, even though deep down in ourselves we do not believe it. But this same blessing is also a curse for us because we can't easily change that programming. Krishna says that depending on what the program in our mind is, we obtain our next body. At the time of death, we cannot tell our mind, quote, think about Krishna, end quote, even throughout our life, we cannot do it. The mind thinks what it wants to. The meaning of human life and the meaning of sadhana are to replace this program in the mind and teach the mind how to think of Krishna. There are basically two ways to do this. One way is to explain to the mind that this is good and it is necessary. The mind will reluctantly do what it is understood to be useful. We can logically convince the mind. Therefore, the Shastras have their own logic, and generally people are attracted to logic, various evidences, and philosophy. When someone proves to us in detail that God exists, that Krishna is God, we think, quote, well, I'll think a little bit about that in my spare time, end quote. This is one way, and it works to a certain extent, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that this method is abala. Abala means deprived of power, or having no power. The other way to change the program in our mind is to somehow or other instill it with spiritual desire, with attachment, because the mind thinks of that to which it is attached. We can understand very well what our mind is attached to. We can try an experiment by shutting yourself in a room for a day and say aloud any thought that crosses your mind. Record it and then listen to it. Better yet, sit down and chant and listen to the mind. What the mind is thinking about. In Sanskrit, the word raga comes from the root ranj, which means to color. The mind is colored in a certain way and rushes to where its attachment is. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained a form of spiritual practice of putting spiritual attachment in the mind. The only problem is where to get spiritual attachment from. This attachment can only be obtained from someone who has it very strong in their heart. Therefore, the method of Raganuga sadhana is not meditation only on Krishna, but also meditation on those who have affection for Krishna. When we understand that we need the same love that lives in the heart of the pure associates of Krishna and nothing else, we start thinking about them. Thinking about them, we try to serve them in the same way that they serve. These attempts eventually lead to their bestowing this affection on us out of their mercy. Affection is causeless. It is a result of their mercy, which naturally comes to those who are trying to follow in the footsteps of Krishna's great devotees. The problems of the world arise only from lack of love, whether it's disease, old age, loneliness, the crimes that are committed, whether it's violence, cruelty, or spite. It is all the result of a single problem, lack of love. The Shastras, in particular Srimad Bhagavatam, describe that there is a place in God's creation where there is an abundance of love. This place is called Vraja, Vrindavan, part of a place called Vaikuntha, which means, quote, a place where there are no problems, end quote. There are no prisons and no police. There are no means of coercion, even no managers in the mundane sense. Everything is done out of love, and everything is so simple. The people there cooperate with each other and love each other because they all love Krishna. This is the society we are trying to recreate on earth to a certain degree. All desires other than the desire for love appears in our heart due to this lack of love. Our heart is empty, giving rise to desires that generally do not make anyone happy. People go crazy because of these desires, such as the desire for respect, honor, money, and so on. What do we actually need? Only love. When there is love, we need nothing else. When there is no love, we need everything else. When we have everything else, that is still not enough. Vamanadev says, quote, even if one is in possession of the entire world, it will still not be enough. One will start war with another universe and will try to conquer it, end quote. Because the greed in the heart is insatiable, when there is a vacuum in the heart due to the absence of God, that vacuum sucks everything that can't be filled because it is only love who can fill it. This desire to be near Krishna and love Krishna in the way his devotees love him without any deception is the beginning and the foundation of Raganuga sadhana. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought us the method to attain the same love, completely pure and absolutely selfless. Thus, this is the potential we can develop. It's not for nothing that the human form is called sadhana deha. It is because sadhana means a certain practice through which we can achieve the goal, sadhya. People in this world achieve amazing goals through practice. Some run very quickly, some jump very high, some swim very deep, some fly very high. They can mentally multiply and divide multiple digit numbers, or if they want to, or they can play chess and see 20 moves ahead. Using various methods of practice, we can develop incredible skills. The most amazing thing that I can learn to love Krishna is the way he's loved in Vrindavan. This is the most amazing ability which is given to us at birth, and the sadhana we are practicing is supposed to bring us to the state in which the potential that's built in us fully reveals complete, absolute, pure, and selfless love. This is what we are looking for. What are people looking for in the material world? They're looking for Krishna because the ideal is sought after all the time. The Shastras say that to that end we should hear about Krishna with faith and in a certain mood. On the past pages of Srimad Bhagavatam, we can meet Krishna because it is non-different from Krishna himself. That's why in his writings and books, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has created a synthesis of these two paths. The first path, Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, is when we have faith in the Shastras and are convinced by their logic. Thanks to this logic, we constantly make efforts in our spiritual practices, such as hearing Srimad Bhagavatam discourses. At some point, hearing the Shastras, we get a spark of attachment for Krishna. Bhaktivinoda Thakur speaks about this in a very interesting way in his Kalyana Kalpataru. Quote, Krishna eventually bestows the jewel of independence upon those persons who are attached to the path of rules and regulations, thereby allowing them entrance into the path of spontaneous loving service. Becoming influenced by such spontaneity, remaining under the shelter of the mellows of unwedded love, the soul finally attains all the symptoms of ecstatic love for Krishna, end quote. In other words, when we get attached to adherence to the rules of devotional service, beginning first of all with Shravanam, we obtain the jewel of freedom. We do this not because we have to, but because we want to. This precious jewel appears in our hearts and becomes the reason we take to the path of raga, attachment to Krishna. As a result, as Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, we attain the desire for this secret love of God. The unchaste woman dancing in the heart. When we have driven deception out of our hearts, all the while there remains one last thing. There is no cheating anymore, but still I want a little something that is the chief subject matter of the 7th verse. Pratishtasa drishta swapacha ramani me hridi natet. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, in my heart there is a dancer, Shrapacha Ramani. Ramani means a woman of easy virtue, a harlot. Moreover, she has special dietary preferences, Shrapacha. Shrapacha means she loves to cook dogs, and Drishta means she is absolutely shameless. The name of that Drishta Shrapacha Ramani is Pratishta Asa, the desire for respect, honor, and fame. And then he goes on saying, Katam sadhu prema shapasti shuchiretan nanumanu. Quote, think for yourself, my dear mind, whether prema, which is pure by nature, will touch your heart, or if there is this untouchable woman dancing, end quote. Perhaps the most interesting word here is drishta, meaning she is shameless. This actually means that all the anarthas have already gone away by virtue of the holy name, but the shameless one, the desire for respect, is staying. Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that the very last demon is when we want to be distinguished for our devotional service. A person may say, quote, "Look how well I know the scriptures. I'm a great preacher, so now I'm going to save everyone by my preaching," end quote. In other words, when people start deeming themselves to be spiritual master or guru, this anartha is the root of all other anarthas in accordance with the teachings of Sanatana Goswami and the Hari Bhakti Vilas. If we don't drive this away, everything else will come back. The merry woman that's dancing in the heart will call back all the other anarthas, quote, come on, end quote. Raghunath Das Goswami says, quote, as long as she is there, Sada Prema, pure Prema, will never touch the heart. There will be no love in the heart because it will remain desecrated, end quote. Krishna provides all opportunities to fulfill this desire to be great. This persisting, childish desire for recognition, honor, to be the center of attention, is the last to remain in our hearts and desecrates everything else that we are doing. All other problems come as a result of the envy that appears because of pratisthasha, the desire for pratishta, the desire to be distinguished, to show off, the desire to show that I am special, I am exclusive, I am the best. Therefore, we can see that true spiritual culture always teaches humility. Humility is the password through which, to some extent, a person can feel Krishna. If we look at Vedic culture from the very beginning, it explains that God does everything, not us. There are many achievements in Vedic history which are anonymous. No one puts any signatures to them. Most of the names we don't know. Not even the number of holy persons there are, what to speak of their names. History has not preserved them, and they did not want to be noted. For example, we practically know nothing about Gopala Bhatta Goswami, one of the greatest acharyas in our sampradaya, especially the next one after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Practically speaking, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made Gopala Bhatta Goswami his successor. He sent him his asan, kopin, and bahivash, all of which are still preserved in the temple of Radharaman. Even Radharaman himself came to him in response to his prayers. But Gopala Bhatta Goswami asked Krishnadas Kaviraj, quote, please, don't say a word about me, end quote. If someone starts to be aware of himself as a guru, or imagines himself to be a guru, then that's the end of his spiritual life. Love is out of the question. The only thing left in the heart is vanity. The more Kali Yuga evolves, the more this problem also deepens. The word guru in Hindi initially meant a master. Now in Hindi, it is almost a swear word. Besides everything else, guru also means a trickster. This spiritual vanity is a very dangerous thing. It can haunt us up to the very end. For instance, the famous Kumbh Mela in India is practically the best fair of spiritual vanity. The gurus gather there, seated on jeweled, bedecked silver thrones on top of elephants. Recently, even the elephants went out of fashion. They put the silver throne on top of a jeep. This behavior is a very sad thing because actually we must understand that if I'm a true devotee, I should not expect honor. Moreover, if I'm a true devotee, I will expect to be reproached by others. Madhavendra Puri wrote a wonderful verse where he says, quote, let other people think that I've gone mad. Let my friends think I'm totally confused. Let my relatives say that I'm a complete fool. And let those who know the Vedas consider me just some proud fool, end quote. If we are a true devotee, we can expect people not to like that we live a life of complete and absolute devotion. They will start reproaching us. This is something important that we must remember. Raghunath Das Goswami gives a solution. He says, Pratistadha dishta shrapacha ramani me hridinatet. That Swapacha Ramani, the shameless prostitute, is dancing. Katam sadhu prema prisati. How can pure prema touch my heart? Suchir etan nanu mana. Think for yourself how the pure can touch the impure. My heart becomes untouchable because this woman has cast off all restraint. So he gives a solution of how we can protect ourselves from this problem. Sada tvam sevashva prabhu dayita samantam atulam. Constantly serve the servant of the Lord. Not Krishna, but the servant of the Lord. Prabhu dayita samantam, the best of the servants of the Lord. Samanta means a general. Yatatam nishkashya tvaritam ihatam veshyatisa. Then, very quickly, that woman will be banished from your heart. In other words, Raghunath Das Goswami says that to expel that woman from the heart, the cure is association with the devotees, association with in the process of service with the understanding of their greatness. When internally I am with them, I understand what true devotion is, who I am, and what the scale of my so-called devotion is. The Hitopadesh starts with a very instructive story about a tiger who represents the bogus sadhu. Its hidden meaning is to learn how to distinguish a true sadhu from a pretender. He's standing on the banks of a lake where there is an innocent traveler passing by. The tiger says, quote, "Come here. Come, my dear, come. I have a golden bracelet for you. I've repented of all my sins. Yes, I didn't used to be a vegetarian, but now I am," end quote. The tiger says to the traveler that there are 8 kinds of religiosity. There are performance of sacrifices, study of scriptures, distribution of donations, performance of ascetic feats, truthfulness, patience, forgiveness, and lack of greed. So he says, quote, "Look at me. You can imitate the first 4. You can perform sacrifices, you can perform penance, you can study the scriptures, you can give a donation. All this you can do with a contaminated heart, but the last 4 are impossible to imitate. It's impossible to pretend to be truthful," end quote. It is a cheater who is saying that and he is exposing himself. He says that it's impossible to pretend to be patient. It's impossible to pretend to be able to forgive, and it's impossible to pretend to have no greed. Because the tiger speaks like this, the meaning of this fable is that even these can be imitated. Even these qualities do not serve as criteria, actually. If we want to know the true criteria for understanding who is a sadhu and who is not a sadhu, then it's not enough just to listen to what the person says. We need to examine him and look at the way he associates. The criterion that Raghunath Das Goswami is giving here is very important, which is that a person should not internally deem himself to be a guru. And this means he must always seek higher association. He must always consider himself to be a disciple. There is a story in this regard about Gaur-Kishore Das Babaji. A young man came to him with it trying in somehow to serve him, but then he became bored and left for Puri. After some time he came back, this time in the robes of a sannyasi. He was accompanied by some Mahanta, a prior of some temple. The Mahanta introduced himself, saying, quote, "Babaji, this disciple of yours has now become an elevated devotee. Please accept him. In Puri, he served Haridas Thakur and chanted 3 lakhs of the holy names," end quote. Gaur-Kishore Das Babaji looked at him closely and said, quote, "I do not recall having such a disciple," end quote. Then he looked again and said, quote, "Actually, I don't consider anyone to be my disciple in this world, because I myself have failed to become a disciple. So, since I have failed to become a disciple myself, how can I teach someone else?" End quote. Because the only thing we can teach someone is how to become a disciple. How can I consider myself to be another's teacher or preacher or lecturer or anything like that unless I've learned to be a humble disciple? He finally said, quote, "Go away. I do not want to see you." end quote. This humility is actually the essential criterion. In his songbook Kalya Kalpataru, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains that if I think, quote, I am a Vaishnava, end quote, then I shall look forward to receiving respect from others. And if the desire for fame and reputation pollute my heart, then certainly I shall descend toward life in hell. He says that if a person considers himself a Vaishnava, that person will never become humble. Sometimes we also have this pride inside. We're proud that we don't take meat or intoxicants, or we don't even eat garlic. There are many other reasons to be proud. Therefore, Bhaktivinoda Thakur instructs us to have the mood of always remaining a śikṣā, disciple. Let us never want to be any puja, respect, or honor. Srila Prabhupada is a very good example for all of us. Srila Prabhupada, although he was a spiritual master and the founder Acharya of ISKCON, he constantly taught by his example that we should not strive for position. We should strive to be a disciple. He taught us to think that we are always by nature a follower and a servant, never a master. There is an amazing letter Srila Prabhupada wrote that touched me very deeply. It is a letter he wrote to his spiritual godbrother, Bhagavat Maharaj, in August of 1969, when he already had a couple of dozen temples around the world from America to Japan. There were not many of them, but they were around the globe. This letter was written after he read the statutes of organization of this Bhagavat Maharaj. He writes, quote, I have also read specifically your articles in the matter of acharyas, wherein on the 14th paragraph I see the acharya shall be entitled to nominate in writing his successive acharya, end quote. He writes as if casually, but he says, quote, but we do not find any record where our Srila Prabhupada nominated any acharyas after him. Different persons have interpreted on this point, and every one of our godbrothers are acting as acharya, so this is a controversial point which I do not wish to enter into while we are proposing for cooperation, end quote. Further on, Srila Prabhupada writes that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada wanted his disciples to cooperate with each other. Therefore, at the very end of that letter, Srila Prabhupada essentially says that he wants to work together. I have temples. Send your preachers. You'll be preaching in my temples. That doesn't matter. We'll send you visas, whatever. That's what Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada wanted. He did not want us to become acharyas. He wanted us to remain servants and serve the mission. Finally, he writes, quote, also please let me know if personally I can become a member of your society under clause 3 of page 19 of the memorandum, end quote. An ordinary member of your society is what Srila Prabhupada writes. Once again, he has temples all over the world. He is an acharya with many disciples from the West, which is a great triumph, but he asks if he can become a member of his godbrother society. Although pride is the last thing, we can see how it works, even on some earlier stages of our service, preventing us from appreciating other people and cooperating. This idea that I'm a preacher, I can do something, I can teach something, actually destroys our society. We'll never be able to achieve anything in devotional service as long as we do not banish this from our hearts through devotional service to other devotees. As long as we don't take this advice to other devotees and turn it into our daily nourishment on which we subsist. This is the last and most important obstacle on our spiritual path that we must constantly be aware of. Progress to purity. Raghunath Das Goswami appeals to the minds of those who practice bhakti. Quote, O mind, judge for yourself. If your heart is decorated by the shameless whore dancing there, this expectation of glory and honor, who has cast away all shame, how will pure prema touch it? End quote. Sadhu prema means pure love or beautiful love. It will be repelled from having something to do with such a heart. But Raghunath Das Goswami gives a way out of this. Sadatvam Sivasya. Always serve. Prabodayita Samantamatulam. Serve whom? The generals among the Lord's servants. Which ones? Atulam, the matchless, unparalleled ones. What will happen then? Yatatam nishkasya taritam ihatam vishayati sa. This prostitute will be driven out of your heart. There will be nothing left for her, because you will be seeing how the Lord's servants behave, how their every movement, every glance, every word is permeated with humility. And although they are atulam, unparalleled, they consider themselves to be lower than a blade of grass lying on the street, ready to patiently accept everything Krishna sends to them. They will drive that prostitute out of our hearts. Then, ihatam veshayati sa, Krishna prema will rise in our hearts, taking her place. It is a very important verse for each of us, especially those who have been practicing Krishna consciousness for a long time and who feel we have something to be proud of. In reality, none of us have anything to be proud of. If we look, there is no merit of ours in anything, but it is the nature of the mind that it expects honor. What is most disgusting is that it expects honor even for our spiritual activity and practice. As I have previously mentioned, this is the last obstacle that can remain in a person at the level of bhava. As a result of carelessness, if we do not drive out this through any available method with the help of association, service, and humility, if we are taking service from others and granting for granted and expecting respect, fame, and honor as something well-deserved, then the consequence will be very unfortunate. Ragatmika, the state of attachment or love for Krishna that initially attracts a person to the path of bhakti sadhana, is defined by Srila Rupa Goswami as Ishte Swarashiki Raka Paramarvishtata Bhavet. When attachment to Krishna, to the object of my desire, becomes absolutely natural, and there is the highest degree of absorption in the object of my love, or the one I want to attain, such a state or such devotees are called Ragatmika. This state is achievable, but as long as anarthas remain, we cannot surrender our entire mind. Rupa Goswami tells us that the ideal is when the mind is completely absorbed in Krishna and thinks of nothing else. Srila Bhaktivinoda very interestingly describes the gradual stages of purification of the mind. He says that we must start our journey by chanting the holy name, and not simply chanting, but chanting with the understanding of who we are. Sambandha Gyan. I understand that I am part and parcel of Krishna, his servant. If our chanting of the holy name is permeated by this understanding and awareness of my subordinate position and eternal connection with Krishna, then gradually the holy name will be purifying. If I chant the holy name and I do not have this understanding, if I chant simply as a mechanical ritual, or because I am supposed to, or because everyone else does it, or because I will not be fed prasadam if I don't, or because my husband gets angry and rails at me if I don't, then the holy name's purifying effect will take a long time. If we have this understanding that we are 1/10,000th part of the tip of a hair when chanting the holy name will gradually start to have an effect, reveal its cleansing power, drive out anarthas from our heart. As a result of this purification, the next stage, as explained by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, is called Nairantarya, when our mind begins to love the holy name and everything that is connected with Krishna. At this stage, we like hearing about Krishna and chanting the holy name incessantly. Although at this point the chanting process may still somewhat bear traces of being mechanical or unaware, at least we do not want to interrupt it. We want to hear kirtan and hear about Krishna. We always want to do something for Krishna. We go further into devotion, everything happens by itself. But it's very hard to reach this level because there's a force that constantly throws us back. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says about this level, Shvecha Purvika, which means that on my own will, I can at any time sit down and remember Krishna. I will remember not just Krishna, but an amazingly beautiful picture of Vrindavan will appear before my mind's eye, and I will see how the devotees serve Krishna and how Krishna serves his devotees. Whenever I want to, I can meditate on the Lord's Leelas. This stage is a Shakti, or attachment. The mind becomes so clear and so well trained that as soon as we wish, our mind itself starts serving Krishna, and I find myself there with Krishna in my meditation. The next stage is Svarasiki, which means that never mind whether I plan to or not, I think of Krishna all the time, even when I don't try. We will think of him all the time because the Leelas enter into us by themselves. We are there all the time, together with Krishna. On their own volition, these Leelas are revealed in our heart. At this stage, we have already tuned the receiver of our heart to the wave of the spiritual world. Thus, it always picks up the transmissions from there. It is at the level of bhava that a person reaches this svarasiki stage. At the level of prema, a person enters these pastimes. Sometimes Krishna comes to such a person, and they don't know whether they are here or there. However, at the initial stages, the anartas interrupt our meditation, constantly focusing us back on ourselves, our problems, and our useless desires, or on the image of ourselves that we have invented. This is what ego is. The trick of the false ego is that a person invents an image of how they are and then serves it. This is called idolatry, and we worship the idol that we ourselves have created. Bhaktivinoda Thakur makes an interesting point in his book, Sri Tattva Sutra. He says that as long as attachment to Krishna is not developed to the proper degree of intensity, and as long as we still have anartas, there are three things that will help us preserve spiritual attachment and that will give us a taste for it. There are kirtan, association with Bhagavatas, and discussion of Bhagavad Gita, or philosophy of the Bhagavatam. We sing kirtan, and we think, quote, "What nice music, a new tune," end quote, and we sing unwittingly, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thus I come in direct contact with Krishna himself through the sound of his holy name, and the taste, despite the anartas, can be felt. Secondly, although our tongue is covered and we can't feel the taste, nevertheless, if we associate with Bhagavatas, those devotees who have fully surrendered their hearts to Krishna, we feel easy and free, and we see everything in a completely different perspective. And the third is discussion on the Bhagavatam philosophy. When we read Srimad Bhagavatam or hear Bhagavad Gita, it also gives us a special taste. If, despite of the lack of taste, we come in contact with these three sources of taste, we can survive this difficult period. But if I interrupt my association with these carriers of taste, eventually my interest will go away. Humility. Even at the level of bhava, the desire for fame may remain. This is the very last obstacle that we have to overcome. Srila Prabhupada taught exactly this, that we must be humble. There's a wonderful story about Srila Prabhupada that Tamal Krishna Maharaj loved to tell. At the time, he was the temple commander in the Los Angeles temple on La Cienega Boulevard. Once, he brought to Srila Prabhupada's room a large painting by Muralidhar depicting the spiritual world. This painting is reproduced on the cover of the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. It shows the Vaikunthas in the material world where Mahavishnu is lying. When Tamal Krishna brought it in, Srila Prabhupada started telling him, quote, "Each universe is filled up with unlimited numbers of living entities who inhabit all these planets, the planets and stars. One of these planets is our Earth, and on this planet there are many continents. On one continent there is America, and in America there are so many big cities. Here's Los Angeles, and here in Los Angeles there's a street, La Cienega Boulevard. On this boulevard, among all the buildings, is the temple of Lord Krishna, and in this temple there is one Tamal Krishna. He is there, and is thinking he is very important," end quote. This is how Srila Prabhupada taught us that this idea of self-importance is a complete, absolute illusion. The most disgusting is when we try to strengthen this idea in ourselves through spiritual practice. In essence, what we do is come to Krishna in the robes of a sadhu and try to enjoy his spiritual energy. When we enjoy the material energy, that's half the problem. But the most terrible offense we can commit is when we try to enjoy it by means of our spiritual activity. Ravana came to steal Sita wearing the robes of a sannyasi. When Sita invited him to take some refreshment, he said, quote, No. I'm very renounced. I cannot come in. You come here. End quote. He had already tried to enter but was prevented, so he made the excuse that he was too renounced. Similarly, when we come to Krishna, changing our apparels, wearing tilak, and so on, we think, quote, I am perfectly disguised. Now I'm going to steal Krishna's internal energy and enjoy it for myself, end quote. This is what is called weakness of the heart. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in his Sri Bhajan Rahasya that there are 4 manifestations of Hridaya Daurbalyam, or the weak heart that is imprisoned here by the material energy. These are, number 1, Tuchasakti Shakti, attachment to things that are not related to Krishna. 2, Kutinati, or duplicity, hypocrisy. And 3, Matsaryam, envy of others' progress, which leads to slander, when we talk badly of others, humiliate them, or offend them. And Pratishdasha, the desire for fame. These 4 things give rise to the 6 enemies and the 6 waves that carry us through the material world. The 6 enemies are Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsarya: lust, anger, greed, envy, illusion, and pride. All other bad qualities arise from there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur then explains that the 6 waves are hunger, thirst, old age, disease, grief, and illusion. As long as we retain attachment to material things and pratishta, the desire for fame, we will never find peace. Sanatana Goswami goes even further. He says that of everything else, this pratishta is the root of all other anarthas. In one of the last verses of the Hari Bhakti Vilas, it is said, Shrage tyage hi aheyaya. Even if a person has renounced everything, all anarthas can return to him. Sharvanartha bhuvas chatukurya pratistavishtaya. Why? Because in our mind, we come in contact with pratista. Sanatana Goswami says that if you don't drive away the desire for fame, you will never be clean, because it is like excrement. Even if we purify ourselves by Achman and all the mudras, if inside there is excrement, we will never be clean. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada called this pratishta not just ordinary excrement, but pig's excrement. A pig eats other excrements because they're tasty, but their own excrements even the pigs do not eat. This is what pratishta is. It is Shukarara pig's excrement. As mentioned earlier, a very important principle is that if there is this one anartha left, then all the others will return. This anartha, desire for fame, may be seemingly harmless. It makes us study the scriptures, become very renounced, preach, and perform extraordinary feats in our devotional service. Yet, Kavi Karnapur cites this problem in Chaitanya Chandrodaya Natika, where he says, quote, if one thing has remained, all the rest will come back, end quote. The Sanskrit is, Eka Yoga Nidishtanam Sahava Praviti Sahave Niviti. If one thing out of a group of things remains, it will attract all the rest. In other words, if one anartha remains, then everything else will come back. We may be following all the regular principles, but if we still want glory, it invites everything else back again. The principle is simple. If something contaminates us, our consciousness, our aura, then a channel appears through which all the other contamination can enter. If someone is immaculately pure, then naturally no contamination will stick to him. Therefore, people do not attach importance to this desire for fame, but as Srila Prabhupada explains in the Gundicha Marjana Halila, if a person's desire for fame remains, one may go into seclusion and be chanting the holy name, but 128 rounds, 164, 192 rounds, or 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs will not help. Srila Prabhupada says that the heart of such a person becomes harder and harder because pratishta gives rise to jivahimsa, violence towards others. People who have pratishta will be offending the Vaishnavas. They will in one way or another find all possible faults and rejoice. Therefore, the essence of Vaishnava ethics is humility, and by no means should we let that pratishta, the desire for fame, which is somewhere there in each of us, become manifest. It can remain until the very end. Sanatana Goswami says, quote, just don't touch it. It will go away. Just go on serving humbly, end quote. If this humility is there, then the mercy of Krishna and the devotees will come to you. When there is humility, mercy comes in a natural way. We will then be safe, and the holy name will be with us all the time. The Vaishnavas will be with us, and our spiritual experiences, the experiences of love, will grow deeper and deeper. If we read the Chaitanya Bhagavat, Vrindavan Das Thakur says again and again, quote, if you see a Vaishnava, bow down to him. If you can't bow down, then at least bow down to him in your mind. If you see a Vaishnava, be glad to see him, end quote. He says that a person should have this one quality, not to distinguish between Vaishnavas, not judging them, and not saying, quote, this Vaishnava is at that level of advancement, and that one is there, and I'm here, end quote. If we consider all Vaishnavas to be above ourselves, we will go directly to Krishna. Further on, he says, quote, if a person doesn't bow his head before the Vaishnavas, then that head will bring him to hell, end quote. Behind all the possible offenses, there is one single thing that eventually destroys our consciousness and prevents us from chanting the holy name. It is very important in our dealings with the Vaishnavas to first consider each Vaishnava above ourselves. We can think, quote, he's my guru. Krishna has sent him to teach me something. If I consider him my guru, my teacher, I can learn something very important from him, end quote. If someone comes up to you and starts criticizing another Vaishnava, tell that person, quote, I have to do something very urgent. I have to run, end quote. Run far away. Because when we hear offenses against others, our respect for the Vaishnavas diminish, whether we want it to or not. Therefore, we must not commit offenses ourselves, but we also must not hear offenses against a Vaishnava. If we see a fault in a person, we should think, quote, why do we see this fault? It is because I also have the same fault, end quote. Then, pratishta will go away. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. By verse 7, the practitioner on the path of spontaneous devotion has stopped trying to enjoy money, mundane knowledge, possessions, and gross or subtle sex on the plea of bhakti. With great care, such a person swims in the ocean of divine love, holding the jewel of love. But the root of all pride and deceit remains in the heart. The ocean of love, after all, is all around the practitioner, but not within. Bhaktivinoda again lists ways in which this root manifests at this deepest level. What each item on his lists has in common is this yearning, quote, I want others to see how great I am. I am pure, learned, and detached. I want others to appreciate how I am swimming in the ocean of spiritual love, how I am a great saintly person. Honor me, glorify me, end quote. Unlike the sensations of having a prostitute stealing one's wealth, a tigress eating one's heart, robbers pulling one around with a full strong rope around the neck, or burning stinky urine all over oneself, at this point, a person may feel that a party is going on in the heart. There is food, singing, and dancing. This must be spiritual, end quote, a person could think. Raghunath Das Goswami tells us to take a closer look in our heart, to smell the food, and to listen to the songs going there. The dancing in the heart may not be that of pure ladies of spiritual love, sadhu prema. Note the feminine form with the final ah, but someone else entirely. It is a woman, yes, but the wrong kind. Instead of chaste love, this woman is filled with impure lust. Her boyfriend, deceit, dances with her, and they are eating a dead dog. When the dog-eating dance of desires for distinction going on in our heart, the ladies of love go elsewhere. We may think we want their presence, but they will not stay in such a place. Fame is like dog meat, because it seems like nourishment, but only brings pain and disease. Because fame is so flickering, it can turn to nothing or infamy in a moment, those who seek it are filled with fear. People seeking fame must always adjust themselves to appear pleasing to others. Anxiety thus pervades such people's lives as they attempt to constantly modify everything about themselves to ensure a good reputation. The desire for such dog meat is like the dancing of a promiscuous woman. She's promiscuous because the desire for fame is about going to whatever accolades and glorifications can be found rather than loyalty and service. In the same way that a prostitute destroys her body and health for others' pleasure, the desire for fame destroys our peace and devotion in order to pretend to be what others want us to be. Thus we invite her boyfriend, deceit, and pretentiousness. We wear a variety of masks so everyone will praise what they think we are. Truth, what to speak of the absolute truth, cannot blossom in such a heart. The problem is this wanton woman has been dancing in our heart for a very long time. It's difficult for us to recognize how much she's hurting us, and almost impossible to drive her out by our own strength. In the 5th verse, we are advised to call for the help of the devotees of the killer of Baka, personified hypocrisy. Here, we are advised to help must come from the Prabhudaita Samantam. In other words, now we need not just any devotee of Krishna, but generals in his army. We may ask why top commanders are necessary. Because the dancing dog-eater is the desire for our own honor. Her presence makes us envy those who are worthiest of honor. Therefore, to a victor, we take a servant's position to those whom we would otherwise envy. We engage always in the service of such persons, sadatvam sevashva, honoring devotee commanders in a practical way through serving them gets us free from the desire to receive honor ourselves. We then feel satisfied to be in our honest position. When the unchaste dancer is gone, and the pure ladies of divine love take up residence in our heart, we can go through the doorway into fully realized spiritual service in our eternal form, starting with verse 8. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 8. Yata dustatvam me davayati shastiyapi kripaya. Yata mayam premamritam api dadati ujvalam asho. Yata Sri Gandharva Bhajana Vidhaya Prarayati Mam Tatagoshte Kakva Giridaram Iha Tvam Bhajamana. Although I am a cheater, the Lord's mercy can drive away my inherent wicked nature, give me the glowing nectar of divine love, and inspire my heart with the process to worship Sri Gandharvika. Therefore, O mind, with pleading words, you should worship Sri Giridhari here in Vrindavan. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. This verse happens to be my favorite verse of Manaḥ śikṣā. Raghunath Das Goswami looks back at what he discussed in verses 4 through 7, innumerable obstacles. He says that his heart is full of lust. His mind is bathing in duplicity, which is like acidic donkey's urine. He has so much desire for recognition and needs the good association of a devotee who can remove it all. All the obstacles can be summarized with one word, dustatvam, or wickedness. This is meanness or pollution of the consciousness, according to the Acharyas. The original spiritual consciousness, or Krishna consciousness, is pure, but when this spiritual consciousness is covered over, it becomes polluted. Sri Raghunath Das Goswami has already discussed in previous verses 2 solutions for the wickedness of the heart. Number 1, utter humility, and 2, the bhakti, general. Why is humility important? The fruit needs protective skin. Without it, it quickly very quickly the flies come and infect it with germs. If devotees do not have the protective peel of humility and want to show off, immediately their so-called devotion becomes corrupted. Without protection, a good fruit is in danger of being contaminated. After going through the obstacles honestly and realistically, Raghunath Das Goswami discusses the solution of the shelter of the bhakti general. We may wonder where we can find this association. So here, in verse 8, he offers the answer that we can just worship Sri Giriraj Govardhan in such a way that he becomes pleased. Giridhari is the greatest of all devotees and is Krishna himself. Let us turn to Giriraj Govardhan. If we have any spiritual desire, Giriraj will fulfill it. When we circumambulate Govardhan Hill, it is said that he wants us to see what we want, and he fulfills it. Raghunath Das Goswami himself turned for shelter to the Giriraj Shila he received from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Govardhan worship is how we can enter the camp of Shraddha. So, Raghunath Das Goswami writes from his experience. He turned to Giridhari Krishna, but I encourage you to turn to Raghunath Das Goswami himself in the same way that Srila Prabhupada told us we can always contact him in his Vani instructions. I found an old manuscript describing the mode of conduct for a renunciate in Vraja. There it says that of all manifestations of wickedness, the worst of all is fault-finding. So it gives 7 prescriptions. 1, be always absorbed in your bhajan and sadhana. 2, speak only about sadhana and the Lord. 3, speak only about beneficial things. 4, walk on the road with your head lowered, palms joined, and show respect to everyone. 5, never criticize others. 6, know that everyone is superior to you. 7, if someone comes to you and criticizes someone else, say, quote, oh, I have something urgent to do, end quote, and leave the place immediately. We know that other defects are somewhat correctable, but finding fault or Vaishnava Ninda erases everything. It uproots our bhakti lata. Raghunath Das Goswami must have had specific thoughts when he spoke of Sri Govardhan. He said, quote, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by offering me the Govardhan Shila, offered me shelter at the Govardhan Hill, and by offering me the Gunja Mala necklace, he offered me the shelter at the lotus feet of Srimati Radharani. End quote. My dear devotees, we all have direct access to Giriraj, and we can pray to him to remove all wickedness from our hearts. He will then do something that will make our hair stand on end. Another important point in this verse is that if we want to experience Krishna with all his qualities, we can only do so by worshipping him through Srimati Radharani. Just like we cannot get the nectar honey directly from a flower, but only from the bees, so we cannot get the highest Ujjvala rasa without entering the camp of Radha. Turn to Giriraj, and Giriraj will turn us to Radharani. In Radharani's camp, we will find our good fortune and the honey of what Krishna consciousness is. She is the bee-like topmost devotee of Krishna who draws all of Krishna's honey, as well as his divine qualities that will flood our hearts when we become her servant. So what is the process of becoming a servant of Srimati Radharani? This is so sublime that it is a well-kept secret of our sampradaya. It has to be kept confidential because we can make so many mistakes. In my personal practice, I find we can go through Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, who is the combined form of Sri Radha and Krishna. The first step is forgetting all self-identification as, quote, an enjoyer, end quote. Be humble, be realistic, but know that anyone can become and yearn. After more than 40 years of practice, What works for me is changing the heart by association with a person, food, object, environment, and literature. Associate with higher things, and your consciousness will become higher. In the Nectar of Instruction, verse 4 purport, Srila Prabhupada says, quote, in Bhagavad Gita 262, it is stated, Sangat Sanjayate Kama, one's desire and ambitions develop according to the company one keeps. It is often said that a man is known by his company, and if an ordinary man associates with devotees, he will certainly develop his dormant Krishna consciousness, end quote. Yes, dear devotees, you can change. Raghunath Das Goswami says that he is wicked and dishonest, but can change with the association of Giridhari. Associate with affection, not with the computer, which I call the modern mind without a conscience, but associate with affection with the proper things, and they will transform you. Commentary by Bhaktivedanta Goswami. Yata dushtavam me davayati shastasyapi kripaya. Raghunath Das Goswami explains how we can eradicate dushtavatvam, wickedness. He says that mercy will deliver me from my wicked nature. It sometimes happens that when we are performing sadhana, it feels like we are just marking time, and there never seems an end to our anarthas. Some things may seem to have already gone, yet here they are again. This is because our perverted nature has actually always been there due to our material body and mind, which are influenced by the gunas of material nature. Raghunath Das Goswami calls this perverted nature dushtatvam. Another word he uses is shatasyapi, meaning I am a cheater and a hypocrite. Naturally, in one sense, this mood of a struggling devotee is the reflection of the nature of bhakti, because even when devotees develop prema, they say, quote, I am still a hypocrite, end quote. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu authors an amazing verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 245. Na prema gando sti darparapi me haro krandami sobhagya varam prakashtitum vamsi vilasi ananya lokanam vina bibharmi yat prana patangakang vrita. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, quote, my dear friends, I have not the slightest tinge of love of Godhead within my heart. When you see me crying in separation, I'm just falsely exhibiting a demonstration of my great fortune. Indeed, not seeing the beautiful face of Krishna playing his flute, I continue to live my life like an insect without purpose, end quote. In one sense, this is the nature of prema. Prema never knows it is in someone's heart. If people say, quote, I have prema, and quote, flee from them, because they not only do not have prema, but they have no conscience. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, quote, I have not the slightest tinge. I am a cheater, end quote. Even on the highest level of devotional service, such a person feels like a cheater. One devotee, trembling and crying, asked Gaur Govinda Maharaj if she would ever develop prema. He looked at her and said, quote, you will, but you'll never know that you have, end quote. This is the nature of love. I've already mentioned that when wandering in the material world, we cannot feel satisfied with anything material, so we look for spiritual love. When we develop this love, we will be satisfied, but not satiated. We will continue to feel spiritual thirst, or spiritual insatiability. In one sense, these words by Raghunath Das Goswami describe both the highest platform and the state of mind of a devotee still on the path. It sometimes seems impossible to eradicate our perverted nature. It is true that as long as we have this material body and mind, our vices will emerge seemingly from nowhere. Then we catch ourselves desiring to enjoy the material world again. Cheaters want to enjoy like Krishna, deeply within convinced that they are meant to enjoy. this lust or desire to enjoy, pervades everything. So Lord Chaitanya said, quote, I am Satta, and even though I am a cheater, despite my complex nature, I'm hoping for your mercy, end quote. This famous verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita describes a devotee as the one who, in spite of everything, hopes for Krishna's mercy, because he knows he is absolutely hopeless. Sometimes we may feel desperate, thinking there is no hope for us. But at this point, we remember, quote, Krishna is merciful, and his mercy is more than my hopelessness. Despite all of my hopelessness, his mercy excels, end quote. Therefore, Krishna Kripa Kari Bena Dida Kari Jane. There is this confidence that Krishna's mercy will come. Raghunath Das Goswami makes a very important point here in verse 8. Yata dushtatvam me davayati shashtayapi kripaya. Quote, even if I'm shatta, I will be able to be rid of it by your mercy, end quote. Moreover, he says, yata mahyam premamritam api dadati urjvalamasho. Quote, you'll even give me prema amritam, the nectar of prema, and not just prema, but ujvala prema, which means the most elevated love for Krishna. Dadapi api, you'll give it to me. There is no getting away from it, end quote. He says, yatashi gandharva bhajan vidyade prerariyati mam. Quote, there's a third thing that you'll give me, and that is the opportunity to serve Srimati Radharani, end quote. He addresses Krishna directly, saying, quote, you will give me these things. You will smash all my wickedness, make my heart absolutely pure, and give me premamrita, ujjvala premamrita, nectar or immortality, which can give love for Krishna. And you will give me the opportunity to serve Srimati Radharani. Yata Sri Gandharva Bhajan Vidyahe Prarayati Mam. In the fourth line, he clarifies when this will happen. Tata Goshte Kakva Giridaram Ihatvam Bhajamana. Literally, these words mean Tata Goshte, quote, it will happen if I am in Vrindavan, end quote. Goshta means Vraja. Kakva Giridhara Miha, quote, if I am here, end quote. I will get those mercies if you, my mind, worship Giridhari, the Lord who lifted Govardhan hill here in Vrindavan. And how will you worship? Kakva means with one's heart burning, with deep emotion within one's heart. Raghunath Das Goswami mentions the devotees he associated with. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Swarup Damodar Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all of them had just left the planet. In the previous verse, he said that all the problems will be solved if I serve these advanced devotees. Prabhu Daita Samantam Atumatlam, the generals of the army of devotees. But he is no longer able to associate with them because they're no longer here. In verse 8, Raghunath Das Goswami tells us what we are supposed to do even if there is no chance of physically associating with an advanced devotee. He recalls the gift Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave to him, the Govardhan Shila. This tiny Govardhan Shila is still in the Radha Gokulananda temple in Vrindavan. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed this Shila with his tears, leaving his thumbprint on it. That Shila, along with a gunjamala, a garland of small red and black berries, was brought from Vrindavan to Puri and given to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He later gave that Shila to Raghunath Das Goswami. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita describes how Raghunath Das Goswami worshipped the Shila as Krishna himself. He realized that the Shila would be his inspiration now that these great associates had departed. Raghunath Das Goswami uses the word Giridhari, and is not without reason that he uses this name of Krishna in the verse. Deity worship. It is important for us to understand that we always have a choice to receive Krishna's mercy. Our spiritual master gives us permission to worship deities, which is supposed to be done in a special mood. We should realize that deities are non-different from Krishna himself, and then we'll have kaktva within our hearts. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself relished the story of Shakshi Gopal. When a young Brahmana came and addressed Shakshi Gopal, who was then just called Gopal, quote, "Gopal, Gopal, you should come with me and bear witness. The old Brahmana made the promise before you that he would marry me to his daughter. He's your devotee. You should uphold his promise. I don't care about marrying his daughter, but you must come and bear witness to protect this old Brahmana," end quote. Gopal replied, quote, "Have you ever seen a statue walking? They don't. I'm a Murti. I can't walk. What do you want from me?" End quote. The young Brahmana looked at him and said, quote, "If you can talk, why can't you walk?" End quote. He continued, "Pratima nahi tumi shakṣā vrajenda nandana." Quote, "You are not a statue." End quote. Pratima means a statue or a picture. Quote, "You are the son of Maharaj Nanda himself and can walk and talk. You can also run." End quote. This is the most important thing we have to understand. Archye Vishno Shila Di. There is a verse in the Padma Purana quoted in Padyavali by Rupa Goswami, which says that if one thinks that the Archavigraha on the altar is a stone, marble, or bronze, or iron, then where does one live? If one hasn't understood the real nature of the deity, one lives in hell and will continue to live there. This verse says that we need to understand that hellish consciousness means material consciousness, which deprives us of the opportunity to truly worship Krishna or approach him. Srila Jiva Goswami makes a very important point in the Bhakti Sandarbha. He says that people who truly worship Krishna, who know what it is to worship Krishna, do not see the difference between Archa and Krishna himself. This is where the difference between our philosophy and practically all the other spiritual philosophies lies. Worshipping deities is so valuable. Wherever you go, you'll hear people decrying worshipping idols. They think that deity worship is idolatry. But the common people do not understand that God is almighty and is capable of associating with us through any form. What to speak of other people, even we do not understand that God and his energy are almighty and that he will personally associate with us through his deity form if we are in the right state of consciousness. This is a very important point in our philosophy because, after all the other philosophies are more or less contaminated by Mayavad. There is no difference between Krishna and a deity installed according to Pancharatra principles. Jiva Goswami himself says that the very moment a deity is installed according to all the principles, Krishna comes there in person. Krishnadas Kaviraj makes a similar point in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 17.131. Nam Vigraha Sarup Tina Ekarupa Tine Brahma Bedha Nahi Tina Chit Ananda Rupa. Tina means three, Nama means name, Vigraha means form. Sarup means Krishna himself. They're the same. There's no difference. Ekarupa means the same. The name is Krishna himself. Vigraha is Krishna himself. He further says, Tini Bede Nahi Chidananda Rupa. There is no difference at all because all these three are Chidananda Rupa. They consist of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Raghunath Das Goswami is implying that sometimes we have no chance to associate with advanced devotees, but we always have a chance to associate with deities. We should just understand who this is on our altar. Srila Jiva Goswami confirms this fact. He states that worshiping a deity is the way to get rid of all our problems. Sometimes we look for other ways to solve our problems. He says we have two problems. Bhakti Sandarbha 284. Kadarya Shilanam and Vikshipa Chitanam. Kadarya Shilanam means bad character developed in previous lives. In the material world, we developed inevitable bad habits because such is the nature of material life and the nature of material relations in this world. No wonder what We wonder what others will do to us if we don't have the ability to become angry, for example, and protect ourselves. Therefore, Jiva Goswami says, Kadarya Shilanam. We don't need anger to associate with Krishna, because anger destroys this association. Vikshipa Chittanam is the flickering mind which cannot concentrate, cannot meditate, or think long about anything. It is a mind that always desires something. Today it wants one thing, tomorrow another. After 15 minutes, it wants something else. Vikshipa Chittanam means that we always want to do something other than what we're doing. If I'm sitting, I want to walk. If I'm walking, I want to lie down. Jiva Goswami says in Bhakti Sandarbha that worshiping a deity delivers people from those two things if they worship properly. Worshiping a deity keeps us within limits if we really understand that it is Krishna himself. And this if is of great importance here, because if one thinks the deity is a statue, it is clear that nothing will come out of the worship. We invite deities into our home and connect with deities to remove our problems and vices as soon as possible. It is said that if we worship a deity placing all of our thoughts toward his lotus feet, this deity will come to us at the moment of death. Is not just some abstract Krishna, but Krishna in this same form. He'll save us. If we have realized that we are part of our deity's entourage, we will remain in this retinue. Everything will come to us due to correctly worshiping the deity in proper consciousness. This topic surfaces again and again. In the beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami enumerates the three deities he had visited before writing the verse. He categorically states that Madan Mohan is Krishna himself. Deity stories. The following are stories illustrating that deities of Krishna are non-different from Krishna himself. First is a story of Shakshi Gopal. Before Shakshi Gopal had come to Vidyanagar in Andhra Pradesh in the south of India, there was also an interesting story of him getting to Cuttack. One of the ancestors of Paramarsh Prataparudra, the king of Orissa, the modern-day Odisha, had heard of this deity who had walked all the way from Vrindavan to Vidyanagar to bear witness for the young Brahmana. This ancestor thought, quote, I have the best deities in my kingdom, Lord Jagannath, but I want to have this Gopal in my kingdom as well, end quote. With a small army, he came to the king of Andhra Pradesh and said, quote, I have only one request, give me Gopal, end quote. The king of Andhra Pradesh refused, preferring battle rather than giving him the Gopal deity, but he lost. His opponent said, quote, again, I make the same request of you. I have defeated you. I don't need your kingdom. Just give me Gopal, end quote. The king of Andhra Pradesh replied, quote, I am sorry, I can give you my kingdom, but I won't be able to give you Gopal because he doesn't belong to me. I belong to him. You should sort it out with Gopal. If he wants to go with you, you're welcome, end quote. The king came to Gopal and said, quote, Gopal, I want you to be in Orissa, end quote. Gopal decided to speak from the sky. Quote, you want me, end quote. Quote, I want you to come with me and I will serve you. I will build you a temple and take care of you, end quote. Quote, okay, I'm used to walking. I love it. But you should meet the same requirements. That young Brahmana, when he was walking along every day, begged rice and cooked a hill of it for me, end quote. I still remember how delicious it was. So you will have to do the same thing. You should ask for rice in every village and cook a hill of it for me. Quote, as you say, quote, I am your servant, end quote. The king took off his crown, his royal armor, and his weaponry. He clad his body in simple clothes and went to beg alms. Gopal watched him to make sure he wasn't cheating. All the way into Orissa, he begged alms until at last they reached Cuttack. When he arrived in Cuttack, his wife, who had a valuable pearl that had been handed down from generation to generation, knew that Gopal was coming. She thought, quote, what shall I give to Gopal? I should give him everything, right? If I belong to him, I should give everything to him, end quote. So she prepared this valuable pearl nose ring to give to him. She called the Pujari and said, quote, Dear Pujari, please decorate Gopal with this pearl, end quote. The Pujari approached the deity and started looking for a hole in the nose. Quote, there's no hole in Gopal's nose, end quote, he said. She became upset and said, quote, okay, then keep this pearl somewhere, but I don't want to see Gopal with this pearl in his nose. But I want to see Gopal with this pearl in his nose. Gopal came to her in a dream that night and said, quote, this Pujari doesn't know anything. You showed a pierced a hole for me. The Pujari just couldn't find it. Tell him to look carefully. I remember having Yashoda pierce the hole, end quote. The queen woke up happy and ran to the Pujari first thing to say, quote, look for the hole. It's there, end quote. The Pujari went and found the hole, although it wasn't there the day before. So he had this valuable pearl put on the Lord, thus responding to the queen's devotion and bhakti. Another story is about a village in Rajasthan called Karoli, where the deity of Madan Mohan is now living. This is the deity that Advaitacharya originally found, and later Sanatana Goswami worshipped him in Vrindavan. Even later, when the deity had left Vrindavan in fear of Aurangzeb's invasion, he was moved to Jaipur, where he resided for some time, worshipped by the king's daughter. Her father, as is the custom in traditional Indian families, had arranged for his daughter to marry a prince of a small kingdom in Karoli. When he announced this to his daughter, she fainted. She said, quote, I already given my heart to Madan Mohan. How can I go somewhere and part with him? For the sake of propriety, I can get married, but I am not living here. End quote. Her father replied, quote, I'm sorry, but everything has already been arranged, end quote. His daughter said, quote, then you should give me Madan Mohan, because I am not going without him, end quote. The king himself was very attached to Madan Mohan and said, quote, okay, you'll be taken into a room with lots of deities. If blindfolded, you guess which one is Madan Mohan, you may take him with you, end quote. She went to her quarters and started to cry and say, quote, Madan Mohan, how will I find you, end quote. Madan Mohan replied, quote, when you touch me, my skin will be soft and warm, so you'll know at once. Also, I'm going to break my flute. I will put my arm down a little, and the flute will break. These are the two signs that are going to help you to find me, end quote. So, the blindfolded princess was quick to find Madan Mohan. In this way, he moved to Karoli. In Karoli, each morning, the entire village attends Mangal Arti. Some people even make dandavat all the way from home to the temple. Everyone goes. The sick, the young, the old, everyone. Sometimes they call Madan Mohan, quote, the one who stole a tray for a Muslim, end quote. So, this is the story. Once there lived a pious Muslim in Karoli. Every day he read the Quran, praying and meditating on Allah. He wouldn't look at deities because from the point of view of Islam, this is the most serious crime ever to consider that God could manifest himself in some tangible form. To prevent people from committing offenses of all these warnings are incorporated in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. He was a devout Muslim, respected by all the Muslims and revered as a saint. Hindus also revered him as a very pious person. Externally, he was an ordinary man who worked in court delivering letters. Once he was sent with some errand to Madan Mohan temple where a Goswamiji was in charge. While passing by, he accidentally looked into the window and saw Madan Mohan. He couldn't believe what he had seen. He fell in love with him at first sight. He delivered the letter to the Goswamiji, stopped, and started to look through the bars. When he thought, quote, what am I doing? I'm a faithful Muslim, end quote. He ran to the mosque and started to pray, quote, deliver me from this obsession, end quote. But when he closed his eyes, all he saw was Madan Mohan. When he opened his eyes, he only saw Madan Mohan. Wherever he went, he saw Madan Mohan. And finally, he understood that it was hopeless. Madan Mohan means, quote, the one who attracts and draws us, end quote. And at his whim, Madan Mohan completely completely revealed himself to this Muslim. He forgot everything, stopped going to the mosque and reading the Quran, and instead composing songs about Madan Mohan. All of his Muslim brothers thought, quote, he's an infidel, end quote. The most terrible thing that could happen to him was to be excommunicated from his religion. And he was. Then he went to the temple, but when they learned he was a Muslim, the doorkeepers forced him away, pushing him down the steps and making him fall. Before this, both Hindus and Muslims respected him. He went back to his home and started to cry, saying, quote, no one needs me anymore. I've given my heart to God. There's nothing else in my heart. Some way or other, God revealed himself to me and entered my heart, but everyone expelled me, end quote. He decided to keep fasting until death. He'd been fasting for just 3 days when Madan Mohan couldn't wait any longer. Usually in the evening, the pujaris would place an expensive silver tray of sweets for Madan Mohan in the case he would wake up and feel like something sweet to eat. The pujari left, closing the altar doors and locking up the temple. Later, the Muslim heard a knock on the door. He answered it and saw a youth he had never seen before. The youth said, quote, Goswamiji from the temple has sent me to you with Mahaprasadam. Here it is. Have some, please, but you should bring the tray back for tomorrow for Mangalarti, end quote. He replied, quote, but I was kicked out, end quote. The youth said, quote, tomorrow you won't be. Come for Arti early morning tomorrow, bring the tray, and everything will be all right, end quote. But what was the Muslim supposed to do? He ate everything on the tray, as he had been fasting for 3 days. During the night, Madan Mohan came to the Goswamiji and said, quote, you shouldn't have kicked out the man. I haven't seen him for 3 days. He's coming tomorrow morning, but you should let him in. You'll recognize him because he'll be carrying a silver tray, end quote. Early in the morning, one of the pujaris woke up, went on the altar, and saw no trace of the costly tray. He clutched his head in his hands, ran to the Goswamiji, and said, quote, the tray has been stolen. It's been stolen. Honestly, I had nothing to do with that, end quote. The Goswamiji smiled and said, quote, the one who stole it has already admitted it. Don't worry, end quote. The Goswami went to the Maharaj of Karoli and told the whole story. Maharaj couldn't believe that a Muslim could develop such strong love for Krishna. So they were both standing and waiting for him at the temple gate. The Muslim was walking, carrying the tray in his hand, with a strange feeling in his heart, thinking, quote, this is a very strange story. First, I've never seen that person in the temple. Second, he gave me this tray. He may have stolen it and then got scared and given it to me. Or perhaps the Muslims have set me up, end quote. When he approached the temple, he saw the Maharaj himself and the Goswamiji standing in front of the gate. So he thought, quote, well, I'm dead, end quote. He was in no doubt that he would be going to jail. But when he approached, Goswamiji said, quote, I've been waiting long for you. You are so fortunate, end quote. Quote, why? End quote, asked the Muslim. And then both the king and the Goswamiji started to talk at once. Quote, you are incredibly lucky. He was at a loss. What had happened? And nobody told him anything. He started to think, quote, why has everyone changed their attitude to me so dramatically? End quote. So only a few days ago they kicked me out, not wanting to see me, and now they're welcoming me with open arms. A suspicion crept in, and he asked, quote, where is the servant who brought me the tray? I've never seen him before, end quote. They told the Muslim, quote, the servant is waiting for you on the Singhasan, but he's not a servant anymore, end quote. Suddenly, it occurred to him what had happened. Everybody rejoiced. All in all, it ended well, except that he couldn't live in the village anymore because of all the fuss people were making over him. There are still songs in that place glorifying this story. The tray that Madan Mohan had taken to the Muslim devotee is still there in the temple. The moral of this story is what Raghunath Das Goswami is speaking about. Quote, even if there's no hope, there's always hope, end quote. What hope? This hope comes from understanding that Krishna's mercy is more than my hopelessness, and that he himself may do everything possible for us if we serve him. This process is the most practical thing ever. People attend seminars, learning how to manage their time. But why manage time? Everything is already managed. We should have the following routine. Get up when the deity does. Go to bed when the deity does. Eat prasadam from the deities. And then the things will appear as this verse describes. All the dushtatva, all the impurity, will leave our heart. Premamrita, love for Krishna, will enter into our heart, as well as the opportunity to serve the Queen of Vraja. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. In this verse, the devotee of Krishna has crossed beyond practice. Pride is gone completely. Authentic humility saturates the heart with gratitude and acknowledgement that only divine mercy has eradicated one's deep, cheating nature. The devotee can now say with full conviction, quote, I am wretched, yet blessed, end quote. The devotee now never wants any trace of cheating or pride to remain. Such devotees, thoroughly honest, open their hearts for full cleansing with nothing held back. Now, one's eternal identity becomes not just hinted at in sometimes hazy glimpses and impressions, but is gradually fully revealed by the grace of Krishna's internal potency. Gandharva, she of artistic singing. The supplicant therefore begs Krishna as Govardhan and as the lifter of Govardhan for Gandharva's shelter and service. Beyond shelter and service, one needs to make a plea for Mayam Premamritam Api Dadati Ujvalam, receiving the full and glowing nectar of spiritual love. In previous verses, Raghunath Das Goswami wrote of receiving the jewel of this love, and then bathing in the ocean of this love. Here we beg for that love to be not just external and localized as a jewel in hand, and not just external and pervasive as a bath surrounding us, but internal and pervasive as a drink. As we drink that divine love, its effulgence lights up our very self. Bhaktivinoda writes in his commentary on verse 8 about the 5 elements of rasa: our eternal relationship, Vibhava, namely service, friendship, parental, or amorous, our lovable object and shelter, lambana, and stimulus, udipana, for our eternal relationship. How we display our eternal relationship, anubhava, the symptoms of our eternal relationship, sattvika, and the changing waves of emotion within the context of our eternal relationship, sanchari. It is important to note that all designations of this body and this world must be cast aside at this point to accept our real identity and experience the mixing of these 5 parts to make rasa. Bhaktivinoda writes in his commentary here about a gradual and progressive training in eternal service, with the example of those who are gopis in Radha's group. Those who are in a different relationship will have a similar training, though the details will vary. In all cases, the pleasure potency of Krishna now enters our heart and attracts Krishna. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 9. Mad isha natatve vrajavipina chandram brajavane svarim nan artan natatve tad atula shakitve tu lalitam vishakam vikshale vitarana gurutve priyasharo giridro tat preksha lalita rati datve smaramana. O mind, meditate on Krishna, the moon of the Vrindavan forest, as the Lord of my leader, Śrī Radhika. Meditate on Śrī Radhika as his dear object of love. Meditate on Śrī Lalita as her incomparable friend. Meditate on Śrī Vishaka as the foremost guru, distributing the teachings of love. And meditate on Radhakund and Govardhan as givers of the sight and love of Śrī Radha Krishna. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. One may have questions about details of how to go further in this process of bhajan. Here, the answer is given when Raghunath Das Goswami says, Smaranam. Just meditate. This meditation is a great science. Specifically, Jiva Goswami describes 5 specific stages of meditation which we ultimately cultivate as we develop in Krishna consciousness. Just like japa has its stages and devotional service has its stages, everything has a developmental process. This is called krama. So it is with smaranam. In the first stage, it is also called smaranam, one searches with one's mind for the name, the form, and the qualities of the Lord. We are searching, trying to find. There is no real spontaneous attraction yet. It's an external effort by the mind to reach out and try to contact. Smaranam means we are trying to hear, and next thing we know, we are thinking about something else. Smaranam means we are trying to think about Krishna's qualities, and next thing we are thinking about when it is prasadam time. So we try to make an effort, but there is a lack of consistency. Dharana, the second stage, is when one can withdraw one's mind from external stimulus and actually maintain a slight contact with the different features, names, pastimes, and paraphernalia of the Lord. We have all experienced it at some point. For example, sometimes we start reading some pastime and get so absorbed we forget where we are. We even forget we're in this material world, and perhaps even forget who we are. So that is called dharana. And the stage of dhyana is when one's mind becomes fixed. Dharana is general, but dhyana is very specific, when one is actually able to fix one's mind on specific pastimes and forms of the Lord with great detail, and having heard, one is able to visualize all the different topics which one has read in transcendental literatures. The fourth stage is called dhruva, or anusmriti. That is when dhyana matures to the stage when the meditation is uninterrupted and very deep, with the result that one feels great pleasure, transcendental bliss. It is no longer an effort. In the beginning, reaching out means it's like we're groping. Dharana means that we think of our objects of meditation, but we don't really have to struggle to keep out of the distractions of the material world. And anusmriti is when one receives that taste where there's no difficulty in being absorbed and meditating, but the difficulty is getting out of this state of meditation and relating to the material world. The final stage is samadhi. Jiva Goswami says this is when the only object of meditation is spontaneously manifested in the totality of the mind, in other words, without any effort. This stage of meditation happens of its own accord. In other words, by the mercy of the Lord coming down from the platform of the transcendental realm, the spiritual world comes into the mind and then takes over the entire mind. Not some of the mind, but all of it. One becomes completely absorbed in a particular remembrance of the Lord. So, these are different stages of meditation, and we begin by practicing the first one, then later the others. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada emphasized the first one, smaranam. We should learn how to hear and fix our mind on the sound vibration. When we learn how to do that, then gradually that sound vibration will pull us along into deeper and deepest states of meditation. The question arises, what should we meditate on? Raghunath Das Goswami gives us so many nice objects for our meditation. He writes, Mat Isha Natatve, the Lord of my mistress, namely Krishna. and we are meditating on Vrajavaneshwarim, the queen of the forest of Vrindavan, Srimati Radharani. Then we meditate on the associates of Srimati Radharani and Lord Krishna, like Atula Shakitve tu Lalitam, Lalita Shaki. Vishakam, we meditate on Vishaka, who is Guru, who teaches, as in the relationship between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Ramananda Roy. Ramananda Roy is Vishaka. In that relationship, Ramananda Roy is teaching Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Krishna, how to be in the mood of Srimati Radharani, and so many things. Such is the development of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's manifestation of Bhava. Up until the meeting with Ramananda Roy, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was not able to enter into full Radha Bhava because he can't get it unless he gets it from Radharani's associates. Just like sometimes people ask, quote, do I have to go through Guru to get Krishna? End quote. Yes. Just like Krishna has to go through Guru in order to get Radharani, so even Krishna has to learn that process from Ramananda Roy. That is why it is called śikṣā. Vishaka gives the divine couple so many instructions. So Lalita and Vishaka are two of the foremost gopis. We also meditate on Priyashara. Priyashara means lake, and Priyashara means very dear lake. This phrase in this verse refers to Radhakund, which is the very form of pure love of Godhead. Also meditate on Girindra, Govardhan Hill. When we go to Vrindavan and we go to these places, we go to the birthplace of Lalita Shaki. Just behind there is Varshana. We go to Krishna's birthplace and places of all different pastimes. Why? So that we can meditate, accumulate memories and thoughts, and appreciate the moods of all these particular places. Everything is intimately connected. Going to the holy places is not just a trip to India. It's not just getting away from the headaches of the West or to get a break from Sankirtan. Visiting holy places is all part of a systematically planned process to make us Krishna conscious. Just like a jigsaw puzzle, every single lesson that we hear, every book, every instruction, everything that Prabhupada planned and gave us, all fits together. We just have to know which part fits with the other. The picture is already there. We just have to put it all together. Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives us many prayers in his commentary to this verse about meditation because prayer is synonymous with smaranam, or internal absorption or remembrance. Prayer is the essence of spontaneous devotional service. One should learn how to pray. Pray should not be simply an external thing, but should be a heartfelt call, a personal expression, somehow or other, just to get mercy. When we hear Srila Rupa Goswami's verses from Stavamala, like the ones quoted in Bhaktivinoda's commentary on this verse, with much detail and descriptions, we should realize they are non-different from what is being described, and if we know how to hear nicely, then we'll be able to see the very same thing. In the same way, we can enter into meditation with Raghunath Das Goswami's prayers to Srimati Radharani, as well as Lalitastikam and Yamunastikam, which is given because Vishaka Devi is non-different from Jamuna. Glorifying Yamuna is just like glorifying Vishaka. Bhaktivinoda also quotes prayers to Radhakund and Govardhan Hill. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. In this verse, Raghunath Das Goswami goes deep into his heart and gives us the full picture of Vrindavan. While he's writing this verse, he's sitting in Vrindavan, an elderly, very thin figure. He cannot tolerate the separation from Radha and Krishna, and he wants to give us instructions how to attain success. Verse 9 is a fantastic guide for meditation. Raghunath Das Goswami starts with a wonderful picture. He calls Krishna Vraja Vipina Chandram. Chandra means the moon. Imagine the scene. There's moon-like Krishna in the Vrindavan forest. Next to him is Vraja Vaneshwaram, Radhika. Imagine the moonlit nights where the sand of the Jamuna is illuminated by the rays of the moon. The Vrajavasis and Sadakas are like chakora birds, mystical little birds who live from drinking the moon rays. There are birds who are just like those prana people who live on air alone. They look at the rays and they can fly to wherever they like. The normal devotees are chakora birds who drink the rays of Krishna. But the servants of Radharani prefer it where Radha is the queen of the forest next to Krishna. When Radha and Krishna are together, the experience of taste is much higher. Raghunath Das Goswami sees himself as the servant of Radha, knowing how to relish the highest love in the billowing waves of their loving exchange. This is also the vision of our Sampradaya. If we are connected with Radhika, we are like leaves on the creeper curling around Krishna, and whatever Radharani experiences, we will also experience. I have heard that in Kolkata, 1930, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur went into a state of ecstasy, saying, quote, "O friend, Rupa Manjari, it is well known that you do not look at the face of any other man than that of your husband, and yet there is a mark on your lips as if someone has bitten them. This means that you are a servant of Radha, and she is with Krishna," end quote. So whatever happens in their loving rasa, we also experience. If we want something in relation to Krishna very much, we have to learn from Radha and Krishna's servants. If we want Maha Prasadam, we first make contact with the servant in order to receive it. In transcendental logic, we also go to the best servants, headed by Lalita. She is the intimate friend of Radha. She carries a piece of cloth to wipe off the droplets of perspiration from Radha and Krishna. When Lalita finds someone in Vrindavan who has some inclinations toward Radha, she will immediately come to that person and arrange a meeting with Radharani. We enter the Divine Couples Association only by recommendation. Radharani is the life treasure of Krishna, and he is the beloved of Radha. Radha loves Krishna, and Krishna loves Radha the most. This is the divine couple, and to reach them, we need intermediaries. First comes Lalita, and we will find this point in all the Goswamis' literature. She is so dear to them that she controls them. Do you have people whom you love? If you love them, you trust them. Whatever they say, you do. On a Govardhan Parikram, B.B. Govindaswamy was there, and he said, quote, "Let's do the Parikram every day without rest," end quote. Because I love him, I agreed. That is the nature of love. You give your heart. Sri Lalita is controlling Radha and Krishna. Radha and Krishna have to surrender to her. No one ever says, quote, "no," end quote, to Lalita, not even the divine couple. I pray to Lalita to recommend me to Radha and Krishna. The sadhaka sits in the forest of Vrindavan and chants and prays as demonstrated by Narottam Das Thakur. One of the assistants, such as Rupa Manjari, will see the sadhaka and she will bring that sadhaka to Lalita. Radha will see that devotee and will make inquiries about the person. Rupa Manjari will then suggest that the devotee render some service. In this way, Lalita recommends. In devotional service, we always go through a hierarchy. First, we're bhaktas. Initially, I was forbidden to live in the temple because I was always singing Rolling Stone songs. I was very young. Then I decided that school was too boring. I needed a recommendation to stay with the devotees, so I cleaned the temple toilets. One devotee who had previously been the saxophone player with Little Richard, Narendra Das, recommended me to the temple president, saying that I was a good boy and I knew how to clean the toilets. Later on, I was recommended for initiation. There are different levels of recommendations. When we are in Vrindavan Dham, we need to behave properly so that Rupa Manjari and Lalita can give us a recommendation. The next person to remember is Vishaka, the Shiksha guru who teaches all the arts required. Vishaka is addressed as a Shiksha guru in this verse, as her voice is sweeter than that of a cuckoo in springtime when it eats the new mango. Vishaka teaches the devotees how they can sing, and she also knows the art of joking. Therefore, the devotees take shelter of Lalita and Vishaka. We can take their shelter by reading Sri Rupa Goswami's Lalitastikam and Yamunastikam, a prayer about Vishaka in her form as the Yamuna. And finally, we should remember Radhakund and Govardhan day and night. If we just see them, even in our mind's eye, they will give us love for Radha and Krishna. Absolutely guaranteed. It is a very important point from this verse of Manashiksha not to neglect the Holy Dham. The Holy Dham is special because everywhere Krishna has placed his lotus feet, on Krishna's lotus feet there is rati, or love. His feet are soft, fragrant, and full of the honey of love. If we just stay in that sacred land, we will also get some love for Krishna. But we need to come again and again because we're so dull and covered with so many desires. Therefore, repeated treatment is good for us. Raghunath Das Goswami wrote that those who bathe in Radhakund will find how the creeper of love for Radha will grow in their heart. He explained how Radhakund reveals darshan of the divine couple. One day, Raghunath Das Goswami sat before Radhakund and witnessed a wonderful scene. Radha and Krishna were splashing water on each other. And then Krishna splashed water right into Radharani's eyes. Everyone chastised Krishna, saying it wasn't fair. Radharani fled and hid herself among the golden lotus flowers so that Krishna could not see her. Krishna, when diving into the lotus flowers, saw gold everywhere. He had so much love in his heart that he thought he saw Radha everywhere, but he could not find her. Krishna looked up and saw a group of bees. Quote, "My Radha has breath as sweet as honey," end quote, thought Krishna, so he was able to find her from where the bees were. Then there was a loving exchange. At the conclusion, Radha put her arms around Krishna and Krishna swam in Radhakund. This story is based on the Radhakundastakam of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami's book Sri Stavavali. Raghunath Das Goswami felt ecstasy, which is there for every pilgrim. The Dham will reveal Radha and Krishna to us. Just by the vision of Giriraj and Radhakund, Rati will arise. If we are chanting and are aware of the pastimes, we might catch a glimpse of Radha and Krishna, the perfect picture for meditation. Krishna Bhaktis always meditate on the ideal surroundings for service to the Lord. We meditate on the Dham, Giriraj, trees, a soothing atmosphere, bees, birds, Yamunaji, Radhakund, and on the associates who will then invite Radha Krishna. Krishna's devotees know that Radha and Krishna will never leave a heart that has become Vrindavan. So we make our hearts Vrindavan. Vrindavan Chandra and Vrindavaneshwari come together, and the Chakora birds are drinking the waves of beauty. This is also the vision of our Sampradaya, the Hare Krishnas. Once there was a minister from Bharatpur who was performing a Dandavat Parikram around Radhakund. One disciple praised him to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Bhaktisiddhanta made a point that the minister worshipped Radharani because she is very dear to Krishna, but we worship Krishna because he's very dear to Radharani. From Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Vibhava by Bhakti Vikas Maharaj. This is how to think of Radha Krishna. Raghunath Das Goswami prays in Vilapa Kushmanjali 102, quote, "O Vararu, Radha, I somehow spend my time here, aspiring after oceans of nectar. But if you're not merciful to me, of what use are Krishna, living in Braja, and even life itself?" End quote. Srila Prabhupada writes in Krishna Book, Chapter 21, quote, "Persons who are constantly engaged in the transcendental meditation of seeing Krishna internally and externally by thinking of him playing the flute and entering the Vrindavan forest have really attained the perfection of samadhi." Samadhi, trance, means absorption in all of the activities of the senses on a particular object. And the gopis indicate that the pastimes of Krishna are the perfection of all meditation and samadhi. It is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that anyone who is always absorbed in the thought of Krishna is the topmost of all yogis. Here are the perfect meditator yogis, the birds of Vrindavan. Vayo Bhatama Vihaga Muniyo Vanesmin Krishneksitam Tad Udikam Kalaveno Gitam Aruya Ye Durma Bujan Ruchira Pravalan Shinvanti Malita Drisho Vagatanya Vacha. O Mother, in this forest all the birds have arisen onto the beautiful branches of the trees to see Krishna. With closed eyes, they are simply listening in silence to the sweet vibrations of his flute, and they are not attracted by any other sound. Surely these birds are on the same level as great sages. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:21-14. There are chakora birds, the unusual birds living on the moonlight. Also we find the chakravaka birds, the round ducks, who fly together in the day, but must spend the night separately. There are also chataka birds, who drink only water falling from the clouds. Then we will find the swans of Vrindavan and the kanjana birds who move restlessly. Then there are cuckoos and pipihan birds who call pikahan, end quote, which means, quote, "Where is my beloved?" End quote. The gopis call these birds great saints. The birds sit silently and listen to the flutes. We could say they are ordinary birds, but Purnamasi says they first take asan, then do dhyana, then have darshan, so they must be yogis. When Krishna sees such appreciative birds, he puts his flute aside for a moment. But the spiritual conscious Venu then plays out of its own initiative to please the birds. Krishna lifts the flute, blowing special ragas without his breath, and looks at it with amazement. Krishna is so much inspired by this scene that his heart opens and he plays inconceivably beautiful music. The bird yogis then see the vision of Shyamasundar in their hearts, and then, as Krishna continues playing his flute, they start singing their kirtan. Quote, "O Krishna, O Krishna, O Krishna," end quote. This is a perfect meditation under the guidance of the authoritative śikṣā. It is a perfect picture of Radha Krishna with their associates Lalita and Vishaka in Vrindavan with Govardhan Hill and Radha Kund. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Bhakti Vinod shows us a practical way to follow Raghunath Das Goswami's instruction to meditate. For each person and place listed in verse 9 of śikṣā as an object of meditation, Bhakti Vinod gives us prayers and shastric shlokas full of detail. We can regularly recite these shlokas or other similar ones. Although anyone at any stage of bhakti can learn and feelingly sing prayers such as the one in Bhakti Vinod's commentary, verse 9 has special significance for devotees whose realization corresponds to this point in this instruction manual, Padati. Rupanuga Bhakti means to emulate the mood and service of particular devotees who exemplify one's desires. In order to do so, one must meditate deeply on those devotees to gain an understanding of their inner and outer disposition and actions. In verse 8, the perfected soul, by the grace of Giridhari, the lifter of Govardhan Hill, was given to the service of Gandharva. Now, that jiva needs to complete the apprenticeship and perfect the service. Because the orientation of this padhati is toward assistant gopis to Radha's group, the jiva is here instructed to meditate on the chief personalities and places for that orientation. Others can use verse 9 as a general template for their personal situation. As there are unlimited individual variety in the spiritual world, each jiva has a unique relationship with Krishna. Therefore, even with the main five groups of relationship, there is still infinite diversity. For example, some devotees in a parental mood will meditate on Rohini more than Jashoda. Some may be followers mostly of Mukara or Anupananda rather than Nanda. Some in fraternal moods will meditate on Balaram more than on Krishna, or be particularly attached to cowherd boys such as Mandalibar rather than Subal or Ujjvala. In the amorous mood, some of Radha's Shakis will particularly meditate on Chitra or Tungavidya rather than Lalita. Some persons in the amorous mood may not even be in Radha's group, but may be followers of other group leaders, such as Shamala, Bhadra, Pali, and so on. As Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes in his commentary on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.295, quote, by the word Vrajalok, one should understand persons situated in Vraja, Radha, Chandravali, and others. Following after them, one should perform service by using one's physical body also. End quote. Some within Chandravali's group, for example, may follow Charuchanda, and some may be more a follower than of Shaiba. There are also jivas in the amorous mood who are Balaram's gopis who serve him and Purnananda, whom Srila Prabhupada refers to in the Chaitanya Charitamrita purport, Adi Lila 1053, as, quote, the foremost of Lord Balaram's very dear girlfriends, end quote. In conclusion, each devotee on the Raga Marg meditates on a suitable form of the personality of Godhead with his associates who are in a similar mood to oneself along with their specific places of pastimes. Certainly, everyone, regardless of mood, meditates to some extent on Radha, Krishna, Lalita, Vishaka, Radhakund, and Govardhan. At the same time, those who are, for example, in the mood of friendship will probably meditate mostly on Krishna, Balaram, Subal, and Ujjvala and their pastime place, rather than the list given in Manashiksha verse 9. Also, some jivas have plural simultaneous identities, as Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati explains in his commentary to Brahma Samhita 5.5. Quote, the pure devotees following the devotees of Raja and those following the pure devotees of Navadvip are located in the realm of Krishna and Gaur, respectively. The identical devotees of Vraja and Navadvip simultaneously attain to the pleasure of service in the realm of Krishna and Gaur. Srila Prabhupada describes one jiva who has three simultaneous identities in his purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita 1530. Quote, Vanamali Gataka, a resident of Navadvip and a Brahmana by caste, arranged the marriage of Lord Chaitanya to Lakshmi Devi. He was formerly Vishvamitra, who negotiated the marriage of Lord Ramchandra, and later he was the Brahmana who negotiated the marriage of Lord Krishna with Rukmini. That same Brahmana acted as the marriage maker of the Lord in Chaitanya Leela. We may note that Govardhan Hill, very prominent throughout Manashiksha, is a pastime place for all the residents of Vrindavan in every mood. Every resident of Vraja, including both the forest and village animals, love Krishna in his Giridhari mood. Govardhan serves all the varieties of devotees, fulfilling all their desires. At Govardhan, everyone meets to celebrate festivals and to seek shelter. Śrī Manaḥ of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 10. Ratim Gori Lile Api Tapati Sondarya Kiranai Sachi Lakshmi Satya Paribhavati Sobhagya Valanai Vasikarais Chandravali Mukha Navina Raja Sati Kshipati Arad Yatam Hari Daita Radham Bhajamana. O mind, offer your worship unto Śrī Radhika, the beloved of Lord Hari. She outshines Rati, the wife of Kamadev, Gauri, the wife of Lord Shiva, and Leela, the potency of Lord Vishnu, by the effulgence of her beauty. She defeats Sachi, the wife of Indra, Lakshmi, and Satya, Krishna's wife, by the waves of her good fortune. She defeats the pride of the newly married gopis of Vraja, headed by Chandravali, through her power to control Krishna. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. The purport of this verse is one cannot attain the mercy of Krishna without approaching Srimati Radharani. Radharani is stated here to be more beautiful than Rati, who is the wife of Cupid, then Gauri, the wife of Lord Shiva, and Leela, meaning the pleasure potency of the Lord, more resplendent than Indrani, Indra's wife, or Lakshmi, Lord Narayan's wife, and Satyabhama in Dwarka. Radha is more expert in controlling Krishna than anyone else. How does she control Krishna? We always hear Radha is very beautiful. In the material world, beauty generally tends to be a material thing, but in the spiritual realm, beauty is an indication of love. The more one has love for Krishna, the more beautiful one is. Because Radharani has the greatest love for Krishna, she is the most beautiful. We glorify Radharani's beautiful features or hear how Krishna is attracted to Radharani, not because she's a nice-looking girl, but because her beauty is reflecting her love for him. That love not only attracts Krishna, but is so intense that it makes him subordinate to Radharani. This is a concept which no one understands outside of the glory of the Vaishnava Sampradaya. Even great acharyas have difficulty understanding this. There is one particular story of when Jayadev Goswami was writing his Gita Govinda. As he was writing, he was seeing within his heart what he wrote, and in one particular pastime, Radharani was very angry and wouldn't have anything to do with Krishna. As Jayadev was writing, he was seeing how Krishna is bowing down, pleading with Radharani, and finally putting his head on Radharani's lotus feet. Jayadev just couldn't write this meditation down. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can he put his head on the feet of this cowherd girl? With his mind in turmoil over this duality, Jayadev left his writing and went away. Then his wife saw that he returned very quickly and went back to his writing, and after some time he again went away. And then sometime he returned later. When Jayadev came back the second time, his wife, Padmadavi, asked him, quote, "Why did you come back before?" Quote, he said, quote, "Come back? When did I come back? I've been down at Ganga chanting Gayatri," end quote. She said, quote, "You went down to Ganga, then I saw you come back," end quote. She paused, her brow furrowing, and said to Jayadev, quote, "Something is wrong here. Something is wrong with you, or something is going on," end quote. So Jayadev said, "What did I do when I came back?" end quote. She said, "You came back and went to your desk. I saw you going to your writing," end quote. Jayadev went to where he was writing, and then he saw, written in handwriting that he couldn't have written, "Smaragarala Kandanam Mama Shirasi Mandanam Dehi Pada Palavam Udaram Jvalati Mai Daruno Madana Kanan Naruno Hartaro tad upahite vikaram. Put the buds of your beautiful feet, which destroy the snake poison of Kamadev, the god of love, on my head, making them my decoration. The sun's pain, caused by Kamadev and intolerable to me, gives me pain. May your feet remove those effects. Jayadev could then understand from this handwriting that it was Krishna who had come and personally written in his pages. These dealings are very, very confidential. Even most Vaishnavas can understand them. Most Vaishnavas would be upset, thinking, quote, how is that possible, end quote. The answer is Krishna is giving his lotus feet to everyone. Yet he wants the lotus feet of Radharani because she is actually Krishna's Haladini Shakti. She is the manifestation of Krishna's pleasure potency, and he is incapable of enjoying without her. Bhaktivinoda gives a nice description of Srimati Radharani and some prayers. Rupa and Sanatana Goswami had an argument over one verse of the prayers quoted here. Rupa Goswami wrote, quote, your braids that are decorated with jewels and flowers give the appearance of a serpent's hood, end quote. When Sanatana Goswami read this, he said to Rupa, quote, are you comparing Radharani's hair to the black hood of the... You are comparing Radharani's hair to the black hood of a cobra. This is not such a good thing, end quote. Rupa Goswami replied, quote, then how should I compare it? Sanatana said, I don't know, but this is not a good thing, end quote. Rupa concluded, quote, anyway, you are my spiritual master, so you should tell me, end quote. So, Sanatana Goswami goes walking, meditating on what Rupa had written, thinking of a more appropriate comparison. He walked for a long time and finally came to a lake where he saw young girls playing, and then from behind one of the girls, he saw a big snake coming. So he called out, quote, watch out, look out for snake, end quote. They all just laughed. And he still saw this big snake behind the girls, but then all of a sudden it just disappeared. Sanatana Goswami could understand that he saw Radharani and with her girlfriends and realized that Rupa's description wasn't at all inappropriate. In that condition, her hair did look like a black hood of a cobra. So he went back and apologized to Rupa Goswami, quote, no, it's all right. You can write it down like that, end quote. Bhaktivinoda's descriptions of Srimati Radharani go on and on. Rupa Goswami's poetry is voluminous. Commentary by Sachinandan Swami. After the 9th verse, Raghunath Das Goswami explains a single object of worship out of everything he has said. Without first approaching the Swarup Shakti, the Lord's internal potency, we can never attain the full aspect of Lord Sri Krishna. Just like when we approach a fire, we first approach the light of that fire. If we don't go to the moon rays first, how will we see the moon? The moon is there for us through the moon's rays. So, Krishna's own energy is Srimati Radharani, and we need to make contact with her first. Therefore, she is our single object of worship. In the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, there is a very interesting illustration on how we must approach Radharani first. Early one morning, Gopakumar goes to visit Krishna. On that morning, Sri Radhika Devi herself stops him. Gopakumar remembers that morning he met with Radharani and received her orders. He thinks, quote, Radhika ordered me. There is a Brahmana in Mathura, and he is coming to my grove in Vrindavan on earth. This Brahmana doesn't know what he should know to reach me. Enlighten him with good instructions and console him. Help him quickly attain Krishna's grace. End quote. I swiftly changed course and came to Vrindavan on earth, overjoyed. I didn't even think I would miss Krishna's company that morning. End quote. Sanatana Goswami explains this difficult subject. Gopakumar is there to meet Krishna, and then he is stopped on the way, told to go on a preaching assignment. Gopakumar knew that obeying Radha would endear him to Krishna. Verse 10 of Mana śikṣā mentions three qualities that make Radha so special. One is her extraordinary beauty. She is more beautiful than even the wife of the god of love. Second is her ability to control Krishna. The third is her extreme good fortune. In the spiritual world, the index by which beauty is measured is by the amount of love. Radharani is most dear to Krishna, and she has the greatest amount of love for him. The smallest love is that of ordinary devotees who have an atomic particle of love for God. The second degree of love is represented by devotees such as Narada Muni. The first degree of love is held by devotees such as the Vrajavasis, Mahan, and the topmost person with the greatest love for Krishna is Radharani, Paramamahan. We have a lake in our hearts, and we might have things swimming in there we don't want, like plastic bottles. Krishna's heart is like a vast Manasa Sarovar lake, the highest beautiful lake at the foot of Mount Kailash, and in that lake there is a swan named Radharani who is swimming. Krishna loves Radha so much because she has a unique type of love. Her second quality is the ability to control Krishna. By using the mystic power of her intense love for Krishna, she has brought him completely under control. Krishna says, quote, "Listen, O Radha, I am fully under your control. I am unable to think of anyone but you. When I repeat your name, Radha, and meditate on your form, I cannot remain patient. When from anywhere I hear the name Śrī Radha, my mind runs in the direction of these words. Crying and crying, I lift my face and cry loudly for Radha. Only then is my life saved. You know, I wait for you. I do not like Vrindavan if it is without you. I like Vrindavan only because of you." End quote. Another quality of Radharani is her good fortune, the good fortune to have Krishna's feet in her heart. So, my dear devotees, this is Radharani. She is the most fortunate, she has Krishna fully under control, and she is the most beautiful. These three are there because of her love for Krishna, this singular Mahabhava. So, how do we attain Srimati Radharani's mercy? My dear devotees, in the path of Krishna consciousness, there are two strands. One is the strand of cultivation, and the other strand is to plead for mercy. Rupa Goswami tells us of praying for mercy, and it is this path that has also been instructed by Raghunath Das Goswami in his 8th verse. On this path of pleading for mercy, according to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, we need three qualities to be successful. These are, number one, unpretentious humility, someone who is unpretentiously humble when others' mistakes and insults are tolerated. 2, ardor, passionate devotion. 3, one-pointedness. Rupa Goswami has written a prayer that starts with a glorification of Radhika in the first 4 verses, and then describes, quote, "Having offered obeisances in these ways, I, a distressed soul belonging to you, beg you with sweet words while rolling on the banks of the Jamuna. Although I'm unfit, an offender with a crooked mind, please bestow on me a fragment of the gift of service to you. This unhappy soul is not fit to be neglected by you, for you have a butter-soft heart that melts constantly by the warmth of your compassion." End quote. Prarthana Padati, stanza 5. In the same way, all our acharyas actually plead, quote, "Aren't you the emblem of compassion? Isn't it known throughout the scriptures that you are compassionate? Isn't compassion the movement of the heart? I am most inferior, so shouldn't your compassion extend to me?" End quote. Everyone can say, quote, "I am very humble and very fallen," end quote. It's very easy to learn the, quote, humble vocabulary, end quote. But it is so difficult to be tolerant if someone steps on our toes. Then we can see the truly humble, tolerant devotees who, even when they are wronged, go on without protest. Some of us are so cold in our hearts. We have put some heat in our practice so that there's an intense hankering. And we must have a one-pointed goal. Humility, intense hankering, and a one-pointed goal. This will get us the mercy of Radharani. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Raghunath Das Goswami's verse 10 is similar to what Rupa Goswami has written in Ujjvala Nilamani. Premaru sampatvati vrindati sayitvam yata advaitad girijam harada vapusham sakyat priyorastitam lakshmin achuta chitta bringat nalinim satyam cha sobhogyata madhuryan Madhuresha Jivita Sakim Chandra Valim Chakshipan Pashurada Harim Pasharya Laharim Radhan Rura Gambidi. Surpassing the wealth of great prema of other women, look, Radha, spreading waves from her ocean of anuraga, has stopped Durga, half of Shiva's body, because she is equal to him. She has obstructed Lakshmi, situated on Vishnu's chest, because of her affection. She has surpassed Satyabhama, a lotus for the bee of Krishna's mind, because of her good fortune. Because of her sweetness, Radharani is excelling Chandravali, the friend who has enlivened the Lord of sweetness, Krishna. Bhaktivinoda, in his commentary to verse 10, reiterates the point he made in reference to verse 9 about being trained in one's individual attitude and service. The residents of Vraja, we appreciate under Raganuga Bhakti, guide us to take our place in the eternal pastimes. The ultimate perfection for the living being is to humbly be under the shelter of the form of Krishna's personal energy, Swarup Shakti, assisting in loving service for his pleasure. Verse 10 expresses Raghunath Das Goswami's love for Radharani, Swarup Shakti, and encourages development of the reader's affection, appreciation, and devotion for her. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 11. Samam Shri Rupena Smara Vishvasha Radhagiri Britor Vraje Shakshad Seva Labhana Vidhaye Tadgana Yujo Tad Ijyakya Dhyana Shravana Nati Panchamritamidam Dayan Nitya Govardhanam Anudinam Tvam Bhajamanam. O mind, you should drink every day the 5 nectars: worship, glories, meditation, listening to divine pastimes, and offering obeisances, and worship Govardhan according to the rules. In this way, follow the instructions of Sri Rupa and obtain the service of Shri Shri Radha Giridhari, who are captivated by the god of amorous love in the company of their associates in Vraja. Commentary by Shivaram Swami. 5 different activities are being recommended here. In other words, every day we must drink these nectars with Srila Rupa Goswami. We must do everything in the line of Rupa Goswami, as we are all Rupanugas. By these 5 nectars, we should be worshipping Radha and Krishna and all their friends. We should worship them by worshipping the deity form and chanting their names in kirtan and japa. We should meditate on them by hearing their pastimes and activities, for example, from Krishna Book and Chaitanya Charitamrita, and we should bow down before them internally within our hearts and externally, praying for their mercy and guidance. Every day, one must worship Govardhan Hill to offer daily prayers to Govardhan Hill. Govardhan is very merciful, and by the mercy of Govardhan, one can gain residence in the area of Govardhan. So, this is the meditation. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. Verse 11 binds the preceding verses together and brings them into context. There is still a question in the air for the readers of Śikṣā. What exactly is the method for deeply performing our devotional service? Yes, we have heard about different concepts that can be almost the Sambandha Tattva of this verse, but how do we exactly do it? This question is answered in the 11th verse. The crystal of sugar that gives success to the whole year of growing the sugar cane, tilling the field, protecting it from thieves, harvesting, boiling the sugar cane, it in huge pots down to molasses, and then one piece of rock sugar is placed into it and it all crystallizes. This verse crystallizes all the teachings because it will now tell us what we should do. In simple language, if we want to have direct service to Radha and Krishna, then this is the verse for us. We need to think on how to perform these processes and what absolutely not to do, such as how we should worship the deity, Ijya, and what is the most important thing we should avoid when worshiping the deity. I've seen in my personal attempts to worship deities that the greatest enemy is mechanical consciousness. Jiva Goswami says that Krishna is not hungry. Krishna doesn't need our service. It is not like this. But just like a thirsty person becomes satisfied by water alone, similarly, Krishna becomes like a thirsty person when a devotee offers him water in love. I can drink very easily if I pour a glass of water into a glass. It is purely mechanical activity. But Krishna is not like that. He will only drink if we offer water plus love, or if we offer a flower plus love, or if we offer incense plus love. Krishna didn't go to Duryodhana's house. He went to Vidura's. Vidura and his wife were so nervous that she threw away the fruit and offered the peel. Krishna ate the peel. He missed the meal by Duryodhana, which was prepared by the best cooks in the country. In the morning, Duryodhana said, quote, "You didn't come to my house to eat. Why?" End quote. Krishna said, quote, "You don't love me. I only eat love." End quote. This is the single ingredient in deity worship. We should consider this point before we begin deity worship. The next point is Akya. Akya means Nam Sankirtan, but also means glorification in general. Kirtan means to sing or discuss the pastimes of the Supreme Lord. But again, merely singing the names is not enough. We must sing, plus we must do something else. If we forget the plus, we won't obtain devotional service, ecstasy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asks us what the plus is and tells us how we should chant the holy name. He teaches us that we should consider ourselves lower than the blade of grass. This means that grass has some use to feed cows or to cover the roof of the house. I am lower than that grass, but have not been of any use for service. We might say, quote, "I don't want to think like this," end quote. Many think instead that it would be so nice if I could get into a lift, press a button, and go zip to pure devotion without such humility. Automatic. However, we are not in the school of humility. If we're not in the school of humility, we'll be left with false ego and be forced to do offenses. If we chant minus Trinadapi, it is dangerous. The chanting is very potent medicine. When these powerful processes of devotional service are not used properly, they can cut us. If we swing a sword forward, it cuts the enemy. If we swing it backward, it cuts us. An overload of offenses can really make us materially attached. Be aware and avoid aparad and chant the holy name in humility. Very soon we will attain the ecstatic, soft lotus feet of Krishna. Dhyan is the next point. In our meditations, we should avoid speculation and imagining something or other The safest way to meditate is to read from the Shastras and from the prayers of devotees. What they have written are not imaginations. They are revelations. Our meditation is done through hearing. This is so absolutely important. This experience will give us Shraddha, firm faith. It is important when we read Srimad Bhagavatam, especially those parts directly relating to Krishna, that we stop and think about what we've read. First Shravanam, then Mananam. Reflect on what has been read. Then, if this practice is done long enough, as we chant, these things that we have thought about will come up during chanting by the mercy of the holy name, and we will see things that are so wonderful. So read, and after, reflect on what has been said. If we want to benefit from scriptural study, we need to apply 3 techniques from the Upanishads. We have to hear, then we have to reflect on what we hear, then we need to meditate on the text and apply it. Reflecting is like chewing our food. If we want to go deeper, and I believe most of us want to do that, then we should also pray to get full realization. Pray to the author. Pray to the text. In Bhakti Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami mentions that if we want to meditate on Krishna, we first have to meditate about the holy Dham, because Krishna can only be found in Vrindavan. We can read about Vrindavan and remember the places in the Dham. We will then be able to have a good meditation about Krishna. We should make an effort to chant lovingly, filling our minds with Krishna. Anucheta 286, Ata Mukyam Dhyanam Shri Bhagavatam Gatam Ev Hridaya Kamala Gatam Tu Yogi Matam Smared Vridavane Ramya Iti Adiyuktatvat. We should hear with directed attention. So many people communicate, but so few people connect. So few. And this lack of connection is called asanga bhajan. They are still in their mental worlds, repeating the same external thoughts. So we should fill our minds with the sweetness of Bhagavan. I request, dear readers, that you make a study of these points in your life. In summary, when we want to do archanam, we should do so with love and not mechanically. Second is kirtanam plus humility, because if we are not humble, then there will be the ego and we will commit offenses. The ego doesn't like Krishna to take his place in the heart. There is one throne in the heart, and at the moment, the ego sits on it. Therefore, trinadapi shishana. Next point is dhyana. What should we avoid? Imagination. Meditation doesn't happen from imagination, but from hearing bona fide scriptures, sources. Satsanga means connection, and anasanga means disconnected. Please take this hope. Satsanga bhajan. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Here, at the end of śikṣā, Raghunath Das Goswami describes the ultimate goal of intimate service to the divine couple. While every jiva has an individual eternal service, these 5 categories are general directions for everyone. Bhaktivinoda, in his commentary to this verse, also explains the application of these 5 life-giving services in terms of external devotional activities we do while in this world. As he does throughout śikṣā, Das Goswami uses an analogy here. He tells us to drink these 5 services as if they were medicinal nectar to free us from death. The service is thus internalized, filling us completely. Comparing devotional service to a life-giving nectar and comparing the doing of such service to drinking that nectar is an oft-used metaphor in Vaishnava literature, as in this Bhagavatam verse 237. Pibanti ye bhagavatatmana satam katamrita sravana pateshu sambritam punanti te vishaya vidusita shayam rajanti tachcharana saroru hantikam. Those who drink through oral reception, fully filled with the nectarian message of Lord Krishna, the beloved of the devotees, purify the polluted aim of life, known as material enjoyment, and thus go back to Godhead, to the lotus feet of Him, the personality of Godhead. The section of Bhaktivinoda's commentary to verse 11, wherein he discusses Jiva Goswami's stages of meditation, is important for bhakti yogis at all stages of progress. The essence of bhakti is to change one's consciousness. We are to fill our mind, heart, intelligence, and ultimately our very self with awareness of Krishna. Those who aim for perfection in dhyana yoga try to reach samadhi through mostly a mechanical process of posture, breathing, and so forth. The samadhi of the bhakti yogis, however, is different. In bhakti, one achieves full absorption in consciousness in Krishna through love. Materially speaking, all of us have experienced situations where our consciousness becomes absorbed in someone or something because of strong emotional attachment. We can become so saturated with meditation, we lose awareness of all else. Similarly, in bhakti, we seek to channel all our emotions, all our attachments, all our desires to Krishna, His devotees, and their service. By doing so, we naturally and easily enter into transcendent awareness, awake to reality, and asleep to illusion. Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā of Raghunath Das Goswami. Commentaries by contemporary Vaishnavas. Verse 12. Mana śikṣā daika da shaka varametan madhuraya girigarati uchai samadighata sarvarta tatiya sa yuta Śrī Rupanuga iha bhavan gokule vane jano radha krishna tula bhajan ratnams sa labhate. Become a follower of Śrī Rupa and his companions, one who, with a sweet voice, loudly recites these 11 supreme verses, which give instructions to the mind, and strives to understand all of their meanings completely, obtains the incomparable jewel of worshipping Sri Radha Krishna in the forests of Gokul. Commentary by Shiva Ramswamy. This verse tells the summary or the result of reading the 11 verses of Śrī Manaḥ śikṣā. It indicates that one should be a Rupanuga, following the footsteps of Rupa Goswami, regardless of how advanced one is, or who one is. Everyone must follow in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami. We should associate with those who share our taste or mood of devotional service. That practice is called Shajatiya Saya Snigdha Sadhu Sangha. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya-lila 5107 purport. We should be more compassionate to those who are less advanced, and we should bestow mercy on others to give them Krishna consciousness. We are concluding Manaḥ śikṣā, which is specifically meant for those devotees who are very serious about perfecting their human form of life and going back home, back to Godhead. These verses are the essence of Rupa Goswami's teachings and are especially valuable because they are coming down from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If we have these verses, we should study them and meditate upon them and specifically practice all of these things. It's not enough that we simply hear and read. What we hear and read, we have to put into practice. We have to practically understand points of scriptures, points of philosophy, points of rasa. One by one, we should try to put these points in practice in our day-to-day life, in our meditations, in our prayers, in our chanting, in our hearing, in our relationships, and in our cultivation of devotional service. Commentary by Satchidananda Swami. Let's make it simple. We should become a follower of Rupa Goswami and read his Upadeshamrita. This will prepare us. It says we should reside in the forest of Gokul. Let us come to a secluded place within Vraja and have a clear understanding of the hidden meanings there. We might ask if bhakti is that simple. It is. Narottam Das Thakur tells us that when we perform Sangha Bhajan, Krishna consciousness will work for us. Be, quote, a mango, end quote, now. We can only be a green mango, unripe, but we can join the mango club. Get the concepts right and the understanding right. Practice on our level of adhikar, ability, and we will then mature into beautiful and fragrant mangoes that will please the senses of Krishna. Commentary by Urmila Devi Dasi. Raghunath Das Goswami follows the tradition of ending his work with a benediction. And what a benediction it is! Just by singing these verses daily with understanding and affectionate emotion, the singer can attain the jewel of loving service to the divine couple of Vrindavan. Lest the reader imagine that mechanical, ritualized daily singing will lead to such a result, the emphasis is on emotion and understanding. It is only through application of these verses to one's own inner life that such emotion and understanding is truly possible. If we want to appreciate what it means to sing in a sweet voice, Madhurya Gira, this explanation of what is not sweet singing from Prabodhananda Saraswati's commentary to Gita Govinda 225 should be helpful. The faults of songs are mentioned by Bharat. Shantikam bitam udgristam avyaktam anunaksitam kakashvaram sita kapam tatastana vivarjitam vishvaram virasam chaiva vilistam vishamadatam vaikulam talahinam chagita doshan vidur buddha. The wise know a song is faulty when it is sung with uncertainty, fear, or unclear intonation, inaudibly, nasalized, with the voice of a crow, while shaking the head, without proper pitch, in a disjointed manner, with dissonance, unpleasantness, unevenness, confusion, and without tala. To fully realize the 12th verse benediction, the singer of these verses should associate with like-minded persons and live in Vrindavan. Ideally, like Das Goswami himself did for most of his life. One can physically live in Vrindavan with people who have similar goals, engage in bhakti yoga together. However, if our service to Krishna in our life circumstances makes such an arrangement impossible, we can infuse our consciousness with Vrindavan and create a network of like-minded people, even virtually.